Around the world, climate change has touched us all in many ways. Heat waves, wildfires, floods, and hurricanes are no longer the exceptions. They are our new reality. We have the ability to change this reality, but the clock is ticking. Considering half of the carbon in our atmosphere was emitted in the last 30 years, the next decade is crucial for life in 2030, 2040, and 2050. We don't have time for incremental progress. We need bold, ambitious ideas now. At SEPA, our 1,100 members are reimagining our future by accelerating the growth of clean energy. That's why we created the 5x25 initiative, which will focus on 5 areas that will help align all energy stakeholders where we can make the greatest immediate impact together. It starts with resilience. Microgrids and vehicle-to-grid strategies offer incredible possibilities for providing resilient electricity. Transportation is another important area of focus. Bringing clean energy resources together with transportation infrastructure will be critical to realize the potential of carbon-free electric mobility. Storage will be key as we tap into the full potential of wind and solar energy. To make that a reality, we need advancements in battery technology and long-duration storage to deliver clean, reliable energy when, where, and how it's needed. Emerging technologies will need to be studied, identified, piloted, funded, and progressed to scale for the energy we use to truly be carbon-free. But none of this can happen without supportive federal and state regulation and legislation. Governments must work closely with stakeholders across the energy ecosystem, and business models and regulatory frameworks must evolve to embrace innovation. The 5x25 initiative is ambitious, but the urgency of our climate crisis demands nothing less. We invite you to join us in our race against time. We're ready to secure our clean energy future. Are you? Visit sepapower.org to learn more.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is of course to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels, that means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years' experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
I'm here because, one, I want to know more about the renewable energy sector and help, show people what we have to offer and yeah, just see what's happening to the future for sustainability.
Estoy súper feliz de participar en este evento tan profesional y creo que es una gran oportunidad para conocer a gente del sector y ampliar mi red profesional y sobre todo para encontrar nuevos partnerships para CB North America.
I'm here to network. I work for a development company, and we're looking to expand our network and meet new people in the industry. Also to learn more about the industry and solar and renewable energy, and hopefully one day save the planet.
Around the world, climate change has touched us all in many ways. Heat waves, wildfires, floods, and hurricanes are no longer the exceptions. They are our new reality. We have the ability to change this reality, but the clock is ticking. Considering half of the carbon in our atmosphere was emitted in the last 30 years, the next decade is crucial for life in 2030, 2040, and 2050. We don't have time for incremental progress. We need bold, ambitious ideas now. At SEPA, our 1,100 members are reimagining our future by accelerating the growth of clean energy. That's why we created the 5x25 initiative, which will focus on 5 areas that will help align all energy stakeholders where we can make the greatest immediate impact together. It starts with resilience. Microgrids and vehicle-to-grid strategies offer incredible possibilities for providing resilient electricity. Transportation is another important area of focus. Bringing clean energy resources together with transportation infrastructure will be critical to realize the potential of carbon-free electric mobility. Storage will be key as we tap into the full potential of wind and solar energy. To make that a reality, we need advancements in battery technology and long-duration storage to deliver clean, reliable energy when, where, and how it's needed. Emerging technologies will need to be studied, identified, piloted, funded, and progressed to scale for the energy we use to truly be carbon-free. But none of this can happen without supportive federal and state regulation and legislation. Governments must work closely with stakeholders across the energy ecosystem, and business models and regulatory frameworks must evolve to embrace innovation. The 5x25 initiative is ambitious, but the urgency of our climate crisis demands nothing less. We invite you to join us in our race against time. We're ready to secure our clean energy future. Are you? Visit sepapower.org to learn more.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is of course to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels, that means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself.
Welcome to day 2 of RE Plus 2023. My name is Nico Johnson.
And I'm Lisa Ann Pinkerton. Good morning.
This is the PowerUp Live Morning Show. I hope that you all are feeling as energetic and wonderful today as you were yesterday, despite the fact that there were numerous industry events, parties, and soirees. I'm sure many of you attended. Lisa Ann and I were at the now infamous Solar Fight Night last night.
That's right.
I will not comment on what time I got to bed.
I pulled a quiet exit and didn't tell anybody I was
Irish
leaving.
goodbye. Irish goodbye. Well, I want to say thank you once again for everyone who's tuning in out in the lobby, who's watching on the Jumbotron. Thank you to anyone who's watching at Suncast.live, where we live stream the PowerUp Live show all day long, all 3 days. The PowerUp Live stage, by the way, is presented by KeyBank Capital Markets, and the PowerUp Live morning show each and every morning is brought to you by Meyer Burger. Meyer Burger is a manufacturer of the future of solar panel technology. Thank you, Vanna. With a global track record of gigawatt scale production, we're coming to the US in 2024, setting up module and cell factories. We had Arden Johnson on the show yesterday morning. We're going to have Michelle Grafe join us this morning. And we are, it's the Wednesday of the show is effectively synonymous with like schedule blindness, right? If you have a gap in your schedule, first of all, if you have a gap in your schedule, you should be coming down and hanging out and checking your email from the PowerUp Live stage.
That's right. We got great Wi-Fi here.
You took my line. I love it. I was going to say that. Where we have the best Wi-Fi, apart from Caesars Forum, of course.
Oh, of course.
Just a quick reminder, Caesars Forum is the extension of where the exhibitors have overflowed into from the abundance of exhibits on the show floor.
I mean, it's just so popular this year, we had to open up another room for exhibits.
It's unbelievable. I want to give a shout out. We talked yesterday about coffee stations and the wonderful folks at Nextracker. They came through 3 times yesterday with hot water and coffee. So above and beyond for Nextracker. Thank you.
Thank you, Nextracker.
One of the best coffee stations. If you have a coffee station that you think we should mention, please come let us know, or bring us coffee. Better yet, we are easily bribed, as you will see.
Easily bribed. You may have
noticed
noticed our hoard of swag here that we collected yesterday. We're having a swag contest, and we're going to go through what we think are the most exciting items.
Well, I am just reminded to put my phone on Do Not Disturb. It's the morning show, folks. We're still working out all of the bugs.
Yeah,
But one thing that we don't have to work out is how to go collect swag, because we had so many of you bring your swag. I'll remind you that Meyer Burger has these sexy matte black, still, like, I think, pound for pound, my favorite water bottle so far. And we're going to test this out, Michelle. If your charger works, we'll report back.
That's right.
One of the things that I every year try to get, and this is, right now, I will say Fractal always has pole position for me, because their shirts are so good. This year is Dwight
Yes, they
Schrute.
do.
Did you guys get a Fractal
We got
shirt?
a Dwight Schrute, and we have a
It's so
Star
good.
Wars themed one as well.
So good. We also, just a shout out to Chico USA, who have an exclusive basketball jersey for Graham on our team, who is
good.
6'7",
Very
tall
cool.
drink of water. Graham, thank you for bringing that. I feel a little bit like David Letterman right now, but I also feel like I need to shout out Construction Innovations, because
These are cool.
For me, the
me see.
the absolute like coolest take home to your kid swag, which, let's be honest, that's why we're all getting swag
That's right.
now, is these Lego guys.
These are
And
little Elvises.
yeah, and we've got a black Elvis and a white Elvis.
That's right.
This is beautiful. I just really love the
These are
thoughtfulness
great.
and attention from Construction Innovations.
They got a little QR code on there for you.
If you think that you have swag that ought to be mentioned, you definitely should bring it and enter it into the contest. You've got a couple of more.
I got ESS, his and hers socks.
Fantastic. And somebody saved your back yesterday.
Oh my gosh. Solus. Saving my life today. I carried around a duffel yesterday with my computer and everything in it, like an amateur, 20 pounds. I'm like, I know, I've been to this show 10 years in a row. I know better than to carry 20 pounds around all day. So today, we're doing this. I don't care that it doesn't match. It's saving my life. Thank you.
Lisanne, what got you excited about yesterday's show?
Oh, wow. Yesterday's show, there was excitement in the halls, different than last year. I also really do appreciate all the swag we've seen this year. We didn't see a lot last year. In the past few years, swag has been down, which to me is a signal that the industry's doing better.
As interest rates rise, swag gets better, I guess.
That's right.
Wonder if that's accurate. So we talked yesterday about the Eco Art Show. Got to remind folks that the Eco Art Show is happening. It's in the Community Lounge Forum Ballroom at Caesars Forum. We also have the poster hall open. Definitely, really, I think the poster hall is one of the most overlooked sections of RE+, if I have to say, where the brightest and best ideas get shared. And oftentimes, you should check the schedule, oftentimes the folks that actually, I think almost always, the folks that did the posters are there at some point to answer questions, to present their posters, et cetera.
And often you don't have that opportunity to speak directly with some of the people that have done this research written up some of this science and some very interesting white papers. And some people think that the poster presentations are kind of like the consolation prize of the speakers forum and the speakers program, but it's not true. These posters people are selected to do these posters because there's so much technical information or detail that they want it presented in a way that people can digest.
What I'm excited about today, and we talked about yesterday, is yesterday's innovation stage announcement at 4 p.m. of the American-made Solar Prize. Every year we get to interview them. So at 11:30 today, we have the 3 companies that won the American-made Solar Prize. Going to interview those folks. All day today, we have folks coming in and out. Actually, right before that session, I believe, we have 3 sessions, starting with Jigger Shaw and then Fluence and SMA, where we're going to be talking about the future of the industry, the future of the home, the future of battery storage. So there's a lot of great conversations happening here at PowerUp Live, and we do kick it off every day with the morning show.
That's right.
Lisanne,
bright and early.
What's our first segment?
Our first segment today is with Becky Long of SIA. Come on up here, Becky. And we're going to talk about some of the diversity meetings that are going on today and a little bit of what went on yesterday.
Awesome. There you are. Becky, we're going to place this.
In the past few years, SIA has really put forth a stronger effort to bring different diverse groups together, give them some space and some infrastructure to gather and work together. So this is what we're going to talk about today. Welcome, Becky.
Great. Thank you. It's wonderful to be here.
Good to have you.
So yesterday there were several different types of meetings throughout the day over at Caesars Forum, and today we're bringing those meetings here to the Venetian. What's going on?
Yeah, so tonight we have at 4:30 to 5:30, we have 6 diverse community groups or affinity groups that will be meeting up for an hour. And then so they'll each have their own room, and I'll go through each of those groups. And then at 5:30, there will be a diversity in clean energy reception, 5:30 to 6:30. So we're really looking forward to these events. We've got 6 groups this year, which is more than we had last year. So just want to let folks know there's an Asians and Pacific Islanders in clean energy event, Blacks in clean energy event, Clean Energy Pride, the LGBTQ plus community, Hispanics in clean energy, Indigenous professionals in clean energy, which is our newest group for this year, so we're thrilled to have them engaged with us, and a veterans and military family in clean energy group. And so what's really unique about each of these gatherings, each of those 6 group gatherings, is that there is a community group behind each of them that is really leading the activities for those events.
So it's not just about bringing these people together for these few days. It's helping them to then carry on that work throughout the year.
Absolutely. It's about creating community for everyone in the solar industry.
And Becky, how is that continuity moving away from the show throughout the year. How is that being managed or coordinated?
Yeah, so I mean, the best way to really get involved on a more regular basis is to get involved with the community groups behind each of these 6 affinity group gatherings. So, sign up for, there's Hispanics in clean energy, Asians in clean energy, Black owners of solar services, for example, Clean Energy Pride. You can join all these groups and get involved in their activities throughout the whole year.
And where would you find those groups? Like, is there a place on the RE Plus website? How are they hosted?
So if you go to the RE Plus website, there is a diversity gatherings kind of page. If you search maybe diversity and clean energy, you'll find that page.
Yeah, I think it's one of the drop downs on the
Yeah, it's on one of the drop down menus. I think it's under the attend drop down menu. There's like a DEI page. And it lists all the 6 gatherings and the community groups that are supporting each of those gatherings. So you want to get involved in those community groups that are supporting those gatherings if you want to be engaged throughout the year or for next year's events.
Because it's these organizations are usually volunteer run and fueled on the passion of the people that make up that community. So if you feel so inspired to join one of these organizations and support them, look up these organizations, get a hold of Becky, and get involved.
Yeah, and what I love about this initiative is that for years, we've had the elephant in the room, a diversity problem in our industry for years and years. We talk about it every year on the show. I'm really grateful for the attention and intention behind this diversity meetup. As a reminder, what Becky said, you can go to the re-plus.com website, click on the attend drop-down, and you'll find DEI and RE Plus affinity groups. Finally, we have a way for folks to find one another, honestly. And I see it on the show floor. I see more people of color. I see more women, which is super encouraging. We're going to talk a lot more about that today in one of our sessions specifically. Becky, thank you so much for helping share this. Thanks for guiding it.
Thank you. And we've got a lot more work to do in our industry. We've made a lot of progress, got a lot more work to do. If I can just real quick add that SEIA has a solar and storage workplace survey where we really want to hear from every individual working in the industry in all segments of the industry, from the field to the manufacturing to office and remote workers, everybody in the industry at all levels, so that we can understand the experiences of workers in our industry and make sure that our industry is serving everyone well in our industry. So I recommend folks go to SEIA's website for that more information on that survey, or stop by the SEIA booth.
SEIA Solar and Storage Workplace Survey. Stop by the SEIA booth. You can pick up a card and take the survey.
Yep.
Becky, thank you.
Thank you,
Great
Becky.
to see you. Yeah, you get to hang it there. All righty. Thank you, Becky. Next up, we have the Head of Business Development for Home Solutions, SMA America, John Profit. John, come on down.
You're the next contestant.
Oh, goodness. We're having too much fun this morning. I think starting with the swag contest was the right move.
So much fun.
You didn't throw any of it off the table, though.
That was a good move.
I like that. All right. John, it's super good to see you, man. So, John, you're the tip of the spear doing biz dev out for Home Solutions team at SMA. I'd love to understand, what does that mean for within the context of SMA? And I'm also curious to better understand what does Home Solutions mean for SMA?
Yeah. Cool questions. And I'm probably biased, but I think, my role at SMA might be the most fun in the whole company.
I can imagine.
I'm forward-looking, trying to find new market opportunities, working with our amazing product team based in Kassel, Germany, as well as our entire sales, operations, support, service to execute the strategies here in the U.S. And it's a ton of fun, right? Because Home Solutions, it's not just solar inverters anymore, right? It's a whole package, and we're building some amazing solutions to meet the needs of our customers. And for us, it's really how do we build those solutions? How do we build solutions that fit the lifestyle needs, the unique energy needs of customers? And that's what we're focused on today.
Amazing. Does that get you traveling around the world?
It does.
Nice.
Yeah. I mean, we get to interface with it could be suppliers in China. It could be our team in Kassel, Germany, and it could be any state in the U.S., right? Because we're servicing a whole global operation, but my focus is here in the U.S.
Okay. Well, I was hoping that you get to travel more than I do these days.
A little bit, maybe, but yeah.
So you've been in this industry for over a decade. And how do you see providers evolving and how they present themselves, and what solutions are you seeing customers show here at the conference?
Yeah, great question. And I think, when I got my start, it was, like you said, over a decade ago. And I think the first time I really touched solar, it wasn't actually PV, it was solar thermal.
Oh, wow. Yeah, common refrain.
Yeah, my graduate school professor actually tricked me into building a flat plate solar collector. Not realizing that this was, for his personal house. But, since probably about 2010, it's been grid-tied PV, and everybody's been focusing on, squeezing out as much power, as much efficiency from these components, the modules, the inverters. And today, it's a much more holistic approach. So I think if you walk the floor, you're not just seeing individual components, you're seeing systems. And you're seeing systems that are intentionally designed to build solutions.
Right.
So it's a convergence of industries. It's e-mobility, it's HVAC, it's roofing, it's solar, it's storage, and it's all coming together. And I think that thread that really ties it together is the digital interface, the energy management, and the apps. So as you walk the floor, I think you're going to see a lot of solutions providers that are trying to provide these packages.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned the convergence, and we've talked a lot offline about this. The very concept as a company that's innovating and trying to keep on the leading edge of technology is build versus buy, partner versus develop in-house. You guys have, as is the case for so many during RE+, a number of different announcements that have come out, things that you're innovating around. One that caught my eye in particular is with our friends over at Span. What can you tell us about the, I feel like this is right in your wheelhouse. This must have been something you had your hands on. What can you tell us about the significance of the announcement? Tell us a little bit about what you guys are now doing with Span.
Yeah. So, there's a couple of different approaches in the industry, right? You can build it all yourself, or you can look to find high-quality partners that have existing products. Yeah. And there's benefits to both approaches, of course, and I can't speak to all the other manufacturers on the floor today, and there are many. But we today are taking an approach of partnering. We want to be nimble. We want to be able to work quickly. We want to be able to provide solutions that meet the demands of today and moving forward. We don't want to risk falling behind. That partnership you mentioned with Span is, I think, a very critical partnership, one that we've seen with other companies, but of course, we are really trying to anchor it and provide a best-in-class solution with them and grow our energy management capabilities. For us, it's helping to create a full portfolio. So we have just announced our brand new SMA Sunny Boy hybrid inverter. We call it the Smart Energy Inverter. And when paired with Span, what it enables in a battery is a full home backup experience. Yeah. Wow. But a best-in-class one, right? So you get the automated load management, you get our DC-coupled solar inverter and battery systems, and together they pair really well. And we're building this intentionally from the start, right? Because we're just announcing this product today, as well as the partnership. Amazing. So we're doing it right from the beginning.
I love it.
And that's an example of bringing these systems together for a complete package, which makes the implementation of these systems at the home much easier broadly for the industry.
Exactly, right. We're solving problems around electrification. We're solving problems around not potentially having to do main panel upgrades, or if doing so, providing a solution approach rather than just another service panel or distribution panel. So you're exactly right. We want to provide what our customers are asking for, and I think this partnership is a step in the right direction for that.
Magic. So one of the things that I always enjoy is the SMA booth. Like last year in Anaheim, you guys basically built an entire house.
Oh yeah,
it was the SMA house. It was so cool. It was like it was like the keystone of the promenade walking up to the show. But I know that you always are debuting things like the Span integration. What goodies can folks get their hands on if they walk up to the SMA booth this year? What kind of surprises do you have in store?
So we don't have basketball jerseys or mugs necessarily. Well, actually, we do have some mugs.
You guys are slacking over there.
We've got some cool swag.
You got some pretty handsome mugs, for sure.
But putting that aside for a moment, what you can expect are some current solutions that we're going to be showcasing on the home wall. This is, like I said earlier, our brand new inverter. We're so excited about this. It's everything the market has loved about the Sunny Boy inverter. And I mean, I don't know if you can see, I've got this retro
Of course,
Sunny
I
Boy
have a note
pen.
right here to talk about your retro pen.
You know, we've had this verter in the market for many years, and it's known for quality, it's known for reliability, and we've given it a modern boost. So now it's a hybrid inverter. It's solar and storage. It's got an integrated processor that can allow us to do much more energy management applications and these integrations. So we're showcasing our new inverter, but that's not it. We're also giving a sneak peek around some of our upcoming solutions, including an SMA battery that's in development and coming middle of next year.
Whoa.
All right.
Long anticipated.
We're also showcasing our partnership with SPAN, so we have our SPAN panel there. And then we have our backup solutions as well, everything from our backup secure, where you can see it's actually plugged into an e-bike for a raffle giveaway.
Nice.
Pretty cool.
Raffle giveaway.
As well as our backup select, which provides our backup, partial backup options.
Amazing.
And then SPAN with our full home backup. And I'd probably be remiss if I didn't also give a shout out to our CNI and our large scale segment. So we're covering all of our bases over at the SMA booth, and we'd welcome everybody to come by.
The only question I have left is, where can I get one of these fancy pens?
You gotta know the right people.
Yeah,
at
you might
SMA,
need to. I think you got an in with SMA. I think you'll be able to get one.
I may have a few ears.
A few more podcasts, and maybe hang out at the party, and we might be able to find one. We'll see.
It looks quite snazzy. I wanted to mention to your point of like SMA being around and sort of so embedded. I was visiting the National Flight Museum in Kitty Hawk.
Okay, yeah.
And
I know that museum. Yeah.
Do you know the Centennial building they built there has a solar array? And what's it powered by?
SMA, of course.
Sunny Boys. I think it's some Sunny Boy 3000s.
Probably
maybe 1500s
are,
even.
And there's several
of those
smaller
like
versions. Yeah.
I feel like there were maybe 1500s.
Yeah. I mean, when I got my start, it's pretty much all you could find on buildings. And it's cool to see the industry evolve, and there's so many great manufacturers out there.
Yeah.
But we're back, and we are coming with brand new products, and we're really excited about
Sunny
it.
Boy, the SMA team and Sunny Boy always evolving. John Prophet, thank you for taking time to join us.
Thank you, Nika.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, Lisa.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Well, Lisa Ann.
I got more swag. We haven't gone through everything. This is a multi-tool. You can break the glass of your car. There's some Swiss Army knife. We have Sea Change has these glass votive candles etched with their logo. Amazing.
You know, one thing that stuck out to me, actually, Graham brought this back. Graham's our swag hog. He goes and finds stuff. This is Aurora's shirt. They're apparently screen printing at the booth. That's just a novel idea, folks.
That's right.
Like this is a way to get engaged and not just have folks like come over and grab something and walk away, right?
Mm-hmm. They got to stand in line. They got to get the screen print. You get to chat them up.
LA, what do we have up next?
We have Stephanie Bosch, who's the Vice President of Communications at SIA.
The Vice President. That's a new role. Right. Well, it's a role that was recently vacated by our friend Dan Whitten. Does that mean that you're the head honcho now?
She's the boss lady right now. She's in charge.
All right. I'm really looking forward to meeting Miss Stephanie Bosch. Stephanie, welcome.
Hi, thank you. It's good to be here.
Good to see you. Are you drinking from a fire hydrant right now?
Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah. This is day 4 for me at RE+.
Yeah, I can imagine.
My first RE+ ever. It's wild. I love it. It's super exciting. The work that's being done here, the deals that are being done here is just, it's just awesome.
It's so inspiring too. I was walking the floor the other day and I was like, anytime I get down about what's going on out in the world and with our fight against the climate crisis, these are all the people that are fighting against that. These are the people that are making it happen.
Yeah, totally. I wanted to come over to the space and join SIA because honestly, this industry is doing so many exciting things. And if we as a world, a collective we, are going to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels, we have to work together.
Yeah, so what are we going to do with you and in your new role here?
Yeah, we're going to get organized. I feel like, the oil and gas industry is very, very organized. My background is in corporate communications, state advocacy, presidential campaigns, and Capitol Hill. So I know how to do that, and I'm really excited to take all of that background and bring it to SIA, bring it to the 1,200 plus members. I think there's going to be even more members joining us after this week. So, it really looks like, in addition to all of the rapid response that this team has been super, super good at, it's establishing a forward-looking strategy. How do you organize the field? How do you get members engaged? A lot of the folks that are here don't have a marketing and communications function.
That's right.
So it's teaching the value of how to tell your story in the field.
Yes.
And you guys know how to do that,
Yeah,
right?
we did a whole session on it here yesterday.
Yeah, we're
good.
gonna
And all those multiple stories will bubble up into a broader industry story,
Yeah.
and having everybody pushing for that same message is really where you start to get momentum.
Right. So what I hope to do is unify the message, elevate the entire industry, not just in the United States but abroad. If we're gonna be the number one exporter of solar in the world someday, we got to do that now. We got to figure out how to do that now. So in addition to answering all the tough questions, it's being proactive in the field. There's a lot of regulatory issues, siting issues, land use issues. That's not very sexy to talk about. But if we're going to win on those, we have to organize. We have to organize a regional communications function. We have to spend more money to tell our story through digital strategy, through paid ads, events, video production, things that cost a lot of money. And so I have been saying it over and over all week, but members are going to have to open up their wallets and spend a little bit more money on some of that stuff.
Yeah, we're getting outspent 10 to 1.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I won't say by the competition, but by the alternative.
That's
We're getting outspent, and we're getting outvoiced, candidly. And it's not at a national level; it's at a very hyper-local level. How are we gonna? I mean, I think SIA is in a perfect position to help get the national message down to the grassroots local level. Is there any specific initiative at SIA around that? I mean, really combating what we see in the grassroots level from the expansive energy sector that would be perhaps anti-renewables.
Yeah, absolutely. So we do have a grassroots function, but we need to build it and grow it out, right? That's going to take more money. That's going to take more staff, and that's going to take an understanding of the field of what that looks like. Because you can't, if you're going to be successful in that local field space, you have to see around corners.
Yeah.
You have to establish the foundation, the organization that allows you to stay ahead of the curve, looking years and years down the road. And so, and SIA is in a great position to actually organize, train, teach, influence, inspire additional spending, and we're going to do that. But this is the kind of thing where people really have to show up. People have to ask the tough questions. People have to acknowledge that it's going to take every single one of us to actually do that well. So,
Stephanie Bush, it's super exciting to meet you.
Thank you.
See you taking the helm in this role. You clearly have a solid plan. Look forward to, and I would ask the rest of the industry to support and get behind the work and the messaging that will be coming from SIA. If you aren't already, it is so important to join. Become a member, and I'm not just saying that because I'm here partnering with RE Plus. We are members, and we believe that it is critical. Get involved at a local level and be tapped in at a national level. It really is not that big of an ask, but we have to dig into our pockets. We have to keep the flywheel rolling. Stephanie, good luck with your new job.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
All right, 1, 2.
All right, so rocking and rolling.
Well, we are over time.
Well, we're having so much fun up here. We just don't want to stop.
We're having fun, but we're gonna need to bring, as all good things, we need to bring the daily show, the morning show, to a close. I'd like to thank our presenting sponsor, Meyer Burger, and I'd like to remind everyone that today is the day if you're going to get an exhibit hall vendor space next year. If you're going to get your exhibitor space, go reserve it now. Do not wait a week, 2 weeks. Today, all of the booths are going to disappear, so go book it now. Thank you for watching. My name is Nico Johnson.
I'm Lisa Ann Pinkerton.
And this is the PowerUp Live morning show presented by Meyer Burger here at the PowerUp Live stage, presented by KeyBank Capital Markets and produced by Suncast Media. We'll see you tomorrow. We've got a whole lineup coming up. Dr. Power from Puerto Rico is going to be speaking next. Jigger Shaw is coming up in about 25 to 30 minutes. And the lineup goes on and on. You can check it out at suncast.live. We'll see you in a few more minutes.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years' experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
I'm here because one, I want to know more about the renewable energy sector and help, show people what we have to offer and yeah, just see what's happening to the future for sustainability.
Buenas, saludos. Aquí estamos desde RE Plus, realmente bien contentos con lo que está pasando. Primero que nada, tenemos que darle gracias a que se están uniendo aquí a muchos de ustedes. Y número 2, bienvenido a RE Plus 2023, live desde el PowerUp Live Podcast. Esto que estamos viendo aquí es espectacular. Muchas personas que vienen por acá y entrevistas, así que bien positivo. Presentado por KeyBank Capital Markets en partnership con Suncast Media. Todas estas sesiones que han tenido por aquí han estado espectaculares y están disponibles desde suncast.live. Así que de verdad que estamos contentos. Bueno, esto es parte de Dr. Power PR en YouTube, martes informativo, los martes a las 6:30. Y de verdad que estamos muy contentos que estemos en este stage con dos personas bien amigos, conocedores del tema. Y vamos a estar hablando del panorama actual que tenemos nosotros en Puerto Rico con energía renovable, especialmente 2 o 3 temas. Esperemos que nos dé el tiempo, ¿verdad? Estamos ahí en términos, con 2 temas bien importantes: Virtual Power Plants, Demand Response y vehículos eléctricos. Si tenemos un poquito más de tiempo, le metemos entonces a la parte de incentivos y todo lo que tenemos, pero vamos a discutir esto. Vamos a empezar con Javier Rúas. Saludos, Javier, ¿cómo estás?
Recuperándome.
Ayer fue un poquito
de las actividades
oficiales. Bueno, no, oye, eso es importante, para eso estamos aquí, para entonces nosotros poder compartir, hacer networking, aparte de aprender, ¿verdad? Pero sí, que este compartir es importante, así que me alegra mucho. Javier, rápido, 30 segundos, 1 minuto, ¿qué tú haces, dónde estás, qué estás haciendo para que la gente sepa y entonces podamos movernos?
Pues un saludo al público, Javier Rúas Jovet. Yo manejo el tema de política pública y temas regulatorios en CESA, la Asociación de Energía Solar y Almacenamiento de Puerto Rico, que es la filial local, de hecho, de CIA. SEA es el Solar Energy Industries Association en Estados Unidos, que es uno de los partners importantes acá de RE+. Y nada, somos una sin fines de lucro financiada por membresías de compañías que hacen negocios en el sector solar y baterías en Puerto Rico, y pues nos enfocamos en el tema de comunicación, regulatorio, etcétera.
Muy bien, espectacular, gracias por eso. Bueno, antes de entrar contigo esto, vamos a presentar entonces a Eduardo Previdi por aquí, que saludes y nos digas qué estás haciendo y por qué estamos aquí.
Sí, saludos a todos, gracias por la invitación. Primero que nada, yo soy ingeniero electricista y tengo mi propia compañía de integración de energía solar y batería desde hace ya 12 años. Y al igual que Ángel, tuvimos oportunidad de presidir la Asociación de Contratistas de Energía Renovable en Puerto Rico, que agrupa mayormente, ¿verdad?, a pequeños negocios que se dedican a la industria y consultores y distribuidores de materiales también, que son parte de nuestros socios. Ha sido una labor, igual que parecido a lo que hace Javier, de mucha regulación, trabajando en proyectos legislativos, etcétera, etcétera, que hemos hecho por muchos años, ¿verdad, Ángel?
Sin ustedes no habría medición neta en Puerto Rico, vamos a ponerlo
Oye,
así.
No, yo soy un poquito
buen
más
punto,
acá, pero...
es buen punto. Bueno, sí, es un poquito más acá, pero la realidad del caso es que, y lo menciono, y voy a hablar un poquito de mí, ¿verdad? Ángel Sayas, AZ Engineering, que tenemos una oficina de diseño eléctrico, de sistemas solares, permisos y todo lo que tiene que ver con microredes, comercial, industrial, enfocado primordialmente. Pero como menciona Javier, la realidad es que en el 2007 es que sale la ley de medición neta en Puerto Rico, pero previo a eso, ACONER estuvo como non-profit que comenzó en el 2007. Y uno de los propósitos comenzó ACONER, y eso, gracias que lo trae, porque hay etapas y hay tiempos que son importantes. Fue para esto mismo. Fuimos parte de las vistas, reglamentos con prepa, peleas, luchas. Y esto, como sigue creciendo, pues obviamente sigue creciendo, llegando a otras asociaciones como CESA, como está mencionando Javier. Y la realidad del caso es que la labor que estamos haciendo, por un lado, por el otro, las organizaciones, Dr. Power, PR y otras personas que lo hacen por diferentes etapas, es para esto mismo, para que Puerto Rico, ¿qué tiene que ser? Llegar al 100% de energía renovable en el 2050, pero tenemos metas más cercanas, que son en el 2025. Y CESA fue bien instrumental, y lo traigo también aquí, igual que Javier, en esas etapas, en esa historia, con la ley 17 del 2019, que es nuestra política pública energética y que vamos a defender con el cuello, ¿verdad? Hasta lo último. Llevando eso en esa forma, ¿verdad? Y que sepan lo que tenemos aquí. Vamos a hablar que hay unos elementos importantes para lograr las metas, que la gente se motive, que trabaje con sistemas solares y baterías en su residencia, en comercio, para poder que sea más atractivo y que también podamos seguir llenando nuestros techos lo más posible de generación distribuida. Son las puertas Power Plants, Demand Response. Háblanos un poco, ¿verdad?, en tu conocimiento, qué es y dónde estamos en eso, porque sé que hay un anuncio muy interesante y que no solamente toca a las compañías, sino toca a todas las personas que tengan sistemas que puedan comunicarse.
Pues como ustedes saben y muchos del público saben, en Puerto Rico, después de María, el attachment rate de baterías a sistemas solares es casi 100%, o sea que en Puerto Rico el producto es solar y batería. Se vienen instalando miles de sistemas, creciendo el sector. Y de momento, Puerto Rico, de tener fundamentalmente 0 baterías desplegadas en nuestra sociedad, ahora hay alrededor de 100,000 baterías, tipo baterías, no quiero dar plugs aquí, pero hay una marca muy popular, baterías de litio, baterías residenciales. De momento tú tienes esta flota de baterías desplegadas que se les da mucho uso en Puerto Rico porque hay muchos apagones, pero también tienen otros usos. Estas baterías nacen de la fábrica conectable a Internet. Fundamentalmente conectadas a Internet porque hay un interés incluso de las compañías que tienen licencias y PPAs de manejarla y monitorearla, y también del cliente. Pues estas baterías, como son conectables y conectadas al Internet, se pueden manejar como flotas de baterías que manejan las compañías, el término de arte en Puerto Rico, compañías agregadoras. Esas compañías que manejan esas flotas porque tienen un control sobre esa batería, pueden operar ese mar de baterías como una sinfonía y hacer descargas cuando la red más lo necesite, cuando lo pida. Simplificando, en Puerto Rico ya hoy solar sin batería está evitando apagones por el día. Hay sobre 500 megavatios residenciales desplegados. Eso está ayudando a evitar apagones por el día, pero con las baterías ahora puedes hacer eso a todas horas, porque puedes shift esa descarga cuando lo necesites hasta por la noche. ¿Dónde estamos con eso? Pues, como bien dijiste, la narrativa general le pone el nombre de VPP, Virtual Power Plants. En Puerto Rico el nombre regulatorio específico de lo que está pasando ahora a corto plazo, en inglés el Emergency Demand Response Program.
Demand Response. Okay.
Pero es lo mismo, es una planta virtual 1.0, no requiere upgrades tecnológicos de importancia, es simplemente un programa de lo que se sabe públicamente del docket, es un programa voluntario donde en algún momento, yo creo que esto debe octubre ya en algún momento lanzar. Ya Luma, como dijiste, tienes un link ahí en el website. Un programa voluntario en donde cada cliente puede opt-in con su compañía agregadora. En el docket está Sunrun, Sonova y Tesla. Hay otras potenciales que yo creo que pudiesen entrar. Es un piloto inicialmente. Y la esperanza es que esto ayude a evitar los déficits de generación que hay en Puerto Rico cada vez más, porque esto es una planta que es grande ya y crece orgánicamente por lo menos 3.000 baterías al mes. O sea que por ahí vamos.
Pero entonces una pregunta que hago, una pregunta que tengo, ¿verdad? Estas sistemas, las personas es opcional y hay un pago en el uso que pueda utilizar Luma, en este caso, de ese recurso en un momento dado. ¿Va a ser por kilovatio hora? ¿Va a ser por capacidad que saquen de momento?
Mira,
¿Cómo se está viendo hasta ahora?
Ese detalle de exactamente cómo se va a pagar la descarga no aparece en el docket. De lo que se habla por encima puede ser por descarga por kilovatio hora, que ha sido en California así. Pero hay una flexibilidad al agregador de, por ejemplo, pagarte, digamos, a fin de mes con una tarjetita, o puede ser en el mismo bill.
Okay.
O puede ser, o sea, la forma en que se paga. Se ha hablado de $1.25 que se paga al agregador. Hay que ver, es importante ver cuál va a ser el pago al consumidor.
Porque el agregador, para entender un poquito, es
una persona, ahora entender.
Es un intermediario.
El agregador es el Sunrun o el Sonova, que maneja X cantidad de baterías y ya tiene con su cliente contratos, leases o PPAs, que tienen ya en sus cláusulas esto considerado. Ahora, ese agregador es quien recibe el mensaje, el call de Luma, que puede ser un email autorizado, no es nada sofisticado. ¿Sí? Decir, mañana a las 1 de la tarde pronostico un déficit de generación. Así que hazme un discharge de X cantidad de batería a las 12:55. O sea, exacto, a las 12:55. Así que es... entonces, eso sí, como tú dices, pues es cada evento le conlleva un pago de el utility al aggregator, y el aggregator pues le paga a sus clientes por esas descargas. Entonces, un poco la infraestructura técnica de esto, que no es muy sofisticada, es existente, quiero decir, es el Tesla App hasta ahora, que le abren unos features y entonces pues ahí tú puedes decir, mira, opt-in o también opt-out. Tú puedes opt-out de eventos si no quieres. Si quieres mantener tu residencia total, lo mantienes. Puedes poner la cantidad que estás dispuesto a hacer la descarga en el slide del Tesla App. Si quieres hacer mucho dinero o más dinero, pues pone, qué sé yo, 50%. Menos, dial it down.
Pues para cerrar, entonces moverme
yo quiero hacer una pregunta.
Ok, adelante. Adelante. Tienes un minuto.
Si me lo permite, ¿verdad? Sí. Javier, en esa parte de la gente adoptando, ¿no? Porque tú sabes que la gente a veces es un poquito... déjame lo mío aquí, no me toques la batería que tengo yo aquí. Pero me estás diciendo que los casos que son PPA, que son lease, pues eso es una decisión del agregador, si si el cliente la va a usar o no.
No, la decisión del programa, o sea, la política pública en Puerto Rico establecida por el negociado de energía, es que el programa es voluntario. O sea, los agregadores se meten, pero cada cliente tiene derecho a opt-in o no opt-in.
Incluyendo los que tienen acuerdos y contratos con esa compañía.
Los contratos permiten esto, pero el programa de Puerto Rico es un programa voluntario. O sea que una cosa es la viabilidad legal de la relación el Sunrun, Sonova, el Tesla con el cliente. Otra cosa es qué va a pasar y en las reglas, en el récord, es que es un programa voluntario y el cliente puede opt-in o opt-out. Me imagino que llegará algún momento un email o una comunicación quizás por el app de cada compañía o el app de Tesla. Do you want to opt-in? Yes or no? Yes.
Sí. No, yo pensando en que la gente tiende a ser un poquito, no me toques la batería mía y cuántas personas.
Sí, pero cuando hay dinero envuelto y a lo mejor pueden decidir.
No va a tener que educar a la gente para que la gente
No, siempre en Puerto Rico todo es un tema importante de educación. El valor subjetivo de la resiliencia de uno es altísimo.
Sí.
O sea,
lo vivimos.
Así que hay que ver, pero es un piloto.
Una última pregunta y vamos a los EV. Puede ser también por compañía. Que Tesla, que no esté directamente con Sunrun o Sonova, puede ser Sonnen, puede ser Fortress, que tienen en su sistema esa posibilidad de opt-in o no, y si lo pueden utilizar, pues entonces pudiesen participar independiente a través de la compañía si tienen ese acuerdo con...
Sí, teóricamente sí, pero el programa que está corriendo ahora mismo, el piloto de los que se ve hasta ahora, de lo que yo sé, tampoco sé todo, porque es Sunrun, Sonova y Tesla que están ahí, pero
después se van a ir llenando y
pero
van a
este piloto, la idea es seguir creciendo, que haya más competencia, y también están los BPPs por otro lado, los procurements de prepa asociados al IRP, que ya Sunrun tiene un contrato de 17 megas. Eso es para el 2024,
eso es de los y las cosas, ¿verdad?
Pero en cuanto a capacidad tecnológica para hacer esto, pues seguro, Sonnen, Fortress, cualquier compañía que tenga una batería moderna que se conecte a internet y es manejable como una unidad, como una flota.
Perfecto, muchas gracias, eso es espectacular. Vamos entonces con Edward. Quiero hablar de los vehículos eléctricos, la infraestructura, qué está pasando. Tú eres un apasionado de vehículos eléctricos bueno, tú también. Aquí estoy con dos que fueron de los pioneros con vehículos eléctricos y que estamos viviendo obviamente hoy situaciones que, aunque se está trabajando de antemano el negociado muy bueno, ¿verdad? Que están desde antes trabajando, los retos son grandes. Así que háblanos, Edward, un poquito de cómo estamos en ese update de la infraestructura.
Pues mira, casualmente esta semana estuvimos en un conversatorio que estuvo también por allí Javier, de la compañía de desarrollo comercial, del Departamento de Desarrollo Económico y la Oficina de Política Pública Energética, fue que básicamente que lo organizó, y estaban básicamente todos los jugadores de este tema tan importante de los cargadores de los carros eléctricos, porque desafortunadamente pues estamos en una etapa bien temprana y tenemos mucho camino que caminar todavía, y es importante que todas las partes pues estén caminando por el mismo lado. Allí se hablaron varios temas, entre los cuales pues, se habló de los fondos que conocemos que vienen para unos cargadores públicos que están siendo sacados del programa de la ley de
IRA.
Del IRA, del Inflation Reduction Act. Y es un programa conocido como NEVI, North American Vehicle Infrastructure. En Puerto Rico se estima que van a haber quizás 3-4 de esos proyectos con los primeros fondos que tenemos. Y pues la Autoridad de Carreteras ya sacó a subasta pública el Request for Proposal para ese proyecto, por lo tanto se está caminando ya, donde sabemos que va a haber unos operadores privados o en conjunto privado con gobierno que van a estar operando esas estaciones. Aparte de eso, se habló de las estaciones comerciales privadas, y ahí pues tenemos un reto bien grande todavía, ¿verdad? Primero porque todavía hay gente que no entienden el tema y piensan que cambiarse a un carro eléctrico va a ser una hecatombe en su vida. Nosotros somos, ¿verdad? Preachers de enseñarle a la gente que no es así necesariamente, o sea, y que hay muchísimas ventajas detrás de esto, pero todavía en Puerto Rico el mercado de carros eléctricos se ha concentrado mayormente en los carros más costosos y todavía no está bajando a las clases medias, que es donde el negociado, con su interés de que Luma sea un player importante aquí en el desarrollo de esta red, pues que esos carros lleguen a las masas, la gente entendiendo que eso es un carro como cualquier otro, que tiene muchísimas ventajas sobre un carro regular, que no le va a costar más caro cargarlo que echar gasolina. Pero eso es parte del trabajo que hablamos allí. Hay otra cosa muy importante que se habló, y es el asunto de que por directrices de negociado se ha venido trabajando un programa para que Luma sea un jugador importante aquí, y una de las cosas que se piensa implementar es una tarifa de tiempo de uso o una tarifa para cargadores de carros eléctricos.
Y eso está bien adelantado.
Eso está, según el informe que nos dieron allí, está tan adelantado como que ya Luma seleccionó a la compañía que se va a hacer cargo, porque esto es algo parecido al BPP, porque primero es piloto, pero que es parecido al BPP porque básicamente la utilidad va a tener control de poder ver lo que está pasando en tu cargador específicamente, porque ese cargador tiene que ser un cargador inteligente que se conecte a internet y pueda pasar esa data. Entonces va a haber un tercer player aquí, un jugador que tiene Luma, que es el que va a agarrar esa data de todos los datos de todas las estaciones de carga y le va a reportar a Luma. Entonces, Ángel, te va a llegar una factura al fin del mes que dice que tú consumiste 900 kWh y te costaron 28 centavos, pero que consumiste de esos 900, 200 cargando el carro, y eso te van a costar 18 centavos.
Depende de la hora.
Depende de la hora.
Depende de la hora
y que cargue.
En que cargue en su casa.
Correcto. En su casa, correcto. Y las estaciones de carga pública también.
Exacto. De hecho, ahora mismo, y la experiencia la hemos vivido, tú puedes ir a los cargadores, no voy a decir nombre, ¿verdad? Pero que hay muchos carros donde de diferentes horas te cobran una barbaridad de dinero, y cuando lo haces entre 12 de la madrugada hasta las 6, es casi la mitad. O sea, que ya hoy los cargadores o los proveedores de cargadores de vehículos eléctricos están tomando en consideración eso, pero en este caso lo están haciendo porque hay tanto vehículo, que hay tanto ataponamiento, que quieren tratar de manejar la cantidad de personas y que vayan a cargar a diferentes horas. Esto estamos hablando por la infraestructura eléctrica, que ahora mismito, oye, le falta bastante para mejorar y que pudiéramos tener todos estos cargados a la misma vez.
Es una de las cosas que la gente te dice, pues en Puerto Rico hay un montón de carros, ¿qué vamos a hacer? Se nos va a caer un poco que nos queda de infraestructura eléctrica, pero la realidad es que hay soluciones técnicas y tecnológicas, ¿verdad? Para que esa carga se distribuya durante el día y no todo el mundo llegue a las 7 de la noche y conecte el carro a esa hora, que a la misma hora que prende la estufa y los aires acondicionados, pues tenemos un problema, ¿ves? Si tú pones a cargar ese carro a las 12 de la noche, cuando ya la carga bajó sustancialmente, pues esa es la manera de manejar eso, y por eso la utilidad lo tiene que incentivar, porque te tiene que incentivar a que, mira, si lo cargas por la noche, te cuesta menos.
¿Y cómo van a saber entonces? Tiene que ser un cargador inteligente. Claro. Y no puede ser porque simplemente lo que tú utilices entre 12 a 6 de la madrugada.
Pues eso sería una tarifa de time of use para todas las cosas, no para carros eléctricos.
Correcto.
Por eso,
pero eso no lo están implementando.
Pero ¿qué va? Vamos a una casa, por ejemplo. ¿Qué va a prender a esa hora que ya está todo el mundo
los aires acondicionados.
También pues están durmiendo.
Postúlate para el negociado. Voto por ti.
Sí, vamos a hacer eso.
Pero mira, todos estos temas son temas hermanos de cómo vemos los carros eléctricos no son otra cosa que baterías en ruedas. Es la revolución del almacenamiento de energía. Estamos empezando, pero ¿dónde vamos a llegar? Yo digo que esto es un poco el killer app que fue el smartphone en internet. O sea, la batería va a haber todo un nuevo universo de transacciones económicas con la red, con tu vecino. O sea, en la medida que tú tienes un carro eléctrico con Vehicle to Home, Vehicle to Grid y un app que te permita hacer una descarga para cargar otro carro eléctrico en la calle o para regalar la luz si tú quieres. O sea, que viene una especie de uberización de la economía eléctrica en Puerto Rico con la batería.
Estamos empezando.
No sabemos los modelos de negocios que van a nacer y desaparecer, en este nuevo mundo.
No, pues espectacular, de verdad que, oye, el tiempo corre, esto ha pasado a las millas, ya estamos cerrando aquí y la realidad del caso es que ha sido tema interesante. No pudimos llegar al tercer tema y tengo que decir excuso a Gabriel Pérez, que iba a estar aquí, está por ahí en la foto atrás, de verdad que tuvo una situación de enfermedad y por eso es que no está aquí, pero Temas excelentes, de verdad que agradezco grandemente. Un último punto que quieras decir, tú también,
Bueno,
Edward. Y
si me
cierro yo acá.
permite, estos temas los estaremos tocando. Tenemos nuestra conferencia anual en CESA, de CESA en noviembre, del 6 al 8 de noviembre. Todos estos temas y otros y personalidades se darán cita para hablar del ecosistema que todos ustedes y nosotros estamos trabajando en Puerto Rico para crear y mejorar para todos los puertorriqueños.
Noviembre 6 al 8.
6 al 8.
Perfecto. ¿Algo más? No, estamos. Oye, gracias. Esto fue desde aquí, en vivo, en ARI Plus 2023. Agradecemos a KeyBank Capital Markets con partnership de Suncast Media. Todas estas sesiones, esta y todas las demás, pueden ser accesibles en suncast.live. Y esta en particular, vamos a verla el próximo martes en Dr. Power PR YouTube. Así que muchas gracias, Dios les bendiga y nos vemos el próximo año acá. Saludos.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years' experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
Around the world, climate change has touched us all in many ways. Heat waves, wildfires, floods, and hurricanes are no longer the exceptions. They are our new reality. We have the ability to change this reality, but the clock is ticking. Considering half of the carbon in our atmosphere was emitted in the last 30 years, the next decade is crucial for life in 2030, 2040, and 2050. We don't have time for incremental progress. We need bold, ambitious ideas now. At SEPA, our 1,100 members are reimagining our future by accelerating the growth of clean energy. That's why we created the 5x25 initiative, which will focus on 5 areas that will help align all energy stakeholders where we can make the greatest immediate impact together. It starts with resilience. Microgrids and vehicle-to-grid strategies offer incredible possibilities for providing resilient electricity. Transportation is another important area of focus. Bringing clean energy resources together with transportation infrastructure will be critical to realize the potential of carbon-free electric mobility. Storage will be key as we tap into the full potential of wind and solar energy. To make that a reality, we need...
We are back at the PowerUp Live podcast stage presented by KeyBank Capital Markets in participation with Suncast Media. Thanks as well to our supporting sponsors, Fluence and SMA, and the myriad of other sponsors you'll see here throughout the show who are both on the stage, on our walls, and the commercials in the back. We can't do any of this without those folks, and we also can't really do it without you all, our listeners, our attendees. I know I would be foolish to think that any of you showed up to hear me speak today, but I am grateful that we have an audience to see Mr. Jigar Shah, the director of the Loan Programs Office at the DOE. Jigar, it's always great to have you on the stage.
It's so great to see you, and I love the vintage suit.
Hey, man. Every Wednesday of the show, it's my granddad's leisure suit. It's actual vintage 70s suit.
Wow.
Yeah. I usually, you know what, true story, I wore this suit as just as a gag to dress as a leprechaun because most people never see me, right? Podcasts aren't visual for the most part. I mean, now they are.
Well, then you were hiding in Mexico for like
and then I was hiding in Mexico. But the gag was I would show up at all these Halloween parties dressed as a leprechaun to make fun of the fact that I'm 5'4", and everyone thinks I'm 6'5".
I think you're 6'5". You're 6'5" in my book.
I love it, Jigar. Well, you know, I'm going to pull a little from the liners that were written for your Master Speaker series because I think it was really well said and well placed about the conversation that we want to have today. But if you came because you were provoked by the title, that was intentional. You, according to Jigar, are no longer in the solar industry. You see, the solar industry is undergoing a massive paradigm shift. Many working in the industry are frankly unaware that the very business model assumptions they've been working with have shifted in a massive, massive way. The DOE's Jigar Shah, to my right, maintains that if you thought you were in the solar industry, well, you are wrong. And it's much more bigger than that. Is that right? Much more bigger than that? All right. I heard you say that even if the company has sun in the name, it's safe to say they've already moved beyond a solar-only offering. What are we talking about?
Well, I think, as you know, we started this whole journey with, in the modern times here with net metering, right? Mm-hmm. Where, people basically said, I'm paying 14 cents a kilowatt hour for my power. Every kilowatt hour I get from solar saves me 14 cents. Yep. Even if I produce too much, I just put it into the grid and my meter runs backwards, right? Today, that conversation is very different, right? I mean, it started with, well, we're going to move you to a time of use tariff, right? And then if you generate power during this time, you make more money. If you generate this time, it's less money. Then people started saying, well, you know what? Like we got, power, public safety shutoffs. We have other stuff. I want a battery. I want to make sure I have backup power because otherwise when I lose power, my solar doesn't work, right? So then they started really talking about resiliency. And then, folks said, well, hey, wait a second, that resiliency actually could provide value to the grid. Yeah. So you've had all these pilot programs in California, now in Puerto Rico, other places where folks are saying, we'll pay you $2 a kilowatt hour for the power out of your power wall to go into the grid. I mean, hell, in Texas, during this latest heat dome, I think they were paying $5 a kilowatt hour for that power to go into the grid, right? So now the question becomes, where is that on the spreadsheet? Yeah. Right? And how are you explaining this to customers? Yeah. And you can't call it solar because it's not really solar. Yeah, it's arbitrage. Right? What it really is figuring out how you actually treat your home system as a microgrid. Yeah. And then how you actually sell services into the system like a natural gas peaker plant. Right? Provocative. And so when you think about all the different ways you can get paid for this, we outlined 7 in the VPP liftoff report that we launched yesterday. And so you're in this place where the question is, whose job is it to explain this complicated topic to the customer and to actually implement this complicated system to the customer? I would suggest it's the old solar industry, now rebranded the VPP industry.
Yeah. One of the questions that I get when I was saying to folks that we're going to be talking about this topic is, that's great, but what does Jigger have to do with this? Like, Jigger's a spokesperson for the industry, but the loan program's office funds companies like Tesla and hydrogen, big hydrogen projects and salt cavern storage. How does this integrate into the loan program office pathway?
Yeah, good question. So when you look at the $3 billion deal we did with Hestia Sonova, right? So clearly there's a standard offering, right? Which is basically, here's the financing, you're going to pay, $65 a month. And then, we're providing a guarantee to that, right?
Yeah.
But what we just discussed is there's all these other revenue streams coming in, right? So now you got revenue streams coming in from providing, VPP services to the grid. You've got revenue streams coming in from customers saying, I really want backup power.
Right.
I want to be able to integrate my F-150 Lightning into my house and get vehicle to home. And so now the question becomes, when you go to the bank and you say, it's not just this one line item of payments every month, there's all these other line items, the bank is just going to ignore it. They're going to say, well, I don't believe in this stuff. I don't even know this stuff.
Right.
And so the question becomes, where do you go when you're in the opening innings of the game here to get respect for all the other services you're providing? It's a loan programs office.
Yeah.
Right? So we're now fielding about $12 billion of additional loans that have applications that have come in above the $3 billion conditional commitment we provided with Hestia. And we've got another roughly $30 billion worth of loans that are being actively prepared by people who've come to us, shown us early drafts, et cetera. And they run the gamut, right? So they're not just solar plus storage microgrids, but they're also folks who are running EV fleets. And they're running the EV chargers as a virtual power plant, right? And so you can come at this from lots of different ways, but there's no way to roll this out unless you actually can raise debt, right? And right now, we're the first place to do these quote-unquote weird business models and weird technologies. And then, after we get done with doing it, you can imagine a bunch of commercial banks being jealous, looking over our shoulder, going, hey, we'll do the next one.
Yeah, and nothing new for you, having had a lot of experience leading the path, leading the charge for commercial banks who were tepid. They didn't want to put their toe in the water. So it sounds like it effectively creates this sort of credit easing process by backstopping the loan and ensuring the banks that the DOE, through the loan program office, is going to step in and support any deficit in the loan, or is it an actual capital allocation to Hestia and Sonova? How does that?
It's definitely an actual capital allocation. In Hestia's case, they actually were able to get capital from other sources, so we're providing a guarantee.
Right.
But for a lot of our other applications, we're going to provide the loan directly in, right?
Yeah.
But I do want to maybe make one more point here, which is that, so there's the respect part on the industry and the business models and the technology that, frankly, is being shown everywhere in this trade floor. But the other piece of it is getting the electric utilities excited about partnering with the solar industry again, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So there's been this 10-year sort of Cold War with the electric utility industries over net metering, and part of what we're saying is the utilities, after 20 years of flat load, they're actually experiencing load growth again.
Right.
And when you think about how long it takes to build a utility-scale solar farm with, being in the transmission queue for 4 years and then finally getting integrated, they're saying if we want to add 300 gigawatts of, new generation capacity right away, the fastest way to do that is rooftop solar.
Yeah.
Right? And so now the question becomes, how do you partner? What Lon Huber said yesterday on stage with me is that they're only going to be enthusiastic about solar if there's dispatchability with that solar.
Yeah.
Right? They're not going to do it if it's just solar 1.0. They want to see the solar microgrids get installed and for them to be able to meet the need that they have, which is 6 in the morning in the wintertime. Right? And so my sense is that we need to open up more markets for the solar industry, right? Sorry, the VPP industry. So now, like when you're opening up more markets, North Carolina is a big one, right? It's been doing utility scale solar for a very long time, but frankly, rooftop solar has really languished there, right? So now the question becomes, couldn't we actually bury the hatchet with utilities and open up these really big new markets so that we can actually get on track to, 20% of rooftops with solar on them?
Let's get down to brass tacks in terms of what it requires in the field. So it's one thing to say, hey, you are no longer in the solar industry. It's quite another for a Southern Energy Management to integrate the concept that they're having to help homeowners understand how they are becoming an integral part of the stability of our future grid, and that they can trust Duke with those assets in certain specific situations. Like, what does the installer in North Carolina or North Dakota have to start thinking about integrating into their business model, their education programs, et cetera, to really embrace this concept that you're no longer a solar company?
Yeah, so, we started this process almost 2.5 years ago. And when we started the process, I think people thought we were crazy. But we started with the big service companies, right? Whether it's the, Sunruns, SunPowers, the Sunnovas, et cetera. And, when you look at those companies, they have already announced publicly to their shareholders that they're VPP companies.
Yeah.
Right? This is not something that I'm making up.
Sunnova chief
right?
among them,
They actually went to their quarterly conference call and told everybody that they're doing that. Now, Sunrun has decided to do that by partnering with Lunar Energy. SunPower has a partnership with GM Energy to help service the GM Silverado deployment. You've got, Sunnova with their partnerships, Good Leap, others are all doing that stuff. So the first thing was to figure out hey, is this something that you think is actually good for your business that's going to actually, resonate with your investors, your shareholders, all that stuff, right? It turns out that it does. I think, it makes the market for these companies bigger, right? So now they don't want to limit themselves just to solar. They want to dominate batteries. They want to dominate EV charging. They want to dominate smart panels, right? They want to be the vehicle. They want to be the channel by which all of these technologies enter the home, right? And they're all exhibiting here at RE Plus, as you know, right? So now the question becomes, you have an extraordinary business. You're an installer, right? And you have two things. You have one, you have a body of work that speaks for itself, right? So you've got thousands of happy customers that, frankly, you're probably doing maintenance on those systems, right? They call you up when something goes wrong, et cetera.
I hope you are.
And that gives you an opportunity to cross-sell them more services, right? So you're saying, hey, by the way, are you thinking about an electric vehicle? If you are, actually, the inverter that we have in there doesn't support these smart technologies, but your inverter is 9 years old now. We need to probably upgrade it anyway. When you upgrade it, you should upgrade it to this inverter, and that actually allows you to control your EV charger, control all these other pieces, and do all these things together, right? And so these are the last mile conversations that are being had, and they're being led by those installers. The only way for them to do that is to come to RE Plus and actually go to one of these technical sessions and get trained on how to do that, right? And so this is not simple stuff, right? But if you get that training, now you can actually cross-sell your existing customers. But also these new customers are coming in who just bought, or have a deposit on a Chevy Silverado, right? And they're coming in and saying, hey, I got a deposit coming in. I heard about this vehicle to home thing. I'd like to figure out how much it's going to cost to get that thing set up. And they call you up. You're like, wait, what are you talking about? Why are you calling me? Right. No, you're saying, that's great. Actually, we got training on this, at the last RE Plus show. We'd love to figure this out with you. We'd also like to put solar on your roof because that's the cheapest way to charge your car. We'd like to do this other stuff. And so my sense is that the thousands of installers and service providers that we have in this industry is the best channel to actually get a lot of these other products into the marketplace. And, they got to get ready, right? It's not a short process. It takes a little time.
Yeah, I concur. There is, there's something to be said for, as much as PG&E could be vilified, one of the things that they did really well in the time that we were starting to build the solar industry again back in the aughts and early teens was this Pacific Energy Center. It's a great example of how a utility, in steps by force, can educate the marketplace on how to be progressive in technology. It'd be great to see Duke and other utilities start to adopt this Pacific Energy Center model because they took on the education in California specifically thousands of installers were trained by the SoCal Edison, and what was it in San Diego? There was a similar initiative, I think, across all the IOUs in California. Would love to see that. Is that the kind of thing that that Lon pointed to, that the utilities are ready to provide? Because that does seem like an olive branch from the utilities to the service industry.
So I think we're in the early days of having that conversation. So, we clearly have a training infrastructure today.
Yeah.
And my sense is that the electric utility companies may not have actually had this point of view 2 years ago, but I think they've made a huge shift, right? I think now that they're having to interconnect megawatts of new load every week with EV chargers, things, they're going like, well, crap, I actually need a solution this week.
Yeah.
Not like 3 years from now, not 5 years from now, I need a solution this week. And so, maybe I should be nicer to this industry who actually can provide the solution this week, right? And so they've actually made a pivot. And so I think we need to make a pivot on this side, too, from the industry and say, look, this is not the fights we were having 2, 3, 5 years ago, but like they actually are asking us for our help, right? And now this is an opportunity for the installers to say to the utilities, look, if you really want us to bury the hatchet and you want us to work together as a team, here's some of the things that we'd like from you. And the training could be part of it.
Yeah.
Some of the customer education could be part of it. And so, I don't know that I'm going to be here to prescribe for you exactly how this is going to roll out. But I think we started this conversation with the VPP Liftoff report that we published yesterday, right? And so that, I think, has 60 pages of extraordinary content in it to level set everybody in the entire industry, from regulators to utilities to installers, et cetera. So everyone's talking off the same set of facts, right? And now the next step, and we're featuring that conversation at our Deploy 23 conference in a couple weeks. And so now they're going to come back to us and say, all right, well, thanks for the report, but here are the 43 more things we need you to do at DOE. And we're happy to learn about all those things, some of which we're going to say, stop telling us to do the stuff you're supposed to be doing. And then some of the stuff we're going to say, that's a good idea, right? And we have 25 programs that DOE already does that, some of those ideas might fit within that, some of which we may not be able to do in the State Public Service Commission or the utility has to do. And so that is the next conversation, right, is to figure out how do we do this in a way that is logical and brings everybody along, but also creates standards and, make sure that everybody's doing it the same way.
I was tracking, you guys, you released the Virtual Power Plant Commercial Liftoff document, which I would encourage everyone to go download. It talks through the 7 points of...
Download it twice.
Download it, at least 3 times, please, so the marketing team gets credit. But you had an incredible, I can't find a better phrase for this, but tweet storm, even though it's X, like there's not an X storm, I don't think yet. So if you're not following Jigger on formerly Twitter, then you should be. But you had this incredible thread, and I'm going to read something from it that was a question that I had in the back of my mind. It's like you were reading my mind. We've had demand response, and I'll add DERs. We've had interoperability of different products with the grid and friendliness with utilities on those services for decades. This is not new technology. And it does feel a little bit like the service providers are feeling like they're getting caught unaware, and they're on their heels, and we want to try to help them move forward. But my question really is, what's different now than 10, 15 years ago when we were starting to build our solar careers and businesses?
Yeah, so I think, as you suggest, DOE has been funding pilots in the space for 30 years, right? Not just through the solar office, but also the building technologies office, right, to make smart buildings, and also the vehicle technologies office for V2X, and all these other things, right? And so now the question really becomes like, how do we unlock these 7 value streams, right? Because in the programs from 10 to 15 years ago, the vast majority of these programs were focused only on emergency situations, right? So if the grid hit like, a real point where they needed to pull out all the stops, then they would say, hey, we're going to pay you to provide these services. If there was a public safety shutoff, if there was one of these other things, then they would say, great, we're going to count on you to help us get through this trying time. What we're saying now, though, is that these services are so robust, and we're putting in cybersecurity and all these other pieces into all this, that you can dispatch them every day.
Right.
You don't need to dispatch that natural gas peaker plant that's in the middle of a residential neighborhood, but instead you can actually dispatch people's batteries and pay them what you were going to pay the natural gas peaker plant. Because those peaker plants are only running less than 9% of the year, their average cost per megawatt hour is over $300 a megawatt hour. right? Because you pay them a capacity payment to keep them operational, and then you pay them a small kilowatt-hour payment when they operate, right? But overall, they don't run so few hours, you pay them a lot of money.
Right.
I was like, why don't you pay this household that money to provide that service?
Yeah.
They have all this equipment in there, and like if they're not using it that day, and you don't actually have to drain their battery to do it. You can drain their battery like 10% to do it, as long as a lot of people.
Aggregate. Yeah.
Exactly, as long as a lot of people participate.
Yeah.
And so the question really becomes like, in a time when energy burdens are going up for consumers, right? This is a place where you can easily take money that you're putting into, assets that frankly are, polluting the environment, are costly, right? And have justice issues. And you can shift that money to homeowners who actually want to participate in helping their neighbor, right? And so you should pay them to help their neighbor to provide these same services, and they'll be able to help their neighbor even more as vehicles, come online, electric vehicles, right? Because, when you think about a Tesla Powerwall or some of the other batteries, these are like 10, 12, 15 kilowatt hours, right? I mean, your F-150 Lightning is 125 kilowatt hours.
Yeah.
That's a large battery. You can run that house for a week.
I'm glad you mentioned, you dropped in there a token word, and it's a key word that has not found its way into the dialogue before, let's call it 18 months ago, and that's justice. As we sought, 15,
I wouldn't
20,
use the word token. That seems like the wrong word to use for justice, my friend.
That's fair. That's fair. I was trying to think of the right word, but the word justice wasn't something that we were integrating into our sales process or our loan establishment process 15, 20 years ago when we were trying to just get homeowners to adopt solar.
That's right.
And it was their common refrain was, solar is for the rich, storage is for the rich. So one of the key milestones that I see in the LPO backing of the Hestia deal with Sunnova is improving their ability to allow more homeowners to participate in what effectively is transactive energy. It is the ability to be engaged in this process at a neighborhood level, not without the disparate nature that it has been before. Can you talk a bit, as a final note, about the intention behind the financing to these kinds of deals and what we want to see at the neighborhood level?
Yeah, let's not be introducing transactive energy. That feels scary. This is all VPPs, my friend. I think when you think about where this industry has gone, right? So it started obviously with people who had cash in their checking account and was just paying cash for solar projects. We are now at a point where I think when you look at the data coming out of the national laboratories, where they process every quarter the average incomes from the folks in this solar industry that are going solar, that number is down to like $60,000, $70,000 household incomes, right? So it's far more affordable and far more broad-reaching today than it was 5-10 years ago. But I think that part of what we say in the VPP Liftoff report is that we now have to be intentional. Yeah. Right? There are certain neighborhoods that the solar industry, frankly, has not been advertising in. That's right. So now the VPP industry's got to make up for that mess. I think when you think about the services that many of these communities need, they need resiliency, they need reliability, they need all these services that we're talking about, and we frankly have the ability to provide them these services. These communities pay, right? It's, as Barbara Einrich, who passed away last year, right, the author of Nickel and Dime, said that it's expensive to be poor. Yeah. Right. So for a lot of these folks, they actually pay a much higher cost for basic services than other people do. Right. And they just do it in their own way. Right. So we now have to be intentional about bringing these services. I'll give you some examples. So, we buy, as Americans, $10 billion of appliances a month. Yeah. Right? So water heaters, refrigerators, HVAC systems, right? And, those appliances generally are a no-brainer, right? When something breaks, they always break. You generally don't proactively get a new one. Ken Moore. So basically, it's always an emergency, and for LMI customers, where that's roughly 40% of the market, they're putting it on a credit card if they've got capacity there, or they're doing something else, and they're often paying 30% interest for that. Right? That's ridiculous. No one's giving them free appliances.
No.
So they're paying for that, right? So now the question becomes like, can we figure out ways to give them much lower cost financing, right? And so what Lon Huber talked about yesterday was he has a new financing program that's on the meter, right? That can do it that way, and that reduces the interest rates into the single digits. PG&E and some of the California utilities have done this for some time as well. You've got utility on-bill financing programs in New York. You've got a lot of these places where they've had, frankly, this latent ability to do this, but haven't actually leaned into doing it. So now we got to lean into doing it. Some of these like programs have been in place for 5 years and no one actually used them. We got to figure out how to make sure that we use them. And then once you're there, and you're helping them with the water heater that just broke or the HVAC system that broke, whatever else, you can start to educate people on solar plus storage and electric vehicles and all these other things. Remember, the other thing that the Inflation Reduction Act has is a tax credit for used electric vehicles, right? So there's a $4,000 tax credit there, and there's an increasingly growing number of used electric vehicles available too. So you can now get into electric vehicles more affordably. Everyone I have been taking Lyft around here. Now a lot of my Lyft drivers are running electric vehicles because they're saying actually the cost per mile is a lot cheaper, and so we're making more money that way. So I just think that we all have to be intentional about making sure that these solutions are being offered to these other communities because they actually have money to spend on these things, and they are spending money on these services, but they're often spending it suboptimally. They're spending it on the most expensive way to get these services because we're not going in and saying, actually, I went to the RE Plus show this year, and here's some of the things I learned about, and here's some of the great innovations that we can give to you. And these populations like cool stuff as much as everybody else does. Like the notion that they need like 30-year-old technology is ridiculous. They have smartphones. They want to be able to control their thermostat from their smartphone. They want all these things. So I just think we got to be intentional about it. And I think with that intentionality, we're going to double the size of our market.
If you would like to learn more about the virtual power plant commercial liftoff, I would encourage you to go to liftoff.energy.gov/VPP. That's liftoff.energy.gov/VPP. Please go download it, as we said, 3, 4, or 5 times. Send it to your friends. Tell everybody, you are no longer in the solar industry. Really think about this. The job that we have inherited is to expand the service offering in not only our industry, but to reach out and create the kinds of partnerships that we see with Ford and Chevy, that we see with Duke and the utilities, that we see with Swell and electrical installers. The industry is changing. We have been, so far, leaning in. We are the ones who have challenged homeowners to think differently about how they integrate their services in their home. Who else should be standing in the gap to provide these additional gadgets, these additional services? And what we have, it sounds, from this conversation, is a commitment from stalwarts like Duke to bring services to the table to help educate the industry and to integrate plans in their pricing offering that encourage and enable homeowners to take action.
Well, I think the one thing I'd say is that's different today is that these utilities are experiencing pain, right? So we're not selling vitamin pills, we're selling pain medication, right? And the utilities are far more interested in jumping on that. So in general, I think the dynamic has shifted. They really need these services. The last thing I'd say is that, when we've got about $41 billion worth of interest already that for applications received and or applications we know are being actively prepared. But I think that, when we're all said and done, we're probably going to commit $100 billion out of the Loan Programs Office for this sector. So I think we're going to do our part to make sure that $100 billion is invested well on behalf of taxpayers, which means good standards, working with the regulators, working with our friends at the Electric Power Research Institute to make sure all these technologies are meeting all the relevant standards and stuff like that. So I think there's a lot of work to do, but frankly, there's no better industry to do it with.
You heard it here. Who's going to tweet that? We're not selling vitamins, we're selling pain medicine. You're not in the solar industry, you're in the virtual power plant industry. Jigar Shah, the director of the Loan Programs Office, thank you for taking time to join us today.
My pleasure.
And thank you all for joining us here at the PowerUp Live podcast stage, presented by KeyBank Capital Markets. We'll be back in just a few moments with our next session. Please stick around.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years' experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
And progress to scale for the energy we use to truly be carbon-free.
So are we?
Welcome back to the PowerUp Live podcast stage presented by KeyBank Capital Markets in partnership with Suncast Media. The PowerUp Live podcast stage is also supported by Fluence, SMA, and a myriad of other supporting sponsors that you can see here on the wall, and you'll be hearing them speaking throughout the week. My name is Nico Johnson. I'm the host of the Suncast podcast, and today we're going to have a conversation about how the industry is evolving in myriad ways. I am joined by two illustrious colleagues from SMA America. Nan Pimentel is the Vice President of Home Solutions for SMA America, and Joanna Marienhagen is the Vice President of Home Segment, SMA Solar Technology. How did I do, Joanna?
Wonderful. You pronounced my name correctly.
Yes. I've had the pleasure of having Nan on the show last year, and I think it was your first podcast, right?
It was.
Yeah. And today is Joanna's first podcast, so let's give Joanna a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you all for joining us here live. It really is so amazing when we get a live audience. Not something that we get the pleasure to have. I mean, podcasting can often be a very lonely sport because we're speaking into the void, and it's a wonderful thing when you get a chance to finally interact with folks on the show floor. I know that's the same for you all because it's so many Zoom calls, so many emails, and you get on the show at the show hall and you get to see folks in person. How's the last 24, 36 hours been for you, Nan?
It's been mayhem. I mean, Vegas adds craziness to a show because they design casinos to purposely get you lost.
Oh, yes.
Right? And so this show floor, multiple floors, multiple meeting spaces, it takes about 30 minutes to find where you're going. And so, but it's been great. It's been a large crowd, a lot of energy.
Yeah.
We had our I Love the Sun campaign yesterday, and it was just well attended and a lot of fun.
Yeah. You know, one of the things that we have talked about a lot from not only the Suncast podcast stage, but generally in the industry is the need for, underneath the surface of our industry's massive expansion, our industry's rapid adoption of new technology is the certainty that we have to provide not only services but careers to a more diverse audience. Jigger just talked about how Sonova is putting together programs backed by the DOE Loan Programs Office to move us into more diverse communities, offer to lower middle income communities. But the not so hidden secret in the industry is that women working in a male dominated renewable energy sector undoubtedly face the share of obstacles to get careers. So we're going to talk a bit about the unique ways that you all have both developed your career, and we want to talk about how others who not only could aspire to elevate their career to an executive level in the industry, but could look to companies like SMA and better see kind of how things can develop in a career where we really do want an industry that offers leadership opportunities, not just participation, not just traditional roles for different gender roles or different sort of stereotypes.
Yeah.
Nan, I'd love if you could give us a little bit of a taste of your own personal journey. Can you talk about being a senior leader in the solar industry and the growth path that took you to being responsible for the home segment for SMA here in the Americas?
Yeah, I can absolutely do so. And I think to start, I'd like to go back to the start of my career in solar.
Yeah.
I came from a background of corporate finance operations for big telecom. I worked for Ericsson and British Telecom. And when I got recruited into Solar Frontier, it was interesting because they didn't have an office. It was literally a recruiter that was scouting me out. And he was telling me that there's a stealth company trying to come in to start a U.S. office.
Yeah.
And they wanted me to go to launch operations with my finance and operational goal. It was terrifying.
Yeah.
Because at the time I was in my late 20s. And I had never worked in solar. I didn't know industry. I knew telecom.
Yeah.
So at that moment in time, it was very pivotal because I was terrified, but I wanted it.
Yeah.
And I jumped for it.
Yeah.
And with that, it led me to really put myself out there, outside of my comfort zone. I didn't box myself because it was startup. Employee number 3, you had to just do it.
Yeah.
And there wasn't anyone here to tell me what to do.
Right.
So it was a lot of reaching out to my network, people that I trusted. Hey, I have this issue. What am I doing? And so my approach in my career has always been, don't box yourself in any way.
Yeah.
Don't limit yourself. Women typically will go through a job description and will go, gee, I'm missing a few, so therefore I don't qualify.
Yeah.
Right? And I would challenge people to not do that because it's about your grit, your tenacity, your ability to learn, and just your confidence in yourself.
Is there a moment that you can look back to and think, wow, that was really a pivotal or a catalytic moment where I was at a crossroads and I made a decision that changed the trajectory of my career?
Yeah, absolutely. It's funny because it ties into my husband, who I met at Solar Frontier. He was head of sales. I was operations. And we would have these meetings, right? And I was just starting in solar. I had a lot of things to say, a lot of thoughts, but I would sit in these meetings and just take notes. And he literally pulled me over one day and he said, you cannot continue to do that. You have a lot of knowledge. You have a lot of great things to say. We need to hear your voice.
Yeah.
And at that moment in time, it was very direct, but it also very encouraging that someone saw that in me. And so since that moment, I've been doing exactly that. I'm voicing my thoughts. I'm sharing different ways to think about it. And I believe it's added a lot of value in my career.
Yeah, I would say so. And it certainly has gotten you to the place where you are now by being willing to step out to voice your opinion. But I would also say you looking at, and perhaps it was fortuitous, but stepping into an opportunity where there was an openness in the room.
Yeah.
Right? And I feel that in a lot of executive situations, and especially even in startups, there is this sort of, I'm going to use a Latino term, but like machismo of like, this person makes these decisions, this person makes these decisions, like stay in your lane.
Totally.
How do you navigate that in a startup in particular? Because our industry is still rife with startups.
Yeah, and this is where I say I refuse to put myself in a box. Right? People, wherever you are, whether you're in the US, Latin America, Europe, you can choose to be in the box that people put you in.
Right.
But if you purposely say, I'm more than that, and you just keep charging, no one's going to stop you because they're not going to know what to do with it.
That's right. Yeah, you got to bring that energy. I like that.
Yeah.
Joanna, you have you've had a career focused almost entirely in engineering and quality assurance, but not always in the solar industry, renewables. I'd love to hear a bit about your career journey, how you navigated a path that ultimately brought you into renewable energy, because that's not where you started.
That is absolutely correct. But I actually didn't know that Nan and I have so much in common, that we share so many experiences. So it is really interesting to me.
That's the Suncast effect.
That's the Suncast effect, probably. Thank you. So indeed, my background is in engineering, and I used to work in quality assurance, always customer-facing jobs, focusing on improving customer quality and improving basically how we coordinate with customers. But my desire really was more to go in towards portfolio management, strategic marketing, really more on the other, in a different direction. So when I switched jobs, actually, I did something very similar. The first job which was offered to me naturally was in quality assurance, right? Because this is what I've been doing. And it would have been really easy to accept that one.
Right.
And at that time, I knew this is not really what I wanted.
Right.
So I basically negotiated for what I really wanted, and that helped. So to me, it's also very important, in addition to what Nan said, not just to be boxed in, but also to know what is it I'm really striving for, and politely, of course, and everything else, but to pursue it and to know, to take this positive with you and say, this is what I want to be doing. This is basically helping us, encouraging us.
I want to pull back a layer on that, because what I hear is this element of personal development and really being convinced about or convicted around what it is that you want to have a career that, what your career ought to look like in your mind, not what someone is telling you is your career path. You were at Tetra Pak, really focused on a completely separate, even like vertical. The idea that you would transition into energy itself is a change. I've said many, many times from the podcast, you should change either your industry or your core skill, never the same, never both at the same time, right? Yet you did it because you had this conviction of how you wanted your career to evolve. Where did that come from? Was that mentor-led? How did you develop that concept or that construction of what you wanted to become?
That is an excellent question. I'm not sure that I actually did it consciously. I just knew I wanted to do this, and I didn't strategize over it too much.
Okay.
You know, it was a try. Sometimes it's about trying, trial and error.
Yeah.
And this is also in addition to what Nan said. You know, accept ambiguity. Sometimes people think, you know, this is exactly the protocol I have to follow, and I do first this and second this, and first I change my industry, and then I change my, you know, our perspective, specialty. And I just did not follow that routine, and it worked out.
Yeah. And what I capture from that is really the courage to be bold and clear about what you want. Even in the interview process, because I'm not sure if everybody heard this, like in the interview process, they said, you're hired. We want to offer you this job in quality control. And Joanna said, actually, no, that's not the role I want. Not in so many words, right? I'm sure. That change in perspective is really important, and to look at your career from all angles to say, is this serving what I truly want? I'm really curious around the skill sets from both of you guys, both of you ladies, I will not use the gender norm terms. I'm curious to understand the underlying skill sets, and we'll just play sort of a ham and egg here in terms of answering the question among the two of you. What were the fundamental, even transferable skills that you felt you had to develop in order to move from individual contributor to manager to executive? Do you have those clear in your mind? Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So for me, it was confidence in myself.
Okay.
It was communication.
Yeah.
Communicating is everything, and really taking the time to develop a way to communicate that resonates with your audience.
Yeah.
So your vocal box is your most important tool, and oftentimes when people are in a big room such as this, they get really nervous. And I am a complete introvert. I raised in a very traditional Asian household.
Never know it.
Right, where you're taught to be a very demure person.
Yeah.
Women should be demure. They should be kind. They should kind of not be loud and strong. And so that was my initial upbringing. And then I had this awakening in me probably around the high school years when my hormones were in like full charge, right? And I was like, I'm not going to be that person.
Right.
So for me, it was really about learning how to communicate in a way that didn't make me feel small, and then just going for it and making sure that I'm addressing my audience, whether it's, you know, an executive team of men, whether it's other women. And then also, it's something that I'm passionate about, and I encourage other women around me to do. So I always say, build your own brand.
Right. Yes.
Right? Like, who are you as a person?
That's right.
It doesn't have it, and be genuine about it.
Yeah.
And really focus on who you want to be, and just go for it.
Yeah. I love that you, speaking of, are more on brand for Suncast than I am today with your black and yellow. It's wonderful. I concur. I tell everyone specifically. So I just want to tag onto this. It's super important. People think that personal brand building is for the CEO, or personal brand building is for, you know, guys like Nico or gals that have left their job that are trying to stand out in the consulting world. Wrong. Personal brand is something that each individual needs to create and curate for themselves. And what we all know to be true, especially in the commercial side, is that customers don't buy brands, they buy people. You work with people you know, like, and trust. If you can build your own personal brand, not only is it portable, which gives you staying power, and that's something that you've been able to cultivate, right? It's this, you can create this leverage in your career by having a brand that becomes valuable to the company you work for. Right. Because that brand itself provides not only value to the company, but it ascribes value to you as an individual. I remember very specifically when I started Suncast, it was very much intentional that I was kind of tired of telling people I'm Nico at Trina or I'm Nico at Conergy. Right. I wanted to be known for Nico who has an opinion about things that and how the industry is growing and how to develop a career in the industry. And I think that's a really key point, is that each individual has to take ownership for what you bring to the industry and how you personally are contributing to the energy transition. Joanna, you've had a chance to develop an illustrious career. You've been at SMA for a decade. You have so much leadership in terms of bringing new products to market. what were some of the skills that were both core to what you now look back and reflect helped you get where you are, but also things that you realized you had to add in order to get to the executive level?
So this is an excellent question. What are some of the things? Basically, I think what's very important is to, especially in the solar industry, to be flexible, because we know that our industry is not as predictable as some others are. So it's very great, as you just say, have a trajectory, but how do I deviate from that, and how do I still can be successful in certain ways, one way or the other? So flexibility, and the second one is curiosity. It's very good to know technical solutions or any kind of aspects, but remain curious about what's happening out there. And really, there's so much going on right now with artificial intelligence, with some other new developments. This will propel us forward, and it's important to keep this open-mindedness. And this is actually very important. I mean, I have an engineering background, so some of that really comes naturally.
Yeah.
But it also is very important for industry and also for advancing in it.
Yeah.
So I would say these are the most important ones.
Nan, you lead the residential segment. You've worked across the gamut, utility down to home solutions. What have you experienced working with the home solution specifically that has shaped how you think about doing business?
Well, I always say I found my way home, right? So I started my career in large scale, and large scale is amazing, but it's very numbers driven. It's about your LCOE. It's about making numbers work and who your investors are. It's not very personal.
Yeah.
And then you move down to C&I, and it's similar to large scale, a little bit like home, but not really. Home is just its own animal because there's a uniqueness to every single person's home, but at the same time, there are similarities where you're developing a product that resonates with your own personal life.
Yeah.
So you put yourself in the position of the customer as if I were to develop product, and would it be something that I would personally adopt?
Yeah.
And so it's really focusing on how to make people more comfortable, more safe, more secure, and it's just at such a personal level that it is so rewarding.
Yeah.
And I love the home team. I mean, there's a bunch of them right out there, and it's just, we are passionate about what we do because we will influence lives.
Yeah. Yeah, and the home is where family is, and SMA truly is one of the companies that I recognize it truly is a family. I mean, you guys roll deep when you show up for events, when you show up for speaking engagements. It's always impressive how SMA is so unified. I mean, I have to imagine that it's part of the corporate culture. Joanna, you're in headquarters over in Europe. Could you speak a bit to your experience? Is anything ring true for you about what Nan shared, and how does that compare with your roles leading product development in Europe?
No, so some of the things, I've never been on the utility side, so that I cannot relate to, but the home story really also resonates in Germany and Europe, because this is really something touching all of us. And by the way, I don't know if you noticed, we have a new logo, which is I Love the Sun, or a new slogan, and it also is something which resonates with a lot of people. The sun is so powerful, and the sun is so great, providing to us energy, positive energy, and bringing us forward. Maybe a few of the things which are slightly different working at headquarters is you also have a lot of other functions to coordinate with, which is great.
Yeah.
And some of them are slightly different because not everybody is as customer-facing as our sales colleagues and marketing colleagues. So there's a little bit of translation going on and providing, some other insights and coordinating and translating.
Yeah.
That is also a very important job. Coming back to what Nan was saying, communication, right? How do I want to communicate with others? What do I want them to take away with it?
Yeah.
And bringing that back.
On a final note, as we bring this conversation to a close, I wish I had an hour with you both. I feel like there's so much more. I may have to have you back on the podcast off stage to really dig into this topic. But I really want to understand, how do you believe having more women in leadership roles is essential to, or will help our industry really move forward in the way that we want it to? And by how do you believe it, I mean, if I were to set you in a room with what we would call traditional industry executives, aka white men and above 40, who have historically place the metaphorical glass ceiling,
Yeah.
what advice would you give them about the importance and the perspective of elevating people, diverse folks, into leadership roles in their company, and how our industry will benefit as a result?
That's a good question. What I believe is that, oh gosh, there's just so much to say. You want to take this while I formulate?
Absolutely. My simple answer and very quick answer would be diversity supports creativity. And as an industry, we really need creative solutions. It's about empowerment, which is also very important, but it's also about creative problem solving.
Yeah.
And this one aspect of that. And the other aspect of that, to me, is that this is when choosing a career. What is important is to understand one will spend the majority of the life with the colleagues.
Yeah.
And more, actually, both of us probably spend more time with colleagues than with our family members, right? So it's very important to be able to resonate, to find a good team, to build a good team, to be part of a good team. And this is why we need diversity, because we don't want everybody to be in the same way. We want people to be able to resonate, to be part of the team, see each other. This is very important.
Yeah, and I've always said the most effective, efficient person is a mom.
That's so true.
Because there are timelines, deadlines. You have a fixed amount of time to do something, right?
Yeah.
And you're just productive. You don't let people distract you and you go, or you're multitasking. You're used to multitasking.
Savage with time.
And you're savage with time. So from being a woman in a room full of men, you offer a different approach, right? We think about the whole picture because that's just what we do.
I love that.
We plan out how we're going to execute on a regular basis subconsciously. We don't even realize we're doing it.
Yeah.
And so scientifically, I've seen reports where men like to focus on single things at a time, whereas women multitask. And so I think that's really what we bring to the boardroom.
I love that. And as a husband of a fierce woman with 3 children, I can identify. I can tell you that if Brittany on my team is watching right now at Suncast.live, she's throwing her hands up in the air because she has a sense of urgency and ambition that I've never had on my team before. And it is 100% because when she has time, she wants the resources to be available so that she can thrive and succeed on behalf of the company. Yeah, and she shared before how she came out of telecom actually, and how excited she is to be in the industry and to be in the room, to be talking with folks like SMA. And she said, hanging out on Zoom calls with cool companies like SMA has improved her life. So I just wanted to thank you guys for that, and thank you for the leadership that you are providing not only to the industry, but to the many folks in the industry who are looking for companies that look more like the kinds of companies they want to work for, and that don't represent, something that feels traditional. And I think it could easily be said that SMA, being one of the oldest companies in the industry, the oldest inverter provider, could feel old and legacy. And somehow you guys have made it feel cool again.
We have, and I see so many women here, which is inspiring. What I'll say to the audience is, if you're looking for a company that values women, come to SMA. We have a mission statement within our company. We have a ton of jobs out there. Just apply. Don't go through the job rec and say, gee, I don't fit that mold.
Right.
Just apply.
Yeah, I love it.
And don't limit yourself.
Nan Pimentel is Vice President of Home Solutions for SMA America. Joanna Marienhagen is Vice President of Home Segment, SMA Solar Technology. I love saying your last name.
It's so cool, isn't it?
It's my favorite last name of the whole show.
Wonderful.
Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you for taking time to join us here. It truly is a pleasure to have each and every one of you here live at the PowerUp Live podcast stage, presented by KeyBank Capital Markets, supported by SMA. We'll be back in a few moments with Fluence on everything storage. Stay tuned.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years' experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
Around the world, climate change has touched us all in many ways. Heat waves, wildfires, floods, and hurricanes are no longer the exceptions. They are our new reality. We have the ability to change this reality, but the clock is ticking. Considering half of the carbon in our atmosphere was emitted in the last 30 years, the next decade is crucial for life in 2030, 2040, and 2050. We don't have time for incremental progress. We need bold, ambitious ideas now. At SEPA, our 1,100 members are reimagining our future by accelerating the growth of clean energy. That's why we created the 5x25 initiative, which will focus on 5 areas that will help align all energy stakeholders where we can make the greatest immediate impact together. It starts with resilience. Microgrids and vehicle-to-grid strategies offer incredible possibilities for providing resilient electricity. Transportation is another important area of focus. Bringing clean energy resources together with transportation infrastructure will be critical to realize the potential of carbon-free electric mobility. Storage will be key as we tap into the full potential of wind and solar energy. To make that a reality, we need advancements in battery technology and long-duration storage to deliver clean, reliable energy when, where, and how it's needed. Emerging technologies will need to be studied, identified, piloted, funded, and progressed to scale for the energy we use to truly be carbon-free. But none of this can happen without supportive federal and state regulation and legislation. Governments must work closely with stakeholders across the energy ecosystem, and business models and regulatory frameworks must evolve to embrace innovation. The 5x25 initiative is ambitious, but the urgency of our climate crisis demands nothing less. We invite you to join us in our race against time. We're ready to secure our clean energy future. Are you? Visit sepapower.org to learn more.
Ready? Welcome back once again to the PowerUp Live podcast stage presented by KeyBank Capital Markets in partnership with Suncast Media. My name is Nico Johnson, your host for our next session, The Future of Energy Storage, a conversation with Fluence, and I am joined on stage by the Senior Vice President and President of the Americas, John Zarancik. John, good to see you.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Absolutely, man. It's my pleasure. If you're watching live at suncast.live, if you're watching out in the audience on the Jumbotron, thanks for joining, and thanks to all of this wonderful audience. Fluence always rolls deep. You guys brought a crowd. Thank you. Love it. I know I can count on Fluence when you guys show up to help. We've got a little bit of feedback, don't we? I wonder if it's in the headset. Make sure you turn down one. What is it? All right, good. I think that's what it was. Today we're going to talk about storage, and that's what one would expect that we're going to talk about if we have a conversation with Fluence. Fluence is changing the way we think about storage, changing the way we think about distribution of energy broadly. And I think that one of the things that impresses me about Fluence is the heritage of the work that you guys started at AES. And John, you've been in energy storage since longer than Fluence it was around as a brand. Can you give us a sense of the perspective and scale from your earliest projects to today as a company?
It's great to hear about and to think about. I often reflect on that. I was telling our team as I walked around the floor, when we would come to some of these events in the early days, we'd say we were doing something with batteries and energy storage. People would say, I don't really know what you're talking about, what's going on. Today, just walking across a casino floor, all you hear is people talking about batteries and energy storage. So those early days, we were doing projects that were 1 megawatt in scale and 250 kilowatt hours. And we were buying batteries at a cost of about $3,000 a kilowatt hour. So just for contrast, something like 95% reduction in the cost of batteries.
$3,000 a kilowatt hour.
$3,000 a kilowatt hour.
Let's switch you over to this headset. I don't know what's going on with that headset, but we're gonna do a game time change here. Swap out to. Got something funky going on with it with line 2 here. All right, caller, can you get on line 1, please?
Is that better? Okay.
There we go.
I was saying, we go back into 2007, 2008 with those first systems. First 1 megawatt system we deployed in Indianapolis, a whopping 250 kilowatt hours of total energy stored to do frequency regulation. Mm-hmm. And we've scaled up since then. So at every stage of the industry, we've been pushing the forefront, going from 1 megawatt to 10 megawatts, 10 megawatts to 100 megawatts. We're now doing systems that are on the scale of 200-300 megawatts, 4, 5, and 6 hours in duration. So massive growth in what people are using. And really, storage has become a substitute for a power plant today. When we started it, it was a relatively small ancillary device, and today we're really building these instead of building new gas-fired peakers.
Absolutely true. Jigger was just on the stage, and he was talking about how we are shifting as an industry from building these peaker plants to building energy systems. And we have sort of legacy centralized and now distributed energy storage, power generation at the home. Fluence, last year we talked with Kiran Swami, I always get his last name wrong, about your virtual distribution of energy storage. What are the innovations that you have been either a part of but also surprised at the velocity that have come online with regards to storage?
I think the scale has been something we anticipated, because when you take a technology that you can largely manufacture in a factory and then you start to scale it up, we saw that when solar started to make that big turn, right? We went from relatively small projects to all of a sudden these mega projects. I think we're seeing the same thing happen in storage. And that's one of the convictions that we've had. People have tried gravity systems and compressed air and all kinds of ways to store power, but one of the things we really liked about batteries is the ability to scale it up rapidly, have relatively dense systems, things that you can put in. We've manufactured our Gen 6 system now. It's mostly made in a factory, and we can get to site and put it in place very, very quickly. You don't have emissions on site. You don't have something unsightly, so permitting goes more smoothly. So I think the industry has really all moved to where people have accepted this now as if we're building something new, we're incorporating storage into it. Even just a few years ago, it was still a little bit of a unicorn, a rare beast. And now I think it's become much more commonplace. We're still at the early days. There's lots to come, but it's fun to see that it's in the common conversation.
It absolutely is, especially if you're in markets like New York and ERCOT down in Texas.
That's right.
One of the things that I remember from my early days developing down in Latin America was watching the AES and then eventually the Fluence team starting to integrate storage for grid resiliency, first in Puerto Rico and Dominican Republic and throughout Latin America, where, let's face it, peaker plants aren't running on natural gas, they're running on bunker fuel,
diesel,
right? So storage began to offer grid resiliency in these disparate remote communities long before we brought it online in major economic areas.
That's true.
Right?
Yeah, and in those places, what we went in and said, hey, in a lot of those places, it wasn't so much about green or clean.
Right.
It really was about reliability of the grid.
Yeah.
We needed something that really could deal with the fluctuations that we see, and smaller grids have more fluctuations.
Yeah.
So we dealt with that first, and then we did cost reduction. So those places, it was much cheaper to put storage in than have to have these plants burning all the time to deal with whatever events might come in terms of conflict. And then third, we got clean, right? So that's the nice thing, is we're starting to turn those diesel plants off. You don't need them running. Even then, we've moved up the chain and we're starting to turn some of the gas-fired plants off because of this. And then, finally, we started to say, hey, there's a deep integration here between renewables and storage. And so you see a lot of co-located facilities that are allowing more solar, more wind to get on the grid because this is providing that resilience and backup that the grid needs.
And helping avoid curtailment.
That's right, yeah,
Which is just super important in a lot of markets, not just here in the United States. As I mentioned before, when I was kind of watching you all develop what ultimately became Fluence, first in these remote grid operations, and then more broadly, the thing that impressed me was that it was, for the most part, we'll call local content, sort of domestic. It was cottage at the time, but domestic manufacturing of a sort. Everybody's talking about the tailwind that is the IRA. We talked at length here yesterday with the KeyBank Capital Markets folks about kind of what developers are looking at from an energy storage perspective. But the juicy stuff here around energy storage is, we see press release after press release after press release of solar module manufacturers and Nextracker. I don't know about any other racking. Like Nextracker seems to open a new factory every week, but we've got a lot of participants in the industry who are talking about domestic content. I don't see that so often in the energy storage sector, with the exception of Fluence. Could you talk a bit? I mean, there are homegrown. I don't mean, of course, there are folks that are also manufacturing domestically, but we don't see the noise about it. We don't see the promotion of it, and I feel like it's an area where folks aren't. They don't understand the undercurrent of what's actually happening. So could you bring us up to speed about the nature of domestic content?
Yeah, I think we saw a few years ago when we ran into COVID, all of the disruptions in the supply chain, right? And I think that made people aware of how fragile that was at times. The difficulty of getting things from Asia into the United States, in particular, shipping became incredibly expensive. In some cases, even at an incredible expense, the ship didn't exist, wouldn't show up, had problems, and so we noticed that frailty, and we were seeing the growth of these markets and saying, we're not going to be able to sustain a large-scale healthy market unless we distribute some of this. And so Fluence made the step then to start to do regional manufacturing and regional production. We opened a facility in Salt Lake City more than a year ago where we're doing production and integration of batteries into our enclosures, and then we distribute throughout. We made the decision to start building a module of our own, and so that will be a U.S.-produced module. And then along came the IRA and all these incentives to do things domestically to build up the U.S. Manufacturing and supply chain. And we've entered into a partnership that we announced a few weeks ago with ASC and Vision. So we'll be taking all of the capacity of their Nashville plant into energy storage, stationary energy storage. Those batteries will start shipping, domestically made, U.S.-made battery cells at the end of 2024. And we'll be shipping completed systems at the beginning of 2025. We're already making offers to our key partners to begin doing those systems. So we'll start to see U.S. domestically qualified battery systems at scale in 2025.
And for those who are unfamiliar with the general timeline, you mentioned some of the supply constraints. If I were to try and buy batteries, get them from reputable Southeast Asian providers today, what's the typical timeline for delivery of being able to receive that kind of product?
I mean, just to to buy and then manufacture, you've got probably 4 months, and then you've got shipping transit of a couple months. So we're taking all of that transit time out, we're reducing the manufacturing time, and then more importantly, we're getting away from those risks of, you know, whether it's the Ukraine war, whether it's something next that comes, geopolitical tensions with different parts of the world. Those are all risks that as people move to large-scale projects, tax equity funded projects that need to be done on a certain timeline, we're trying to take all of those risks out for the developers to say, we're sure that we can get this there, we can get it there on a date certain, and you have the benefit of the bonus ITC tax credit adder because it's domestically produced. So we see this as a bit of a game changer. The United States is the largest market for energy storage, and it's a very large market for EVs, second largest market for EVs. And so having a domestic supply chain that's deep makes sense here. This is the beginning of that. And you know, we've tried to be at the forefront, as you mentioned, going back many, many years. We're trying to be at the forefront of the next transition, which is really diversification of the supply chain.
Yeah. So a lot of people on the forefront have arrows in their back.
Yes, I have a lot of scars.
I'm going to be the voice of the skeptic developer out there. Why do I care that Fluence is a first mover when all of Southeast Asia is going to be trying to figure out how to be a fast follower to you? What's the advantage of a developer working with the first mover?
I think it's a couple things. One, we're not just a first mover. I think we might be the only first mover who still has a continuous organization over 16 years. So we're a first mover who didn't die from the arrows in the back.
There you go.
You know, so I don't know if we're just tough, you know, tough guys. We patched it up. So we have the voice of experience. You know, we've done a lot of things first over and over and over again, and we know what it takes to do something first. It's not pretty, it's not clean the first couple things, but we stay in it and work it out. Our teams have been through all of that. The domestic content, I think, really is about risk management. You know, we saw what people have gone through on the solar panel side over the last few years with you bought something and you can't get it into the country because of various restrictions on forced labor, or you start to have major tariff changes. Those are real risks that boards and other companies are dealing with. And you know, a year delay on a project, a 2-year delay on a project, that might be the whole return of that project in terms of having cash sitting for that long. So we've never failed to deliver on a project. Sometimes it takes us a little longer than we thought, but we work with customer through that. So I think having this domestic content gives us one more step down in that risk matrix and one more option. We're not going to exclusively buy in the U.S. We have a supply chain that's global, and Fluence operates in a lot of countries. So we still have the diversity of sourcing things from overseas. We have a partnership with a European manufacturer, Northvolt. So our goal has been take advantage of what's built and at scale already in Asia, start to diversify into European production, start to diversify into U.S. production, and use that supply chain to drive the benefits to the customer as quickly as we can. And everything Fluence does is about scale. We believe this industry and energy storage is going to be much, much bigger. Everything we've done from the beginning has been aimed at, let's make it bigger. We did the partnership with Siemens.
Which is why you didn't start trying to manufacture from the beginning. It was integration at the beginning.
Exactly. Take advantage of the established supply chain, the cost efficiencies, and then be a big buyer so that we can deliver that cost efficiency to our customers.
Absolutely. Well, talking about being a big buyer, you sell to big buyers, and I've got a lot of procurement folks that listen to Suncast, so I want you to talk to them. Put yourself in the shoes of, my buddy Lenny John over at Strata, gigawatt pipeline, buying a lot of batteries. How do they filter the wheat from the chaff? Can you give us some insights? What parameters matter in this competitive landscape as a buyer?
Sure. I mean, what we're seeing more and more frequently in my conversations with customers is certainty of supply is a key element, right? So they've been through this period where bought from somebody, maybe they couldn't fulfill, they had to go back and buy from somebody else. A lot of developers have experienced that. Bought from somebody, very material delay, and we're dealing with something. Bought for somebody, we get into the field and a local AHJ has a lot of permitting questions about safety and other topics, and you have a material delay. Bought from somebody, got through permitting, get to final testing, the utility has a few requirements that they may not have totally mentioned that you need to do to get the system online. Material delay. And what we're seeing is tax equity is a key lifeblood to this industry. They run on timelines. The difference between December 31st and January 1st for tax equity supplier is a year delay. So they're starting to allocate tax equity to the people that they think have the confidence that they're going to get the project done, certainly. And what we're trying to bring on every frontier is we will get you there certainly. And we have the supply chain, we have the technical know-how, we have the systems integration capability, we have software, we have permitting expertise. we will get you to completion. And, and that's what I think buyers are looking for as they move from buying one project at a time to having gigawatt scale portfolios.
Yeah.
How do we go with somebody that we know can continue to do things with us over and over again?
Yeah. I think one of the things as well that I've seen you guys focus on that I don't know if you, I don't think we talked about bringing it up specifically, but I know you've been doing a lot of burn tests and just really focused on safety. What's public about what you can talk about?
Sure.
The crazy tests you're running.
You know, we've been pretty public about it. You know, we put our first system online in 2008.
Yeah.
And we went from 2008 to 2019 before we had a major event. I would say that's for two reasons. One, we were very focused on safety and really focused on the fact that something could happen and trying to limit that. But two, the systems were a lot smaller, and cumulatively we just didn't have as much deployed as one system today might be as big as things that we did for almost 10 years, right? And so it's getting bigger. Even if you have a very small risk of something happening, as these get larger and in more and more places, the likelihood that you're going to have an event increases. And so what I would say is we learned in 2019, going through an event with Arizona Public Service, a lot. We went through a fire, and not only did we have a fire event, but we had people injured in that. And that was something that we thought we had taken every precaution to deal with people getting injured. And what we found is things happen in an event that you don't totally anticipate. Lots of human beings are running around doing their own thing, and it caused us to really rethink our whole design philosophy.
Right.
And what we did when we moved to the Gen 6 is we materially changed the form factor. People can't enter it. We added additional safety features with deflagration venting. We changed our philosophy from suppress a fire to make it burn. You know, we want to consume any kind of combustible gases that come out of that unit. And we were very open in working with Arizona Public Service on evaluating that event, coming through, taking all the lessons and incorporating them. And now we've gone even farther to say, not only are we going to try to be safe when it happens and take things down, but we're proactively burning things.
Yeah.
And so 9540A, I think, was a good step for the industry. It's helped us. It's not sufficient. And so we've gone to what we call the Fluence Beyond test. I sort of affectionately call it the Hellfire test. You know, just
that's what I mean.
Burn the hell out of this thing, and let's see what happens.
Yeah.
You know, how does it propagate or not propagate? One of our goals has been, when you have an event, reduce the probability of the event, first of all, right? So we've done that. Then make sure that nobody's near it, and we've set a very consistent story of, hey, if something happens, do not try to save it.
Right.
Let this piece of equipment fail. Let's get through the event quickly and keep human beings away. There's no reason for somebody to get hurt. This is like a transformer fire. You know, we have that commonly in the industry. We'll let it fail. We'll replace it. And then keep it small. That's the next thing, right? So we don't want it to propagate side to side. So we've done a lot of testing to show, hey, this isn't going to go from one unit to another. And then replace it fast.
Yeah.
So some of these fire events, people are out of service for a year, 2 years or something.
Wow.
Replace it fast so that system can get back in and do the job.
It's really a year or more.
Yeah. Because people do investigation, and then they do replacement, and then they have to order equipment.
Talk about risk mitigation.
We're trying to get into that modular way of thinking. And I think the insurance companies are starting to pay attention. The off-takers are paying attention to say, hey, the goal here is human safety, but that safety also converts into sort of reliability.
Yeah.
I
have two questions. One's a quick one at the end. But we talked a bit that last year with Kieran talked about storage as transmission. I'm starting to hear a lot about this kind of an application of technology for storage.
Sure.
Let's talk about your outlook for storage as transmission. What does that mean, first of all? And then if I'm a developer, how do I think about that?
Yeah. Well, we see these places all over the queue. I mean, everybody's dealing with limited interconnection space. We're dealing with, in many cases, it's the reliability of the transmission grid where they're holding capacity back for an event to fail. What we can do with storage in a lot of cases is provide that backup using the storage and free up actual capacity on those lines or eliminate a congestion point. So it may be that at the busiest part of the year, this line is overloaded, this transformer is overloaded. It's very difficult to upgrade that full line. Expensive, costly. It may just not even be able to be done in the community. By putting storage in, we can extend the life of that line, eliminate that congestion, and do essentially like a virtual transmission line. So we've won a number of large projects in Europe. Those are starting to go forward. These are 100, 200 plus megawatt systems that supplement the transmission grid. We've started talking to people in the United States and South America about the same thing. And I think that's the next frontier for storage. Is we've seen storage as generation.
Yeah.
Now we're going to see storage as the network also.
And in this case, you're selling to to Duke and PJM and CPS, right? You're not selling to a developer.
Well, in some cases, developers are proposing those projects.
Okay.
And so in the United States, we have this system where somebody can propose an alternate transmission system. And if it's more cost effective, they can win that project and do it.
And you're winning these deals.
That's what's beginning to happen.
That
so
is amazing.
some of this is people getting the vision for it and then doing the technical evaluation. But we're doing it in Germany, so they know a little something about technology.
They're a little further ahead.
They're a little conservative in terms of how they evaluate it, and they're moving ahead with very large-scale programs.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
One final question. What keeps you up at night?
Your interview? No, beyond your interview?
Beyond prepping for the interview.
I would say, it's always sort of the safety element, just because you don't want anybody to ever get hurt from what's going on in there.
Yeah.
But so I think that's it. I mean, we have a lot of good people working on that, but that's always, as it gets bigger and bigger, how do we continue to manage how we think about that? How do we interact with customers to do, the next phase of making it safe, reliable?
Well, I continue to be impressed by things like the Hellfire test and feedback that I get from developer friends who have integrated sort of the Fluence mindset. I mean, to your credit and how you've built the company, your marketing team does a tremendous job of casting the vision for where Fluence sees the technology taking the industry rather than the industry taking the technology.
Yeah.
And I think that's part and parcel for the kind of innovation we've seen from AAS and Fluence to date.
Great.
John Zaranczyk is the president of Americas for Fluence. It's always a pleasure to have you on the show, my friend. Hope you do it again soon.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's great to see you. Thank you.
Thank you all for joining us here live at the PowerUp Live podcast stage. It's a pleasure to see you all here and live at Suncast.live. We'll be coming right back with the winners of the American-made Solar Prize announced yesterday at the Innovation stage in about 4 minutes. Please stick around.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years' experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
Around the world, climate change has touched us all in many ways. Heat waves, wildfires, floods, and hurricanes are no longer the exceptions. They are our new reality. We have the ability to change this reality, but the clock is ticking. Considering half of the carbon in our atmosphere was emitted in the last 30 years, the next decade is crucial for life in 2030, 2040, and 2050. We don't have time for incremental progress. We need bold, ambitious ideas now. At SEPA, our 1,100 members are reimagining our future by accelerating the growth of clean energy. That's why we created the 5x25 initiative, which will focus on 5 areas that will help align all energy stakeholders where we can make the greatest immediate impact together. It starts with resilience. Microgrids and vehicle-to-grid strategies offer incredible possibilities for providing resilient electricity. Transportation is another important area of focus. Bringing clean energy resources together with transportation infrastructure will be critical to realize the potential of carbon-free electric mobility. Storage will be key as we tap into the full potential of wind and solar energy. To make that a reality, we need advancements in battery technology and long-duration storage to deliver clean, reliable energy when, where, and how it's needed. Emerging technologies will need to be studied, identified, piloted, funded, and progress to scale for the energy we use to truly be carbon-free. But none of this can happen without supportive federal and state regulation and legislation. Governments must work closely with stakeholders across the energy ecosystem, and business models and regulatory frameworks must evolve to embrace innovation. The 5x25 initiative is ambitious, but the urgency of our climate crisis demands nothing less. We invite you to join us in our race against time. We're ready to secure our clean energy future. Are you? Visit sepapower.org to learn more.
I'm here because one, I want to know more about the renewable energy sector and help, show people what we have to offer and yeah, just see what's happening to the future for sustainability.
Estoy súper feliz de participar en este evento tan profesional y creo que es una gran oportunidad para conocer a gente del sector y ampliar mi red profesional y sobre todo para encontrar nuevos partnerships para CV North America.
I'm here to network. I work for a developer.
We are live once again at the PowerUp Live podcast stage presented by KeyBank Capital Markets in partnership with Suncast Media. My name is Nico Johnson. I'm your host, and we've arrived at one of my favorite sessions every year because it represents that spark of entrepreneurship that we all seek when we're walking on the trade show floor. And many of us as entrepreneurs hope to see the new companies that are coming to life and how our government is helping to support them through something called the American-Made Solar Prize. The American-Made Solar Prize is now in its 6th round of dispensing millions of dollars to innovators in the United States who are seeking to bring technology to the forefront in our energy transition. I am joined by one group of our winners that were announced yesterday, as well as Garrett Nielsen, the Deputy Director of the DOE Solar Energy Technologies Office, better known as CETO. Welcome, Garrett. Good to see you.
Great to see you too, Nico. Thrilled to be here.
Garrett, is your headphone a little low? The audio, can you hear yourself?
It's a little low.
It's a little low. Hey, Herman, can you bring up the audio in these headsets? In four? Yeah, the headphone. Yeah, that's good. Perfect. That's much better. Much better. All right, Garrett. I would love it if, for those who are unfamiliar with the Solar Prize, if you could just give us a download. What is this? How many teams are involved? How long does it take? And how much money is at stake?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So we're on the 6th round of the Solar Prize at this point. As you mentioned, we start with dozens of teams that are whittled down to 20, and then down to 10, and then down to our 2 grand prize winners that we're going to talk today. And this takes place over the course of about 16 months.
Yeah.
There is prizes available at each stage, going from 50,000 all the way up to 500,000 at the end.
Wow.
And what's also great is we put vouchers in place that would allow people to work with national labs or other groups that can actually move their programs, or their projects forward, I should say.
Yeah.
We also have a great group called the American Made Network that is supporting all of the teams through any sort of thing that they need to bring a business to fruition.
Right.
And I think this really drives home that innovation takes a village to be successful. It's not about one person in a room. It takes a lot of people to do it. And so at this point, it's multiple millions of dollars that we're spending over the course of this year.
Yeah.
And at this point in time, we've spent well over $20 million on prize winners over the course of our rounds.
Remarkable. And remind everyone the stages that these entrepreneurs go through to earn the right to participate in the final, what happened yesterday, basically, the final announcement.
Sure. So we've 3 stages: ready, set, and go. The ready stage, you're just really putting together a small video answering a couple questions about what your product is and why it's innovative. At that point, we down select 20 groups. They get $50K each. Then we move on to the set stage. And at the set stage, people are answering the same questions more, going to a little more depth, doing a little bit more on the video side, and providing even more content to our judges. And at that point, they win an even bigger check, and then also vouchers to be used with a national lab or another group to support their work going forward. And then finally, we have the go stage. And the end of the go stage is what we had that happened yesterday. And so at that point, you're doing live pitch events. We're bringing people here, setting them up in booths, making them a little bit nervous, and then they deliver on ultimately what their product is in front of a group of very esteemed judges. And so at that point, these folks have won $500,000 in cash.
Wow.
We also have a Jedi Prize focused on equity, diversity, and inclusion, which one of our teams also won this year. So they took home $650,000 in cash. I'm told they still have most of it from last night, which is great. And they'll have a voucher as well to continue to work with our labs and support their products.
Yeah, and I found the vouchers are as valuable, if not more valuable, than the cash. I'm good friends with Bill Nussey, one of the first winners of the Solar Prize, and his son, one of the follow-on winners. Right. And I know from their experience that being able to access this network of our national renewable energy labs really it's a treasure. So much of our innovation, the solar industry itself has the National Renewable Energy Lab to thank, and our DOE to thank for the technology that has come from our government's investment in research over the last 50, 70, 100 years to bring technology to the forefront. Well, without any further ado, would you introduce us to the winner of not only the grand prize, but the Jedi Prize?
Yeah, I'm thrilled to introduce the company Regional and Brandon and Zora.
All right, Brandon and Zora, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. It's great to be here.
Indeed. So I would love it if, would you just take a moment, both of you, to introduce yourselves, and whoever would like, what was the original video about that you submitted in the ready phase?
Yeah, so my name is Brandon Simons. I'm an applications engineer at Rejewel. I'll let Zora speak. She is losing her voice a little bit. She powered through the pitch yesterday, which was wonderful. But on to you, Zora.
Hi, I'm Zora, the co-founder and CFO. We started the company back in 2017.
Yeah. And when you guys, feel free to pawn this off to Brandon if it's helpful. But when you created the company, and then, or when you got the opportunity to submit to the Solar Prize, what did you focus the video around? What did you want the panel that was judging to really take away that Rejewel is trying to accomplish?
Yeah, it's a little bit different because we are a battery diagnostics company, and this is a solar competition. So we wanted them to understand that it's not about just the battery diagnostics, but how do you actually expand the possibilities of solar when the sun really isn't shining, and also the possibilities that we can also deploy this, especially in disadvantaged communities, and really expand the access of clean energy.
Yeah, my understanding is that you have a technology that improves the decommissioning process for electric vehicle batteries. And then what happens to those batteries, Brandon?
Yeah, well, right now, it's really unknown what happens to all these batteries. They're ending up in these large warehouses, but nobody knows what the grade is. I mean, Zora always talks about, it's like a box of chocolates. You really don't know what you're going to get from it. So when we're really looking at the decommissioning process, I mean, we want to be that middle person that can tell you what the value is, because there's so much potential. It's not just straight to recycling. We want to enable this battery circular economy to come through.
Yeah. What does this funding mean for a company like Rejewel? Maybe also discuss how many team members you have and where you see the company growing from here.
So right now we have a team of 15 full-time Rejeweligans.
Rejeweligans, oh, that's so good.
That's my innovation.
I love it.
And so it definitely would allow us to expand the team. We have 2 pilot sites where we're about to deploy the solar and use batteries. This is actually our first time really breaking ground on a project. So the funds would definitely be a helpful cushion to any unknown wildcard expenses that might come up. If we don't use all of that there, then we can use it for future deployments as well. Really wanting to focus on disadvantaged communities where there is a lack of funding. So if we can be that first check-in and then hopefully monetize it after the fact.
Garrett, I have a question, 2 questions for you. The first is around how the Solar Prize thinks about new startups, because one of the early prize winners had no business plan. It was just, I remember one of the first 2 winners had no real business or product. They had a business plan at the ready stage, right? And they were getting ready to actually start putting things into practice by the time they got to the go stage and won the prize. How do you all think about like a company like Rejewel versus some of the other, like the spectrum of folks that apply to the project?
I mean, first and foremost, as any industry, we want good ideas and we want great people executing on those ideas. And so we try to think through the spectrum of them and really just the quality idea, how clear a plan is for someone to be able to execute on it, and what is the impact that it's actually going to have on the solar space and ultimately solar deployment, which battery storage absolutely has a major part of our future involved. And so we're really focused on those elements as we assess any new idea, and we're going to take people who start very early with a piece of paper or people who have something that's slightly more mature, and we just want to lower the barrier to entry to getting federal funding and accelerate them towards the market.
Sora, last question. Is there anything now as the winner, you've gone through the gauntlet, you're standing up on the podium and you're watching others standing on the starting line for round 7. Is there any advice for them that you might impart?
Yeah, definitely. I would say, especially at the ready phase, really focusing on that video, because a picture cannot tell 1,000 words. So there's a written portion, but the video you can capture so much more. So making sure that that's crisp and clear. I have to thank our senior project manager, Tobias, who encouraged us to apply and helped us write a script. And then also there was a production team that helped us put the video together that really made a big difference.
Amazing. I want to just take a moment and congratulate you all once again at Rejewel. While we bring up the next team, I have a question for Garrett, but thank you so much for joining us. I'd like to invite the next team from Latimer Controls to come up to the stage. And I'd like for you to tell us a little bit more about the Jedi Prize, which Regional took the first ever of the Jedi and the grand prize. So while Regional leaves the stage and Latimer comes up, can you tell us what that part of the prize is about?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing that we want to make sure is that solar, is getting proliferated as far as possible, but everybody can benefit for it. It does us no good if solar benefits are only confined to a certain small portion of our population. So we're looking for any ideas, whether it's software, hardware, or whatever, that will allow more people to access in an equitable manner, an affordable manner, and a beneficial manner for their households, their businesses, or whatever it might be. And so this is a major thrust for us and something that we see continuing well into the future.
Fantastic. So we're going to bring up a handheld mic, it sounds like, for your headset. No, you're fine. What you need to do is just take your microphone and bring it up. It's just out of the way, so you're not speaking into the microphone. There you go. Perfect. That's great. We're going to give you a handset, okay? And then, Herman, just remember to mute his mic online, too. Yeah. All right, fantastic. Let's do a mic check just to make sure that's working. May I see it? Yeah. All right, cool. He's going to... Herman, let us know when you've got line 2 up. Another mic check.
Mic check, 1, 2.
All right, good. Got it. You guys can hear him, yeah? Perfect. Fantastic. Garrett, would you introduce us to Latimer Controls, the other winner of the Solar Prize?
Yeah, absolutely. Latimer Controls is really looking at how we can control solar energy systems, provide more value to the grid. But I'll let the boys from Boulder explain it themselves.
Fantastic. Guys, take a moment, introduce yourselves, what you do for Latimer, and what Latimer does for the world.
Yeah, my name is Simon Julian. I'm the CEO at Latimer Controls. Actually, Latimer came from some of my graduate research I was doing at the National Renewable Energy Lab as an intern and at the University of Colorado Boulder, where I met my teammates. And I'll let them introduce themselves. But Latimer Controls is a software-only solution that allows utility scale, so really large solar plants, we like to say mimic fossil fuels on the power grid. And so they can ramp up, ramp down, and be controlled as coal, natural gas are already designed to be done on the grid today.
Fantastic.
My name is Zachary Jacobs. I'm a co-founder here at Latimer Controls as well, working with Simon and Tristan. And I typically do a lot of the techno-economic analysis and business development.
All right.
Yeah, and I'm Tristan Liu, technical co-founder, engineer. All three of us definitely have our hands on a lot of different projects at the company. So despite all being coming from engineering backgrounds, we're all technical founders, but we're also deep in the weeds when it comes to marketing. And customer outreach. So it's been a great opportunity for us to branch out and develop some new skills.
Amazing. And I'm going to have a similar question for you, Simon. And while we do, if you'll pull your microphone just a little bit closer, that'd be fantastic.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Cool.
Simon, what was the focus of the Ready video for Latimer Controls?
So at the stage that we submitted the Ready video, we were fresh out of kind of the lab environment, so we had a very technical mindset, and our videos really have improved round by round. The quality of the first Ready video was very technical, could have used some business spin up, I think, a little bit. But what we were trying to communicate was that there's a clear threshold of how much solar these grids can tolerate. So there's a lot of companies, a lot of innovation that's really important being done on getting solar to be more efficient or more affordable or onboarded. But there's still this technical barrier that exists on how much a stable power grid can tolerate a large amount of solar. So that real distinction in where our product comes in and why it's important to the overall movement of sustainability on the power grid itself was what we were trying to communicate.
Fantastic. Could you give us a sense of the scale of the team and like how far along you were at the time of applying and are now? And what does this funding really mean for Latimer Controls moving forward?
Yeah, this funding is going to be massive for us. We are a small team. There's just us three working full time. We do have some
very efficient team.
Yes, which, as Tristan mentioned, has been great for us to all develop our skill sets on the business side as well, being technical co-founders. We do work with some contracted engineers, and we are looking to use this money to expand our team and hire. And we are also really excited to announce that we have secured our first pilot project with Kauai Island Utility in Hawaii. We will be controlling 24 megawatts of solar on the island, and that is going to be the focus over the next 3 to 6 months. And what we will be devoting much of this money towards is ensuring the success and execution of that pilot.
That is remarkable. Actually, I know you probably got a comment to add on, but as you were explaining the product, the thing in my mind was like the first place I would take this is Hawaii. So that's magic, right? It's so great that this technology is getting adopted. And how old is the company?
The company itself is a little older than 2 years. Okay. As part of my research, I've been working on this problem for about 5 years.
Wow.
But
so you started when you were 12.
Yep, exactly. Right.
Okay. That's fantastic. Congratulations. I mean, that's wonderful to be able to take a project that you put your heart and soul. I mean, anybody in research in school in particular like has such a passion for and an unbridled passion, right? Like if we're in the work world, we kind of need it to work. As a student, you don't need it to work. You kind of just hope for this thing, and then if it fails, you just keep moving and rolling forward. Right. You were going to add something to what we were saying earlier.
Yeah, on the topic of funding, I just wanted to add as well that the voucher has been huge for us, and going into the future, maintaining that portal into the world of research with the DOE and SETO is going to be also massive. Being able to stay very close with those that are influencing policy, I think, is going to be a massive step for us to be able to implement something like what we're proposing on a massive scale and make it work the right way.
All right, same question as the last guys, and then we got to jump off the stage for the industry pulse. To start, what advice would you have for those that are standing on the start line in the ready stage for round 7?
Absolutely. The American-made network is invaluable to us, especially for a company like us approaching these utilities. It's very hard to get in the front door, and once you are in the front door, you're probably talking to the wrong person. And so getting through the American-made network, even leveraging it before you apply to the ready phase, a lot of people are very welcoming and know exactly who to talk to, who to introduce you to, and help you strategize a little bit, and that was invaluable to us. We're still leveraging it even well after this prize.
Nice. Well done, gentlemen. Congratulations once again for winning the Solar Prize.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Garrett Nilsson, Deputy Director of the DOE Solar Energy Technologies Office, for joining us and for bringing this technology to the forefront with millions of dollars in cash.
That's all on them, so it's all their credit.
Happy to have you guys join us each and every year. It's such an exciting program that we're happy to back. Thank you all for joining us here live for another session at the PowerUp Live podcast stage. Give these guys a round of applause. We are going to take a 3-ish minute pause, and our industry pulse with Nate Giovanelli is going to start in just a moment, bringing the Burns Mac guys up and a lot more conversation about what's trending in the industry. Please stay tuned. We'll be right back.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years' experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
Around the world, climate change has touched us all in many ways. Heat waves, wildfires, floods, and hurricanes are no longer the exceptions. They are our new reality. We have the ability to change this reality, but the clock is ticking. Considering half of the carbon in our atmosphere was emitted in the last 30 years, the next decade is crucial for life in 2030, 2040, and 2050. We don't have time for incremental progress. We need bold, ambitious ideas now. At SEPA, our 1,100 members are reimagining our future by accelerating the growth of clean energy. That's why we created the 5x25 initiative, which will focus on 5 areas that will help align all energy stakeholders where we can make the greatest immediate impact together. It starts with resilience. Microgrids and vehicle-to-grid strategies offer incredible possibilities for providing resilient electricity. Transportation is another important area of focus.
Welcome to RE Plus 2023. We are live at the PowerUp Live podcast stage, presented by KeyBank Capital Markets in partnership with Suncast Media. And this is our Industry Pulse segment where we get to talk to industry experts to see what's going on and what you need to know in the market in 2023. So I also want to thank Solus for sponsoring the Industry Pulse. They're the 3rd largest inverter manufacturer in the world. So with me today, I have Drew Powers, Adam Bernardi, and Jeff Zazoulis. I think I said that right. I've been practicing at home. It's hard. And we're going to talk about a couple different things. We're going to start off with Burns Mac, large scale, utility scale EPC, and then we'll also talk about some inverters. I think we're going to start large and end small with residential talk. So I think we're going to dive right in here for the sake of time. And for those that were around last year, the huge talk was the passing of the historic IRA, or Inflation Reduction Act. And there was just so much hype around that last year. And my first question is for Burns Mac, a year later, how has the IRA impacted the market? Have you seen the impacts? Has it lived up to the hype in your opinion? What do you guys see?
Yeah, I mean, I think to start, the answer would be yes. I think it's lived up to the hype. The amount of projects that we are seeing continues to increase. We joke all the time about, you know what, something may disappear tomorrow, but I usually wait an hour, maybe it's a day, and then another one comes back. So in terms of the volume of projects, yeah, I think it's lived up to the hype. I think folks are excited about it. But, you know, with anything like this, there is some ambiguity and some challenges. I think some of the biggest things that we as an EPC are focused on is really that prevailing wage and apprenticeship requirements that are needed for owners to be able to claim those tax credits, right? Where before it was pretty much you built a job and you got them. Now we have a little bit of the in our court in terms of paying more than a prevailing wage and using those apprenticeships, which is a little bit of a difficulty right now in terms of how we define that and be clear with the owners. But in terms of the hype, it's lived up to it. I think everybody's excited. Maybe the other point I'll mention is it's highlighted areas of the supply chain that we didn't know. You know, before modules were a problem, GSUs are a problem, now breakers are a problem. Maybe when we do this next year, there'll be something else that we haven't even thought of that's kind of the long pole in the tent as we refer to it.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday with some of your colleagues, specifically as it pertains to what they're seeing in the supply chain. But the other thing that we talked about and you highlighted here is labor. And for those that were around last year or heard on Suncast, the Industry Pulse, there's been this as the I mean, look how many people are here, right? It's wild, the energy here. And what we've seen is that there's still a massive labor shortage. At least that's what everyone's telling me. It's hard to hire people. You got to think about how you keep talent as well, right? That's part of the equation. But as the market is growing at this exponential pace, what are you guys seeing for labor? And specifically in the utility scale, let's stick with that. Like, are you seeing issues once you site a project and get it ready to go, actually getting the people to install it?
Yeah, so that's a real good question. And, you know, that is outside of the materials and the equipment. You know, the labor is the next biggest piece of these projects. And it doesn't matter where we're at in the country, right? Whether we're executing union or non-union, right? Craft, attraction and retention is extremely, extremely important for maintaining these projects. And especially once you get a crew and you get them trained, maintaining that workflow and working from project to project is instrumental in being able to maintain the units and the rates and, the profitability both for us as an EPC, but also as, being able to provide the low-cost LCOE for a client, as we're building that project there. So, on the non-union side, executing there, our staffing personnel are instrumental in, going to here, there, and everywhere, trying to source those personnel. And then on the union side, maintaining our relationships with the building trades, implementing and utilizing that, as we mentioned previously on the IRA, implementing that apprenticeship program and getting those people in there, as the craft, really kind of dwindled, the older generations dwindle, that sourcing of new blood in the craft, whether it be union or non-union, is instrumental, right? So, prime example, where we had our client event on Monday evening at the Carpenters Training Center here in Vegas. So just further, reinforcing that, Burns & Mac, previously was mostly known as an engineering type company, right? Engineering based. And so, just staking that claim and further emphasizing that we're an EPC contractor and we're here to design and build for whatever our clients need.
Yeah. So, I'm sure you've always thought about labor when you're designing these projects, but now it seems like you almost have, it's another component of the project. It's like next level, especially we were talking about with the IRA. You really have to think through all the requirements so that you can deliver that project as intended for the client, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, exactly. And, we did labor studies before, but they are even more important now. We do them almost, call it informally for every job that comes in our drawer and in our door, because it's not just solar that's expanding, right? We're hearing about chip factories and battery plants, and especially with the way that solar gets built, right? We're using the same building trades. So now we have, a ton of markets across the industry and across really the country that are booming, and we're all competing for the same source of labor, right? So it's that balance, as Drew mentioned, in terms of, right, we don't want to be kind of cherry picking from everybody's job, because then stuff doesn't get built. So it's a continuing balancing act, right? And then you throw in everything else that we deal with in solar, from supply chain and logistics, and it's a fun macroeconomic problem that we're dealing with today.
Yeah, and really, as we talked about labor being that ultimately that pinch point, thinking about how we optimize that, how we're able to use mechanical means, how we're able to think progressively about how we build these projects, and ultimately lower the amount of man hours that we have on site, right? Less man hours on site equals less exposure for safety incidents or things like that, right? So thinking progressively, working to minimize those man hours is extremely important, as with the shortage of labor.
Yeah, that's a great segue into the next question I want to talk about, which is technology. And obviously, you talked a little bit in your response about how you're leveraging technology to reduce man hours. What other trends are you seeing in technology in the utility scale side? I'm a little disconnected, honestly, from utility scale personally. What I do, I'm more on the resi side, which we'll talk about in a second. But I'm just curious, what are the trends that you guys see nationwide?
Yeah, maybe a couple to start. Terrain following trackers continue to be a big point of discussion, right? We always say that a lot of the large flat farmland has been taken up with utility scale solar projects. So now we're looking at, sides of mountains. We just basically finished a job in Oregon on, and so the civil aspects of it is where a lot of cost lies, right? So we're seeing a lot of trends in terms of tracker manufacturers trying to have, as opposed to just a torque tube, one that can follow the terrain, so we're not having to do as much cut and fill as a big trend. We always joke about that Jeff Bezos is going to come out with the module installing robot. I don't know that we're quite there yet, but we are focused, like seconds matter in our business, right? So as modules get larger, the way that we attach them to the torque tubes has to evolve, and so we're seeing trends there. And then even things, outside of maybe technology trends, as the market grows, we're seeing people take on maybe more work scopes. Folks, we mentioned the shortage of breakers, right? I think, Drew, you had a couple of questions about maybe folks thinking they can get into the breaker business because, quite honestly, we're sold out, and folks maybe see that as an opportunity.
Yeah, that's correct. And, like Adam mentioned, on the robot, unless we're able to get those classified as apprentices, I don't think that's really going to get us too far, right? So we're working really hard on the technology. Like we mentioned, most of the prime real estate's been kind of sucked up, and so we're dealing with, areas that have, pipeline crossings or ditches or, I'm not going to say less desirable, but we're seeing a trend in a lot more rock, a lot more subsurface conditions, and really on these solar projects, subsurface conditions is one of the biggest risks, right? Whether we're dealing with drain tile, rock, lots of subsurface utilities, it's a big thing that we're having to work diligently to optimize our design and get the best benefit for our clients in that effort. So, and on the technology side, as we mentioned previously, just using mechanical means to assist with that. We have implemented and utilized a lot of demo units on exoskeletons. So for those of you not familiar with that, right, it's you kind of wear that kind of like a jacket, right, and it helps support your arms and your back. And as we're moving into larger frame modules, 85, 90-pound modules, I don't think you and I want to sling 85, 90-pound modules for a 10-hour day, right? And our guys don't either, right? And the repetitive nature, especially focused on safety in particular, just the sprains and strains and the tissue injuries that we're seeing, being able to help mitigate that with exoskeletons to help support that work, as we're doing that. Also, working to, as we mentioned, bendy trackers, so we're working at lower and higher elevations. It's just super important for us to be technology focused. We've got some stuff that we're working on in the background right now that we're getting ready to roll out to help implement and mitigate some of those issues. So
that's really interesting. I definitely got to look up one of those exoskeletons. I got to see that, but I can't get my mind off of the robot because I'm sure with 40,000 people here, someone out there is probably working on that now.
It's probably somewhere within this building. We just haven't seen it yet.
Yeah. So I want to take that and kind of segue a lot of what we just talked about into the residential market. So Jeff, if we could just turn our attention to distributed generation. In particular, I think a lot of people this year, I think it's fair to say, have been focused in California, right?
Correct.
And I think it was you that mentioned it's not even NEM 3.0, right? It's
correct.
Post-net metering.
It's post-net metering.
Correct.
It's no longer
So it's something that has stuck with me, actually, and I've been talking about a lot this week. But I think it'd be interesting just for you to give your take on what you're seeing as a large inverter manufacturer, how the market is not only evolving past, but preparing for post-net metering.
Right. Well, and you asked the question in regards to technology, and the technology is changing. In the last 12 to 18 months, the cost of capital for residential financing has gone through the roof. As interest rates rise, the cost of money gets expensive, and the economics are no longer working for the homeowner. So installers are starting to look at new solutions, and the largest installers in the country are actually switching back to a string inverter with a rapid shutdown device. When the economics were solid and you could make the true microinverter or optimizer work, it was great, but now the numbers aren't working. Homeowners aren't able to save money, so we're seeing this shift back to a string inverter with a lower cost rapid shutdown solution. Still meets code. Maybe it's not as efficient as full module level electronics, but if the economics don't work with other products, you're not going to sell. And distributors are starting to see installers go out of business because their sales have essentially dried up. In California, they had a great Q1, and then April 15th hit, and they just stopped selling. Everybody took a big, deep breath, thought they'd go on vacation because they had a great first quarter, and now they're trying to figure out, how do I start selling again? So looking at new technologies has been a great solution for them.
Yeah, and I could tell you, again, one of my expertise is really more geared toward residential. I got started in the large commercial and moved that way over the past decade. And I've gotten a lot of people asking me about this exact trend. Yeah. This is a real thing of going from the micros to a string and just doing that cost-benefit analysis, as you said. So the other thing we talked a lot about last year, I think that really ties into this, and I'd like to get your opinion on, is we talked, it's kind of a buzzword, and as much as I hate using it, but future-proofing and what you're seeing with batteries and EVs. And I'm just curious from your perspective, as a large multinational manufacturer, what are you seeing in the design of your products to keep up with this changing environment, like things like net metering?
Yeah, so the market is shifting. So a couple years ago, batteries were, it was something cool to talk about, but nobody was doing it. You get into a post-net metering market, and you need batteries. But homeowners don't know what they want. So homeowners want to go solar to save money. In 12 to 18 months in, they realized they did want batteries. They wanted battery backup, or they wanted to peak shave, and their original system didn't do it. So this is where future-proofing comes in. Many installers are starting to standardize on a hybrid inverter, which allows them to add a battery or add EV charging in the future. So when your homeowner calls and says, geez, I'd like to add a battery now, you're not ripping out part of the system and throwing equipment away. You're actually just able to go in and install the battery in a couple of hours and move on. So it's really about just being prepared for what the consumer wants, even if they don't know they want it yet.
Yeah. So that's really interesting. Where I want to go next is, and hopefully this isn't controversial in how I ask it with everybody, is like, I still think of solar as being a relatively young industry.
Yes,
right? So,
absolutely.
Especially when you compare it to other things. Like I'm sure when we were all in college, they didn't even have renewable classes, right? And PV really wasn't what it is today. Certainly RE Plus, when it was SPI, was much smaller, so we can all agree with that. But although it's young, sometimes I feel there is friction. You hit on the financing side. That's one of the world I play in, and you see it on the AVL where it's hard. You think when you think young, you think nimble, but a lot of times you can be slow because of bankability. Whether we're talking about batteries on a residential scale or CNI or large utility scale, right? You think lithium ion because it's bankable, and I guess what I'm getting to is like, what other trends are you seeing that are going to come into the market that people should be aware of? Maybe it's going to take a little bit to catch on, but once it catches on, you don't want to get left behind.
Exactly. So people talk about the solar coaster, and they always talk about the ups and downs. So having been in solar since 2010, I've seen it rise, I've seen it retract, I've seen it rise, but most people are forgetting that roller coasters also go back and forth. And when I started in 2010, it was cash business for residential. People were either taking out an equity loan or writing a check. All of a sudden, Solar City came out with this lease, and everybody thought it would never take off. And third-party ownership took off, PPAs and leasing. And then these 0.9 financing rates came out, and everybody's like, that's ridiculous. Nobody's going to pay those dealer fees. And financing took off for the next 7 years. Yeah. And again, cost of money changes, and third-party ownership's coming back. But it also applies to the equipment being used. When I started in 2010, there were no module-level electronics at the homeowner level. It was strictly string inverters. Rapid shutdown came in, module-level electronics took off, and that was the market swinging in another direction. Now we're at a point where to get the solar coaster to not only climb, you have to swing back to a string-level product with a rapid shutdown device to make the economics work. But the biggest obstacle I've seen in 13 years in solar is the businesses, the installers, resistant to change. So yes, we're a very immature industry, but we definitely get in our way more than we have to. We have to look at the market and go, the market's changing. I can't do it the way that I did it 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 5 years ago. If you look at the top installers in the country, every 5 or 6 years, there's a pretty good shift. And often it's because they're not adapting to the market.
Yeah, I think that ties into a lot kind of what you guys were talking about on the technology front too. You just can't do it the same way as mods get bigger and exoskeletons and all that. So that's a very fair point, and I totally agree. And one other part of this conversation I want to put, is Jen here? There she is. Can you come up? Because, Nick, where's the hand mic? Oh, got it. Can you hear? Keep that up. This one doesn't work, so I gotta use that one. We good? No. Hit it.
We will add the install manuals and
Is this mic
application
working?
manual.
Excellent.
So you can.
No, it's
in
not
case there's something.
Let me see.
We feel like we're at a really good
Test.
starting point. Where
Is it
you
working
can,
now? Yeah, there we go.
You can
All right.
release it.
So, all right, sorry for that brief pause, but I wanted to bring up Jen from DOE because we talked a lot about batteries, inverters, trends in the market, and one of the trends that a lot of people talk about and have been talking about for a while is VPP. So it's my understanding that you authored a paper about this. If you could just a quick overview of for the people that might not know, I don't like to use acronyms, what it is and what your conclusions are.
Put a converter into a system or a battery. If you try and figure out if those
Getting feedback?
Yeah, we're getting a little feedback.
So you'll see
Just
when
let
you
me
get
know
out,
when I should
we can
answer that question.
good. Go through this.
All right. Is it on? Are they turning me off?
Are we working now?
Components really need
Not
a
yet.
place to live. We feel like it gets really easy to compare and really
It's too low.
Am I the bad luck charm?
And then we broke the system officially. Yeah. Here, why don't we do this? Problem solver. I'm not using these. Do that. I'll take that. Let me figure it out.
Do you want this one?
All right, we're improvising here. Appreciate everyone bearing with us. So back to the original question is, the Jen recently authored a report from the DOE about VPPs, which is something that everyone's talking about. And I just wanted to take the last 5 minutes or so and get your take on that. If you could just give everyone a quick education on what that is and talk a little bit about more what you're doing at the DOE.
Yeah, no, that's great. Thanks for the opportunity.
If you put closer.
I am the lead author of the report, but would say that it's really come together with a team across the Department of Energy and through hundreds of interviews with private sector and public sector leaders on the topic. So these liftoff reports, the DOE has published 4 on other technologies. Yesterday, we published the report on virtual power plants. And what virtual power plants are, I would say no longer a buzzword, we hope. They are aggregations of distributed energy resources such as distributed solar and batteries, but also smart EV chargers, smart water heaters, thermostats, commercial and industrial loads that can be flexed to provide grid services. And these aggregations are really, they're at a utility scale and they're of utility grade or utility quality and reliability to help us balance demand and supply more efficiently for the grid. Traditionally we have dealt with increases in peak just by building up our supply infrastructure, whether it's natural gas peaker plants or upgrading poles, wires, substations to meet those peaks when they do happen on the the hottest days of the summer. But then they run at maybe 5% of hours of the year if it's a natural gas peaker plant, and it's just not an efficient use of our dollars if we're not maximizing the grid that we have already spent money on building out, right? So what VPPs are doing is to help us manage increased electricity usage more efficiently. And I think the conclusion of the report, there are many. The highlights are that we explain VPPs, we give some examples, we break down some of the costs and revenue with a couple of examples, though there are many different types of VPPs we didn't cover. And we talk about the challenges and potential solutions for rolling them out at scale. VPPs are in place in a lot of states across the country, but we want them to be integrated into how distribution utilities or bulk power system operators think about resource adequacy. And so we at DOE, we'd love to see VPPs triple between now and 2030. We estimate there's maybe 30 to 60 gigawatts of VPPs today, and we want to see 80 to 160 gigawatts by 2030. And that would That would mean addressing 10 to 20% of peak demand through VPPs. And in doing so, we would save money. We're not talking about spending extra to do VPPs. We're talking about saving money through VPPs, right? That translates to savings for all ratepayers. And then if you also consider that on top of that, a lot of the money that is spent on VPPs just flows right back to the DER owners who have opted in, there's a lot we can do in terms of saving Americans money through virtual power plants.
Yeah, and I'm really glad that, I know it's a little snafu, but that you could come up, because I think that really puts a nice bow on a lot of the conversations we have. I mean, we have experts from all different aspects of solar, and I think one of the themes that I picked up just inadvertently, I mean, Jeff's talking about future-proofing and inverters that help manage load, like what you're talking about, and same on the utility scale side, talking about thinking about building the projects of the future when you're talking about these large battery energy storage systems. What I like to see is when you could take this seemingly multifaceted industry and see that everyone's kind of trending the same direction, and that's exactly what the industry pulse is about. So I appreciate you coming up and educating us on what the DOE is up to. And is there a way that for people that want to learn more about it, where can they find your report?
Sure, it's at liftoff.energy.gov/VPP.
Okay, all right, we'll put that in the show notes for those that didn't get it. But I appreciate everyone coming up today. Jeff, if people want to find you, where can they find you after this?
So booth 4130 upstairs in the show. There's about 30 of us standing there answering questions.
Adam?
We're hanging out at booth 6315 and burnsandmac.com.
Awesome. So if you want to find Drew, I stole his headset. You can find Adam, and
we'll be together all day, so you can come find us both. That's a package deal. That's right.
So as always, I appreciate everyone coming out for the industry pulse that's sponsored by Solus, which is one of the largest inverter manufacturers in the world. This is a great segment. If you want to hear more from me, my name's Nathan Giovanelli. You can find me on LinkedIn, or you can check out my podcast, which is Limitless with Nathan Giovanelli. And as always, remember, you are limitless. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Welcome to RE Plus 2023. We are live at the I was going to say Power 52, but at the PowerUp Live podcast stage presented by KeyBank Capital Markets in partnership with Suncast Media. You can watch all the sessions throughout the week live at www.suncast.live. Hey guys, we're actually here. My name is Cherie Brooks.
I'm L'Oreal Moore.
I'm Marlon Bonner.
And we are from Power 52 Foundation, and we have brought Power 52 Solar Sidebar Kissing Booth to Vegas, and I am excited about it. Excited. So listen, if you guys don't know who we are, then you need to. So check us out at Power 52 Official. Follow us on all social media platforms and join us as we present the Kissing Booth every other Thursday and out of the month, and we have fun. We're here operating and talking about environmental justice today, and it's fun, so please join us. So PJ, let's talk about, some hot topics.
Okay, so last night was RE Plus block party, and I think the theme was neon lights, so that was interesting at Area 15. So one thing, the neon lights.
The neon lights.
Everywhere.
Oh my God. Did you go? Did you attend? Oh, you didn't make it. Well, let me tell you, it was definitely like a dream. I had never had this type of, I'm into experiences.
Yeah, it was definitely an experience.
Yeah, and so what did they have?
So they had some live music playing, indoor zip lining. I was trying to get on that, but the line was a little long. So indoor zip lining, the silent disco, and they had different genres of music. They had 90s and 80s music, hip hop, and
I've always wanted to do that.
I can't remember the other.
With the headphones? Yeah, with the headphones, and they were lit. Yeah.
Yeah, they had an immersive art, like the LED, like all four walls with LED walls, and there's just different pictures there. They had some type of ride drop, looked like a parachute, but that was cool. They had virtual golf, and I thought those people were about to knock that ball through the screen.
She took a stab at it.
And I made a hole in one.
She did. She really did.
And I think the thing that won me over the most was the Omega Mart. That they had at Area 15. It was like you went in, it looked like a supermarket, but you didn't know what you was going to find. You opened the freezer door, and it was like an entrance.
Walk through the freezer.
Into a whole nother room and world. It was like you were in Stranger Things, like the upside down. It was pretty cool. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, so definitely we want to again shout out RE Plus for bringing Power 52 here. Definitely bringing us. Shout out to Leslie Foundrin. She helped to make this happen for us because we're just a 501c3 nonprofit. We are operating on the front lines of environmental justice, and so it's because of supporters that we are able to bring and provide resources and have the type of impact that we do. And so again, people don't know who Power 52 is. So Lo, tell them, who are we?
First of all, if you don't know who Power 52 Foundation is, that is your fault, and you need to go to Google and Google, but I am here to tell you just a little bit more. So like Cherie has mentioned, we are a 501c3 nonprofit that owns and operates a private career school that focuses on workforce development. And our sweet spot is solar installation. Although we have placed individuals across the nation in other jobs such as system design, permitting, and so forth. And so during the training, we also provide career readiness for all of our trainees and wraparound services. So that's what always separates us from every other organization.
And don't forget about the mentorship.
Oh, yes. They love that part. And so you guys can actually stop by our booth, which we will talk about a little later, and receive one of our power principles on a wristband. But during the training, of course, trainees receive their NCCER credentials, their first aid CPR, OSHA 30. And because we are a NAPSAT service provider, we sit all trainees for their NAPSAT associate. But the good thing is we stay with graduates forever, and so we offer power pathways where our graduates can come once they're out in the field and come back and sit for their installer. So we use RE Plus convention as a way to partner with solar companies, right? Because at the end of the day, it is to place our trainees in jobs.
Exactly.
Because we always charge our employer partners, let's just say you're not hiring right now. You can always still support our mission, right? Donate supplies, participate in our employee spotlights, participate in our mock interviews, right? Because we should all have the same goal at the end of the day. I'm wrapping this up because Power 52 just doesn't do workforce development. We do a lot of community outreach as well, right? Informing the community of their role in the green environment, right?
Exactly.
It's here, and how do we tell the community that it's here and what your responsibility is? So I'm gonna keep that sweet. We do have a booth upstairs in the Venetian, booth 2009. Come check us out. We would love to meet you there.
Exactly. And so again, thank you to RE Plus, because it's because we attend these conferences that we can continue to impact our marginalized communities. And so currently we are scaling so that we can have a broader footprint and do more work so that everybody's on board. It's clean energy access for all. It's not about the power, but empowerment. And so without further ado, I'm going to do a brief introduction to our guest of the Kissing Booth. We have Mr. Satu Constantine here. He is the Executive Director of Vote Solar. Satu Constantine is an executive. He's been there from 2017 to 2022, and he served as Vote Solar's Regulatory Managing Director, as well as the organization's interim ED in 2021. But now you're full-time in there, correct? Okay. He's a leading national expert in the regulatory landscape of the solar industry. He has an impressive track record of successfully guiding strategy and operations for teams of energy experts and advocates. Before joining Vote Solar, Satu served as the Director of Policy at the Center for Sustainable Energy, CSE, for 5 years. There, he was responsible for directing CSE's policy, regulatory, and legislative efforts and building its reputation as a leader in the clean energy arena. You know what? You're amazing. You're amazing. I'm not even going to tell them anything else, but hey, welcome, welcome, welcome. And we're just going to jump into the interview.
Hey, Cherie, thank you for having me.
Okay.
Remind me after this podcast to give kudos to my communications team because they make me sound great on paper. We might want to shrink that down a little bit, but listen, I'm so excited to be here. Yeah. There is so much overlap between what Vote Solar does and has done for the last 21, 22 years and what Power 52 is now trying to implement and actualize in the space, right? So this is going to be a great conversation. I'm so excited to be here and get a chance to talk with you.
Yes, definitely. So give us a brief synopsis of what Vote Solar is and Vote Solar's work, because I know, us 501c3, sometimes we go overlooked, but now we have this platform to actually dive into the work so that people are informed.
Use every platform you can is one of the lessons that we've learned. We are a 501c3, as you mentioned. We do national advocacy, but at the state level, where a lot of decisions are made about the energy sector and the environment as well. We seek a 100% clean energy future that is solutions driven, but people first. And I think that's really important. And Lo, hearing you talk about what Power 52's mission is, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about no regret solutions that help the environment, decarbonize our electricity sector, provide good jobs. If you're training someone with that NABCEP certification, you're absolutely right. They can do many different jobs.
Exactly.
It's fantastic that we have in front of them this opportunity to work on something that benefits all of us. Solar, storage, electrification across the board.
Exactly.
There are decades of upgrades of work on the distribution and transmission system, and the people that you're training, the people that you're giving this opportunity to, are now the workforce that is going to get all of that done for us, and that's so important to our mission as well, right? We can talk all we want about how important solar is, but unless people are both participating and benefiting from this transition, it's not going to be the transition that we want.
Exactly. We like to say saving people, while saving the planet. So that's it. Saving people while saving the planet. So how does Vote Solar connect with grassroots organizations as well as the people? How are you outreaching?
That's a great question. I said we work at the state level. Often we are working in these very formal, adversarial proceedings, right? We're in front of a commission, we're in front of an administrative law judge, and we're presenting testimony, expert testimony. Those are rarefied rooms. The voices of frontline communities, the voices of impacted communities from both our fossil fuel use, where we site plants, how we operate those plants, and now from climate change and all of the impacts from that, those voices are not in that room. So what we have done over the last many years is try to expand our ability to partner with, communicate with, understand the needs of those frontline communities, but also to make sure that when they have an issue, let's say it's a community in Arizona that's opposing a peaker plant.
Okay.
They don't know how to get into that room.
Right.
So what we are doing, the way we're connecting with them, is we're saying, look, we can help you get into that room. We can help you make your voice effective in this decision.
Right.
And the Campbell plant in Arizona, the utility wanted to expand a gas peaker. It was going to negatively impact the air quality, and quite frankly, it wasn't going to be the optimal solution for what the needs of the utility were. So we were going to oppose that.
Okay.
But by ourselves, being right wasn't necessarily going to win the day. But being in coalition with that community, whose voices were not only heard because they were in the room, but also empowered because they had information. They had real information about the operation of that plant, about the emissions from that plant, about the cost of alternatives. Armed with that information, I hate to use war analogies, but
sometimes
empowered
that's how
with
you
that
feel.
empowered with that information, they were able to come in and be effective at forcing the regulator and the decision maker to hold off on that plan. Now, ultimately, the utility managed to get some of their agenda through, but we made the point, we made the case, and we're going to continue that outreach. I have a great team, just to specifically answer your question, I have a great team that works on things like our partnership practices. How do you build trust with a community that has not been served by the system, that has not been trusted themselves with the agency over their own energy futures?
Exactly.
We have to build trust. That's our first step in outreach. And then, as I said, the second step is
and I
making
have
sure
some
that
questions about that.
we
but
give
go
out
ahead.
information as well.
Right. And so with that, and you're definitely tapping into some things that's, throwing up my spidey senses, is that how do you create trust? So let's just say if you knew that there was a problem in Arizona, but then the community members, they don't know what they don't know. How do you, and what is Vote Solar doing to go into these communities to educate them on, hey, guys, this is what's happening? Do you partner with, grassroots organizations? And if so, how do you do that? Or are you guys hosting events and, and doing that type of grassroots work? What's your angle with that or approach?
Well, listen, it's an all of the above strategy here, right? So we put out materials, we have primers and white papers, we run campaigns, we run information campaigns, and we have informational videos, and we have a strong social media presence. But where I think the trust is really going to be built is when we do host a meeting or facilitate a meeting or join another meeting, say with Appalachian Voices or Voto Latino or any number of Ceja in California, for example. When we're working with APEN, Greenlining, and they have a meeting, we want to be in that meeting, give this information out, and invite people to partner with us. Or we're in that coalition anyway, so we're already sitting at the table with them, and we say, okay, what's the need? How can we run a workshop? How can we provide this information in a way that the community can hear it, can digest it, and then turn it into action? So we've built a social media apparatus, a communications apparatus that is very adept at getting information out, and we can target not only our members, but certain communities, certain areas, utility jurisdictions. And then with this partnership capacity that we're building. So we have William Munn in North Carolina, who is on the ground, meeting with local groups, coordinating with Appalachian Voices, coordinating with CBOs, community-based organizations, and saying, hey, we're Vote Solar, we're here, we have this information. How can we help you? Because one thing I think in terms of building trust is not to come in and say, hey, you have to do this thing that we're telling you to do. It has to come from the community. It has to be about what they need. And then we can tell them what the opportunities are and how to get those opportunities that will support those needs. I think that mutual relationship is key to getting trust.
Oh, yeah, I definitely agree with that, because is there something you want to say?
Yeah, I just was saying, it's like that old saying, teamwork makes the dream work. Like, you come and rally everybody together and get the job done. I think that's what we need, more partnerships. I think, like Cherie says all the time, we work in silos, but I think we need to start working more together and having those different conversations on the community level to be able to facilitate change and things like that.
Oh, definitely. I always say Power 52 is not in this by themselves. It's through our partnerships that we are able to thrive. It's through our donors, our volunteers, our supporters, is that, because we're a boutique operation. Trust me, but it's because of all these people that we're connected to that we're able to do things that appear that we're a massive organization. And I'm sure you probably feel the same. So do you guys, does Vote Solar, volunteer, provide hours to CBOs? Or, how do you engage, CBO organizations?
Well, that's a great question. I think we've run, for example, educational training workshops. It might be a 3 or 4 part workshop or a 5 part workshop. And it's about, okay, what is your regulator? How do you register to speak in front of them? What is the format for that testimony? And what are the issues that they think about? And it's a training, it's an educational opportunity. And you try to schedule those at times that are convenient for families. You try to make sure there's child support or other kinds of, you talked about wraparound services. Wraparound services are so important. We are talking about impacted communities that are already straining for these resources. Do they have time to come and partner with us and talk with us? Maybe. We have to make that possible. So, our team is busy on the ground using our resources to try to create space and opportunity and materials and make that available in a way that's accessible to those communities. So that's one way that we partner. Sure, you're up for an award that we have. It's an Environmental Justice Award. Part of that program, for example, for all of the people that are involved, for all the nominees, is that my staff, and I have an amazing staff with a whole range of expertise, they're actually volunteering some of their time to consult with some of the nominees and their organizations to provide, whether it's fundraising guidance or policy guidance, communications guidance. We can fill a lot of needs because we've been at this for 20 years. We have experts in various cones or silos, but we're really working to try to make it a team. So we make those services available as best we can.
Well, that's good, because I know for us, everything that we do is anchored or it can go either way because of policy. And so with that, as a grassroots organization who is receiving different funding from private organizations and federal funding, you can't be known as, someone out here lobbying or those type of things. So how would, Vote Solar best, I guess, help to support us? If we identified something that was going on, will we just contact you and say, hey, we see that this policy, if it was in place, it could have a negative impact on the individuals that we're serving. What can you do to help us or help the community? Is that how it works?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
One of the things we've done over the last 6 or 7 years, we're a national organization. We work at the state level. We've always had experts in place. But who knows how to reach them? Who knows how to contact them? So we initially, as a first phase, we broke up into regions. So I have regional teams that are on the ground in the states, in the communities that we're trying to serve. So they're there. You can literally reach out to them. And they have resources within those teams, communications resources, outreach and campaign managers, and with those partnership principles, you can come to them, come to us, come to our website, many different ways to reach us, and say, hey, here's a problem. Can you help? Often we've already identified some of these issues, and we're just seeing who's involved, and we might say, hey, if you're interested in this issue, come talk to us because we can help you. And because we're on the ground, we know some of those those parties and organizations. I think for an organization like Power 52, right? I mean, the workforce is key to this.
Exactly.
The empowerment that you're talking about is key to this. People have to know their own power. So oftentimes what we're doing is we're just unlocking, just like you're talking about, we're unlocking their voice and making sure that their voice is heard. So you can think of us just like a megaphone. We have some technical expertise. We'll happily provide that.
That's good.
But we have you talked about platform when we got up here. I love that, right? That's what we're trying to do, give a platform.
Okay, so thank you so much for being here. Oh my gosh, it just flew by.
So
I love this conversation. So we have to have you
probably
on.
do a part 2 on our platform so we can get to the rest of our questions. But for those of you watching, just like Satu mentioned, Cherie is nominated for Vote Solar's Dr. Espinola Jackson Energy Justice Award, and voting is now open. So please come to our booth. We're right upstairs, and we can get you more information on how you can vote for her so she can take this thing on home, right?
Also, check out our social media.
And check out our social media for those viewing at Power 52 Official, and you can see the links. We got it everywhere for you to vote for her there as well. And send it to your friends, your mama, your daddy, your auntie, your cousin. Send it to everybody.
We're going to bring home the win.
And our ways to support Power 52. Find us on social media at Power 52 Official. We're on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, LinkedIn, X, or do you want to call us Twitter? Call it Twitter, Snapchat.
That's right.
And donate. We are on PayPal, Cash App, Givelify, and all of those can be found on our website. And if you see the team, we're wearing these wonderful T-shirts. You can shop our swag at power52.org/shop. Or if you're in the DMV area, come and volunteer with us, and we can, and you just help us continue to push forth the mission.
And remember that life is short. So remember to forgive quickly, love truly, and kiss the community with your gifts. Until next time, we appreciate you.
Thank you, Cherie.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
Around the world, climate change has touched us all in many ways. Heat waves, wildfires, floods, and hurricanes are no longer the exceptions. They are our new reality. We have the ability to change this reality, but the clock is ticking. Considering half of the carbon in our atmosphere was emitted in the last 30 years, the next decade is crucial for life in 2030, 2040, and 2050. We don't have time for incremental progress. We need bold, ambitious ideas now. At SEPA, our 1,100 members are reimagining our future by accelerating the growth of clean energy. That's why we created the 5x25 initiative, which will focus on 5 areas that will help align all energy stakeholders where we can make the greatest immediate impact together. It starts with resilience. Microgrids and vehicle-to-grid strategies offer incredible possibilities for providing resilient electricity. Transportation is another important area of focus. Bringing clean energy resources together with transportation infrastructure will be critical to realize the potential of carbon-free electric mobility. Storage will be key as we tap into the full potential of wind and solar energy. To make that a reality, we need advancements in battery technology and long-duration storage to deliver clean, reliable energy when, where, and how it's needed. Emerging technologies will need to be studied, identified, piloted, funded, and progressed to scale for the energy we use to truly be carbon-free. But none of this can happen without supportive federal and state regulation and legislation. Governments must work closely with stakeholders across the energy ecosystem, and business models and regulatory frameworks must evolve to embrace innovation. The 5x25 initiative is ambitious, but the urgency of our climate crisis demands nothing less. We invite you to join us in our race against time. We're ready to secure our clean energy future. Are you? Visit sepapower.org to learn more.
Navigating the Grid, the podcast that takes you on a journey through the complex world of NERC compliance. I'm your host, Kelly McPherson, and I'm here to be your guide as we navigate reliability and security on the power grid. Today, we have a special episode for you. We are coming to you live from RE Plus at Las Vegas, Nevada. And joining me today is Matt Murphy, the COO of Greenbacker.
Hi.
Matt, we're so glad to have you. Matt has an awesome history. He has been with Greenbacker since the early days. He's really led the industry in thinking about how big impact renewables can really have in this industry. He has a huge vision for the future of renewable energy. I mean, there's some really great things happening at Greenbacker right now. You guys are doing some amazing stuff in the renewable space, and I'm just proud to be on the sidelines cheering you guys on. In the 4 years I've worked with you guys, you've added wind, solar, batteries, EV charging, and all of the other investment areas that you're working on. And man, you guys are just an all-star in what you're doing in the renewable energy space. So we're so happy to have you today. Thank you for coming.
You were way too kind, but thank you for having me.
You're fantastic. It's really interesting. When I first came to Radiant Generation, you were one of the first clients that I pitched my services to support NERC compliance. So we've been doing work together for a while, so hopefully, we did a good job with that.
More to come.
So I know that you don't spend a lot of time every day thinking about NERC, but you think a lot about how the industry is changing. And we're facing a big change in the industry here. We're going from NERC being applicable at 75 MVA down to 20 MVA. And you definitely have a lot of sites that are, in that area that are thinking about that. So, how have you seen the regulatory requirements change? Like, as you've watched this evolution of Greenbacker, in this, and you're adding in NERC compliance?
I mean, they've changed, and our primary sleeve of business was always small utility, but we're buying bigger plants now just because we have more capital to deploy. But there hasn't really been a change this big. This is a pretty big thing, and the retroactive nature of it also is, we have an industry that is still learning to plan to the future.
Yes.
So when you have to plan in the future and the past, it's a time where people are caught off guard. So I think it's going to be challenging, but it's like everything else. It's all planning and getting ahead of it early.
Absolutely. Do you think the industry is really understands that this change is coming and thinking about it?
No, absolutely not. No. And I'm pretty sure that the day it happens, there'll be people that need to be compliant that aren't even aware.
That aren't paying attention.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
Yeah. Do you think that EPCs and O&Ms are thinking about it yet?
I would say that O&M companies are more. You know, I mean, the SCADA installation, the hardware installation around data for EPCs is just something they have to do. They're not, I haven't really met one that's particularly interested. But the O&M providers are, call it what it is, it's an upsell of services, right? There's more work for everybody. So I find that the O&M providers are the ones that are most aware. And we tend to be pretty picky with O&M providers, so our partners have been really helpful in ideas on retrofitting old plants and what we need to do to try to get ahead of it.
Yeah, so you're really seeing them preparing and thinking about it and trying to figure it out, or at least getting started. Maybe the momentum is starting.
Well, and especially players that play in the space of bigger assets. I mean, we have a bunch of plants that fall in this category of not in the past needing to be NERC compliant, but now will. But it's not necessarily the biggest sleeve of assets in the industry, right? There's not a lot of people that own 20 to 70 sort of megawatt plant. That's just rough, but So I think it's pretty underserved, and I think people are just, they're not aware it's coming.
Yeah, it's an interesting place, too, because, traditional generation, when NERC first started in 2007, it was 20 megawatts. No one ever thought solar could get as big as it is, let alone, well, maybe they thought wind could. Like,
I don't know. I installed in 2009, I put a 2 megawatt plant in Vermont, and I thought,
that was the biggest thing.
I installed the largest solar plant in the history of the world.
Yeah, and now, what is your largest plant now?
We will be turning on before the end of the year a 250 megawatt solar plant. Yeah. Right now, operationally, 104 megawatts.
So it's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot.
It's a lot. Yeah, because NERC, they said 20 MVA for traditional. So like a hydro facility or a coal facility, right? Like, they all have to be compliant at 20, and they were like, oh, well, aggregate generation, less of a point of failure, and so they gave us the free pass at 75. But
I mean, it was coming at some point, right? This was always going to be a thing, especially as the technology saturates the grid. I mean, it can cause major instability. So you figure we have to play by the rules everyone else does at some point.
Do you think that this is going to help on the developer side, like with interconnection, that we're going to have more trust with utilities? If now, solar and
no.
No.
Short and simple answer, no. Yeah.
It's unfortunate. We really do fight an uphill battle. I think with utilities, they see us as a risk to the grid, and it's an interesting dynamic.
They do, and just the way that solar happens compared to traditional generations, a little bit weird. How your main point of contact is changing 3 or 4 times before the operation of a plant, and oftentimes the actual owner operator is the one that is interacting least, right?
Yes.
They come in at the end. And so I mean, I get it. It's hard to get comfortable with that, right?
Right. Yeah, it's totally changing, and sometimes you get an EPC who doesn't know how to talk to a utility, and that's really painful.
Oftentimes.
Yeah. And they're shooting us in the foot and making it difficult.
I mean, the EPC and then the O&M and the operator comes in at the end. It's just a difficult relationship because these things change hands. I mean, when we buying assets from developers, it takes a year before the landowners, the off-takers, even understand who we are.
Yes.
And that we're actually their main business partner.
Yeah, it's really interesting. And, there's a NERC standard for using uniform line identifiers, which I always thought that was kind of silly before I got into renewables. I was like, well, everybody knows what the substation name is, right? But how many times do we end up with 5 different names for a solar facility?
At least, yeah.
I don't think you've really reached a tipping point until you've changed the LLC name 2 or 3 times, maybe.
Yeah, and if you do not refer to the legal name to the accountants, they get very upset.
They do, right? Yes. It's an interesting world figuring that out. It's the utility and the renewable space definitely are not, coherent.
At some point, it'll be. It's just what's going to be from now on, right? So everyone will get used to it at some point. We're just not there. I think the industry, because we have all this momentum and everything's so exciting, we feel like maybe we're a little bit more sophisticated than we are. This is still a very young space.
Yes. Absolutely. And NERC is so young too, right? 2007 for the first set of standards. And now, we need to be compliant for these new ones that are the 20 MVA to 75. We need to be compliant at the beginning of January of 2025, and we're still figuring out from NERC what they want us to be compliant with.
Exactly. You need to comply, but we don't know the rules yet.
Yeah, we don't know what we'll have to follow.
Yeah.
So
it is mind-blowing to think that NERC is started in 2007.
Yeah.
It's just like...
It's crazy.
Yeah. It's so young and having to grow up even faster in our industry is having to grow up.
Someone asked me an interesting question yesterday. They asked if NERC was going to grandfather these sites in. And unfortunately, I kind of laughed because... And this is the disconnect, right? Is that, no, it's not going to be grandfathered in. You're going to have to become compliant. So.
Yeah, it's not how it works, sadly.
Sadly.
I was actually going to make a joke at the beginning that everyone's strategy is just hoping that assets will be grandfathered in.
Yeah.
But that is not how it works.
I think that might really be some people's strategy.
The owners of a very large generation understand it, but I don't think this industry understands how serious NERC is too.
Yes.
As far as 7-figure fines are like having a coffee. It's a very serious business.
Yeah. And I know at Greenbacker, you guys have taken that corporate approach to your compliance program and really making sure that you're maintaining all of your assets the same way. And I think that's something that you guys have done really well to be prepared.
Yeah. Well, the biggest part of our business is we try to do what we say, right? So we're good partners in bad times because we say we're good partners, and we say we're the long-term owners, so we treat assets as if we're the long-term owner, it's difficult. It's very difficult to compete with people who are going to run these assets down for 5 or 7 years and then sell them after the tax equity flip as a long-term owner, because it's inherently more expensive and more difficult.
It's much,
But it's what we say, it's what we tell our shareholders, and it's what we're going to keep doing.
Yeah, it's awesome. I think it's the right way to be looking at compliance.
I can't wait till more of the industry is like us.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's definitely a need that we have there.
Yeah. We're hoping that we lead the way, and we've seen it. We've seen owners since we got in the space, and it's not directly attributable to us, but we contribute to it. But we've seen owners sort of start to pay a lot more attention to their assets. I think it probably is because in that flip period, people are not getting the sale price for the assets that they expected, and also the banks are starting to be a little bit more weary, but sort of everybody being more compliant, more organized, more uniform is just naturally evolving in a pretty cool way.
Yeah, we had our first round of OE questions and IE questions probably 2 years ago, where they really started asking real questions about NERC compliance, and I felt like that was a shift too.
Yeah, you're seeing too, it used to be that tax equity providers and debt providers would just use whatever IE you had, but they now have contracts with their own IE. There's multiple IEs involved in all these transactions. It's getting more complicated for sure.
Yeah, and a lot harder to hide from it. They're really asking real questions.
Yeah, which is good. That's what we like.
Yeah.
Quite honestly, when everything is more thorough and organized, right, that's when you weed out the people that kind of aren't doing the right things. And I think this industry is about due for that.
Yeah, absolutely. If you look back, if you're talking to, it's funny, at RE Plus, I feel like we get a lot of folks that are like, I'm a new developer, we're gonna get into the space, we're gonna, enter all of that. What would the one piece of advice you'd be given on the compliance side of how to be thinking about it? Not that maybe they would really listen at this point, but
that's a tall order for a developer. Quite honestly, you just got to talk and have the right partners.
Yeah.
You guys have been an excellent partner. Your particular set of skills is not something that we are interested in internalizing or building out, and you do it really well. And so I think developers definitely do not talk to operators. And that's a pretty big disconnect, not just in compliance, but everywhere, right?
Yeah.
And I think there's potentially money is rules the day, right? There's money to be had in that. Having assets that are that are better prepared to be operated, better set up, will bring a better sale price.
Absolutely.
And so, I guess that's a plug. Talk to companies like Radian.
Oh no, but thank you. But it's great. Your team, your construction team, and your ops team, they're so great. They want to hear the operator feedback. Yeah, sometimes it's painful. Sometimes there's a dollar attached that you're not excited about, but they're willing to hear. They want to know, how does this operate better?
And we try to be the best every day.
Yeah. Well, Matt, thank you so much for joining us today. I appreciate it. I'm so excited about where Greenbacker is headed and your future, and we love working with your team. So.
I love how excited you are about NERC and compliance.
I've got to.
That is not a thing that's possible to fake, and it's been a pleasure being here with you.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for your time.
Okay. Have a good rest of the conference.
You too.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years' experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the U.S. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
Around the world, climate change has touched us all in many ways. Heat waves, wildfires, floods, and hurricanes are no longer the exceptions. They are our new reality. We have the ability to change this reality, but the clock is ticking. Considering half of the carbon in our atmosphere was emitted in the last 30 years, the next decade is crucial for life in 2030, 2040, and 2050. We don't have time for incremental progress. We need bold, ambitious ideas now. At SEPA, our 1,100 members are reimagining our future by accelerating the growth of clean energy. That's why we created the 5x25 initiative, which will focus on 5 areas that will help align all energy stakeholders where we can make the greatest immediate impact together. It starts with resilience. Microgrids and vehicle-to-grid strategies offer incredible possibilities for providing resilient electricity. Transportation is another important area of focus. Bringing clean energy resources together with transportation infrastructure will be critical to realize the potential of carbon-free electric mobility. Storage will be key as we tap into the full potential of wind and solar energy. To make that a reality, we need advancements in battery technology and long-duration storage to deliver clean, reliable energy when, where, and how it's needed. Emerging technologies will need to be studied, identified, piloted, funded, and progressed to scale for the energy we use to truly be carbon-free. But none of this can happen without supportive federal and state regulation and legislation. Governments must work closely with stakeholders across the energy ecosystem, and business models and regulatory frameworks must evolve to embrace innovation. The 5x25 initiative is ambitious, but the urgency of our climate crisis demands nothing less. We invite you to join us in our race against time. We're ready to secure our clean energy future. Are you? Visit sepapower.org to learn more.
I'm here because, one, I want to know more about the renewable energy sector and help, show people what we have to offer and yeah, just see what's happening to the future for sustainability.
Estoy súper feliz de participar en este evento tan profesional y creo que es una gran oportunidad para conocer a gente del sector y ampliar mi red profesional y sobre todo para encontrar nuevos partnerships para CV North America.
I'm here to network. I work for a development company, and we're looking to expand our network and meet new people in the industry. Also to learn more about the industry and solar and renewable energy, and hopefully one day save the planet.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
Around the world, climate change has touched us all in many ways. Heat waves, wildfires, floods, and hurricanes are no longer the exceptions. They are our new reality. We have the ability to change this reality, but the clock is ticking. Considering half of the carbon in our atmosphere was emitted in the last 30 years, the next decade is crucial for life in 2030 2040, and 2050. We don't have time for incremental progress. We need bold, ambitious ideas now. At SEPA, our 1,100 members are reimagining our future by accelerating the growth of clean energy. That's why we created the 5x25 initiative, which will focus on 5 areas that will help align all energy stakeholders where we can make the greatest immediate impact together. It starts with resilience. Microgrids and vehicle-to-grid strategies offer incredible possibilities for providing resilient electricity. Transportation is another important area of focus. Bringing clean energy resources together with transportation infrastructure will be critical to realize the potential of carbon-free electric mobility. Storage will be key as we tap into the full potential of wind and solar energy. To make that a reality, we need advancements in battery technology and long-duration storage to deliver clean, reliable energy when, where, and how it's needed. Emerging technologies will need to be studied, identified, piloted, funded, and progressed to scale for the energy we use to truly be carbon-free. But none of this can happen without supportive federal and state regulation and legislation. Governments must work closely with stakeholders across the energy ecosystem, and business models and regulatory frameworks must evolve to embrace innovation. The 5x25 initiative is ambitious, but the urgency of our climate crisis demands nothing less. We invite you to join us in our race against time. We're ready to secure our clean energy future. Are you? Visit sepapower.org to learn more.
I'm here because, one, I want to know more about the renewable energy sector and help, show people what we have to offer and yeah, just see what's happening to the future for sustainability.
Estoy súper feliz de participar en este evento tan profesional y creo que es una gran oportunidad para conocer a gente del sector y ampliar mi red profesional y sobre todo para encontrar nuevos partnerships para CV North America.
I'm here to network. I work for a development company, and we're looking to expand our network and meet new people in the industry. Also to learn more about the industry and solar and renewable energy, and hopefully one day save the planet.
Again, and welcome back to the PowerUp Live podcast stage, participating in live conversations all day long here at the PowerUp Live podcast stage, presented by KeyBank Capital Markets. Herman, we've got a little bit of a ring here. Do you hear that? Yeah. All right. It might be. It feels like my mic is probably a little hot, so bring that down. Awesome. Thank you. The process of development, especially at the utility scale, is a very complex, it's a complex puzzle to put together. And it requires, as one would suspect, partnerships from supply through development all the way to completion and operation of these projects. Up on the stage with me are folks from the entire supply chain, as it were, delivering on utility scale projects at scale. And today we're going to talk about how to overcome the barriers that are common to projects that get stuck in various stages of the development cycle. I'm joined by Rob Anders, Associate Director of Development at EDPR North America, Eric Villeman, Director of Agile Internal for Beta Engineering, Jaime Fernandez, Senior Steel Sourcing Manager for Nextracker, and Chris Haltom, VP of Sales and Marketing at TorqueSil. So guys, I have a handful of questions here, but the through line is, what does it take to make sure that in a world where we've got, as Andy Redinger says at KeyBank, gasoline on the bonfire of utility scale, there's been so much pent up demand. You've got on every level manufacturers like Nextracker bringing manufacturing on the local level, yet you've got supply constraints and regulatory constraints that keep projects from getting to the finish line or getting to the starting line in some cases. I'd love to start, Rob, at the development level, because ultimately it comes down to how projects are developed. That's the core that kicks off the project development process. And at ADP, you all have worked extensively across the United States on ensuring that there is regulatory framework to get projects, to get them built. Could you talk a bit of an update on the regulatory front for project developers? What's the progress that we've seen over the last year, and how does that contribute to the overarching theme of how projects get completed?
Great. Yeah. Well, thanks, Nico. Appreciate the intro and appreciate the opportunity to be here, certainly with our team of teams here.
Yeah.
Just, again, by way of introduction, I'm the Associate Director of Development for EDP Renewables. I oversee our 3.5 gigawatts of projects under development east of the Mississippi River, primarily in the southeast. And so to your question about the regulatory environment, I think I'd like to begin at the very beginning and really what's at the core of what we do as a developer and what the industry does across the country, which is we begin projects with relationships with landowners and with communities, and that's step one. That is step one for everyone in the business. And so when you think about EDP Renewables, our entire enterprise rests on paperwork that reflects relationships that we have with individual real people in real places. And that is it's something that's not lost on our team on the development side and certainly the rest of the company. So with that in mind, as we're looking at the landscape across my region in the southeast and the country more broadly, there really is a lot of volatility in terms of the regulatory environment, and that's super important. We're very sensitive to that. Some states have implemented laws that provide a kind of a backstop. Illinois is a good example, where they've done a lot of the sort of the foundational regulatory framing for the counties. Other states like Ohio, for example, have done sort of the inverse and have ceded much more regulatory authority to the counties. And so all of the variability between those two kind of paradigms is all across where we're trying to begin new projects. So to your point, and again back to the theme of what we're talking about here, every project begins with a relationship, begins with a handshake and looking in the eye and sitting across a farm table, wherever the project area is. And that landowner is a member of a community, and the regulatory framework sort of stems from that. I think just to sum it up, the progress we've seen on the regulatory side really stems from so many people across the country have now had some kind of interaction or interface with renewable energy, whether they've driven past a solar project or a wind farm, or they know someone who is a material participant in a project.
Yeah.
There's so much more exposure at the individual level, at the town, village, council, or county level, where more information is pouring into the regulatory frameworks. And so there's a ton of activity and that's positive in its own right, because people are working on it and thinking about it and shaping it accordingly. So we're sensitive to that as the company looks externally to the landscape where the best opportunities are for new development. I will just say, as we're talking about supply chain and the intersection of supply chain and us bringing to bear these projects to get steel in the ground, where we can minimize and mitigate the impacts to the regulatory framework, which really is designed to protect the interests of the local communities.
Yeah.
That all comes from engineering and design on our part, and that's why it's a great conversation or a great way to start this conversation here.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel that one of the things that is a common theme in the conversations that we are having for project development and what we're seeing as obstacles in deployment across the country is this concept of community buy-in. I feel like Nextracker, as an example, has done a great job of seeding confidence in strategic locations across the United States, not just in the development community, but in the local community that will provide jobs to help build the technology. Could you all talk about, maybe we'll go with you first, Jaime, how you think about the importance of community buy-in as a component to the supply chain for actually getting these projects to completion?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Nick. And I think the very key word over here is community. That's what we're trying to do, right? We're trying to build this community, but we're trying to educate everybody on renewables. The best way to educate is bringing back the jobs, creating this circular economy where suddenly you're creating, jobs for raw material, you're creating jobs for manufacturers, you're creating jobs for EPCs, and then you're creating jobs for the developers. And at the end of the day, that's what Nextracker is really trying to do. Just creating good jobs. I think that's the best way to educate the community.
Yeah. And I know that, Beta, you guys as well are bringing to bear local aspects to community development. How do you in Torxil think about? I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts about just the nature of integrating into the local community as these projects get deployed.
Yeah, I know. Every project we start on, that's one of our first things we want to look at is how can we get both content for our project and how can we impact the local community? Because there's always great partners there that know everybody and can really help you through and along that journey. And I know we've taken part in a few events with EDP this year, bringing out the whole community and just educating everybody on the project overall, how it's going to be built, what the long-term effects are, and just showing everybody.
So this is ahead of building the project.
Right.
How far ahead of a project are you bringing your resourcing staff to go out and engage and get into the community and start seeding this goodwill?
So I know for us, we usually follow the owner developer's lead and really like to work with them. But at a minimum, 3-4 months before we mobilize, get out there and see who are our local partners going to be there.
Yeah, that seems like a great best practice.
So for us, for EDP Renewables, we're an owner-operator.
Yeah.
And so, again, going back to that initial conversation with landowners, we approach that conversation with the very long term in mind. So we are talking about a very long proposition here of a project on their property for 35, 55 years. And so we have the mindset that a member of our company, all the way at the end of the life of the project, is going to be interfacing with this landowner's, grandchild or whomever it is.
Yeah.
Because they have the long term in mind. The council, the town council, the county council has that long term vision in mind just the same. So to your question about when do you engage, early and often, and we just had one of these kickoff meetings for one of our projects in Mississippi. Very well attended, all the stakeholders, landowners, village, town council members attended. A lot of folks looking for tangible opportunities to contribute to the project. So typically that is as we're getting closer to construction, where now we've got actual mobilization either underway or poised to deploy, and so that's very exciting, and it's really great to see our internal teams and our contractors and the people who are going to be out there interfacing with local communities all together and demonstrating that team of teams and the power of partnerships.
Yeah. I can speak for what I see in the marketplace, at least with EDPR and with Nextracker, who are very publicly expounding on the virtues of community engagement. But I welcome all of you to speak on how this team of teams works, because what I hear as a common resound here is the internal team of the project developer and the engineer and the suppliers is it's a requirement. It's not a nice to have. It's a need to have. Can you talk about the process of both integrating those teams and integrating or incorporating advancements in technology, because that's something else that you all are particularly prolific at. How do we formulate these teams in a way that's cohesive, and then we'll get into supply constraints in a moment.
Okay. Anybody? Anyone want to run with it?
Well, I'll just I guess amplify the intersection of the sort of the policy dimension, the regulatory environment, and some of the technologies here. First and foremost is, we're looking at development areas that are increasingly complicated with constraints. Topography is a big issue in more and more places where we've got willing landowners, we've got available capacity on the transmission system, and but the terrain can be problematic. And so when you go into those those initial conversations, and we're talking about, well, can we put a project on undulating terrain without impacting that? That's huge, because if we are proposing to really come in there and change the landscape in a dramatic way, that amplifies the risk to the regulatory sort of approach that the local community is facing. So Nextracker is a great example here of technological solutions, new advancements in technology that can mitigate that long-term, from a development standpoint, can mitigate our impact on the land, our ability to restore the land to agricultural use or the way it was before at the end of the life of the project. All of that is win-win-win all the way around. So over to you.
No, actually, I wanted to go maybe a different way and maybe take a step back, and mostly you're talking about the importance on relationships, right? And for everybody needs to be in the same page in order to reach that project for completion. And I just wanted to take a step back and really understand the importance of data, right? Mm-hmm. Because all the data cascades down, right? If you don't get the data from your supplier, you cannot provide accurate data to the EPC, and you cannot provide accurate data to the developer, right? So I think within Nextracker, we challenge ourselves, our processes internally. We are humble enough, and now we are putting together better processes to provide accurate data across the whole organization. I think everybody is working for the same goal. At the end of the day, we're trying to provide renewable energy for the whole communities, right? And yeah, that's essentially it. Just focusing on data internally for us has been really key for our success.
Well, and I think this is a really good point because we're really up here 4 separate entities, right? 4 separate businesses. We all have 4 separate bosses and different balance sheets and everything that we have to report to. And for us at Torxil, and Torxil, just for everyone, we do a helical pile foundation, which is a steel foundation system that's quicker and cleaner that helps everybody through the community. But what we are trying to do is please every person that's down this chain on the desk here. And it's open communication and building that trust with your customer through either our internal engineering team or our operations teams or our manufacturing teams. So just open communication, build the trust, and that's something that we strive to do to make you guys as happy as possible.
Well, one of the things that erodes trust in all projects is timelines and delivery delays. I'd love to hear how, as a team, you all have approached improving accuracy through data, through relationships, team of teams, to address the current supply chain challenges. What are the hallmarks of good project management, good team dynamic with regards to delivering on time, setting expectations, et cetera? Can we talk a bit about the nature? I mean, I think that really is at the heart of delivering on the owner-operator's desires at the end of the day for the project. You've gone and gotten and won the landowner's trust, you've won the local community's trust, and now we've got to put orders in and we've got to put steel in the ground. Can you walk me through that?
Yeah, I would say especially for us being in the high voltage industry, it's really unprecedented times right now with just the lead times and availability of equipment. And it's, when we go through these projects, it's all about mitigating risk as soon as you can do so all the way through, because you never know what's going to happen. You never know what the delays are going to be to the project. Yeah. And one thing that we're doing is partnering with our sister company Distran to both modularize and marshal all of our materials to our facility in Louisiana. Mm-hmm. And so if something happens and the site's not available, once it is, we're ready to go. You aren't there waiting on everything to show up, and just that certainty that you can provide to the rest of the team is just so valuable.
Yeah. I just wanted to say something that I don't know if everybody was aware, but in Nextracker we took this approach about 2 years ago, a little bit over 2 years, of bringing the manufacturing back here to the US. Mm-hmm. And it's been for a couple of reasons. And before it was essentially to build orders, with shorter lead time, trying to get that project orders as soon as possible to the manufacturers, to the developers. Now, that was 2 years back. Yes, some regulations have changed, but our approach has really been trying to bring things back to the community where they're going to be built for a shorter lead time. And again, I'm just emphasizing in the community aspect, right? We need to educate people on renewables and how great they are and how great they will be in the future.
Are there examples that you guys can give of that risk mitigation? Like you guys are fast-tracking production in specific ways. Can we talk a bit about that as well? And I agree with what you're saying, Jaime, that bringing nearshoring and bringing that manufacturing back to the United States is a part of risk mitigation. It's a massive advantage for developers to know that they have the supply here domestically, right?
Yeah, no, and I mean, if I look, 2 years back where, COVID was essentially abrupt and suddenly the whole supply chain really got affected.
Right.
You really had no control over all the shipments that were coming in the States, right? So suddenly building here was a no-brainer solution, and that was really the approach that we took. Yeah. That's a very punctual, project that we did. Essentially was, either building closer to the border, close to Mexico, which now we moved that facility here to the States, and really trying to build facilities in the Midwest right now.
Yeah, I'd also, would like to add a little bit about fast-tracking things. And so at Torxil, we work in a lot of different sectors, right? So it's not just high voltage. We work in oil and gas and industrial. And what's amazing is after COVID, we see so many supply chain issues that are really impacting that timeline of projects getting completed. And so for us to work, partner with you guys at Beta to say, hey, let's do a steel foundation where we screw these into the ground. There's no time for people to wait around for concrete to cure, and then you're ready to set your equipment that is skid-based on top of these helical piles. So again, even though they're waiting for equipment and everything, that is one thing to help slide that timeline to the left a little bit. But we see it across every sector that's out there.
Rob, I'm curious, and I welcome all of you to opine on it, but as a developer, when you're thinking about the value to the community, the messaging that you're going to portray into the meetings, et cetera, how do conversations around sustainability factor in? Because there are a number of different ways, we'll say, to approach putting a solar farm out in the middle of a community. And equipment selection specifically is one of those. So are there ways that you all, and you guys may have to jump in with specific data, but that you all are embedding sustainability and lower carbon footprint into the product choices?
Yeah, go ahead. Well, I guess you asked me directly.
I did, but feel free, Miguel, you guys can.
Please.
I just my initial reaction is to expand the scope of what you mean by sustainability.
Sure.
And really, in so many of the places where we are building projects, the notion of sustainability is much more about the sustainability of the communities
and the jobs.
And the jobs we talked about, and the long-term health and welfare of the town and the county. And so that is of utmost importance, really across the board. That is really what is driving the conversations. I think more internally, when we're looking at procurement and our team of teams, that's of much more sort of value and certainly part of the decision-making process for our own company's sustainability goals, also our overall messaging.
Yeah.
That notion of sustainability really has a bigger aperture than.
I love the fact that as we move into the heartland, Nextracker's American-made steel, Torque Seal's American-made steel. Does that factor into how you guys think about the neighborhood and the community messaging?
Yeah, no, and I just wanted to jump in also on the sustainability aspect. It's definitely important for Nextracker. We just got our ESG certification from EcoVadis, Silver Star. So it's definitely important. And what we try to do as well is look at our manufacturers, see the safety aspects of the manufacturers, and really guarantee that the jobs are good that you're bringing into the community. Because at the end of the day, if you're creating bad jobs, that's not going to be a solution. You want to create good jobs for the families, and making sure everybody gets safe to their house at the end of the day, right? I think that's the most important. And just jumping into the sustainability aspect, coming here into the States just changed the whole equation for us. Because historically, if you look at different regions, the steel comes from a blast furnace, so it's a different technology. Whilst here in the US, you have electric arc furnaces, which are much cleaner. They essentially just use electricity in order to melt that steel. So suddenly you're using 80% of scrap, right? So it's very sustainable. And now you're using just pure electricity to melt that scrap. You have different companies that are looking or evaluating to, powering their plants with solar, with wind farms, and suddenly you're creating a much sustainable product.
Yeah,
that's a good point. Throw into this thing about our torque seals or helical piles. Just from a sustainability standpoint, we, besides water, the most used, I believe the most used material is concrete.
Yeah.
And that provides a mess for the landowner 30 to 50 years later when maybe they don't want that project there anymore. And so with helical piles, we did compare a concrete project to helical piles. And the biggest takeaway from that is that there's a 50% less carbon footprint of using helical piles versus concrete. The other thing I'd say is for that landowner, when we do use helical piles, and they don't want the project there anymore after 30, 50 years, we can just go out and unscrew them and use them for something else. So there is that sustainability aspect, and it just creates that chain all the way down from you guys in the cleaner burning steel manufacturing to the foundations alone.
Yeah, I think it's, finding partners that approach sustainability from, right in legitimate ways. Like for us as a contractor, our company has, a large amount of sustainably managed timberland. And so by doing that, we're actually scope 1 and 2 negative for our carbon emissions. And so, as a contractor, that's a pretty unique thing we're able to say. And it's, and we've been doing that for years before we even thought how that would impact our carbon emissions.
I have to say, in 630 episodes of Suncast, I've never had an engineering firm talk scope 1 and 2 emissions. That says a lot about the procurement processes of EDPR, if nothing else, finding companies like Beta and Torxil and Nextracker who actually really are thinking beyond just the core product, the steel that's going into the ground, but the messaging and the product that's going into the community. It's providing something for these communities that is going to be there for 25 and it should be 50 years, right? It's replacing an otherwise fossil fuel plant that's going to be there for 50 years. And, it all comes back down to the foundation that we started with, and that's starting at the land. It's a relationship at a local level, building these communities. And what I'm encouraged by in looking at the way that EDPR and Beta and Nextracker and Torxil are working together is, as an industry, we recognize there are supply constraints. We recognize that there are messaging problems in the field about whether or not our technology ought to be allowed in these communities. The NIMBYism is real, and not only that, but the messaging from the other side that's not getting an insignificant amount of funding is real. That would suggest to these communities that solar is a sham, and we don't need it to be there. So I, for one, as someone who, as an outside observer, is seeing these relationships form, am grateful to see the development process a little more from the inside. And I'm sure that our audience is as well. I wish we had time for questions because these guys, I'm sure, could provide deep answers. I wanted to just thank you guys once again, and I'm going to have each one of you back on the show individually. I feel like I could dig deeper with each one of you. I'm learning about Torxil's helical piles here in the middle of the show. Thank you so much, Rob, Eric, Jaime, Chris. Thanks to the teams at EDPR, Beta, Nextracker, and Torxil, not only for your leadership, but for lending these amazing gentlemen to the panel so that we could take some time away from their exhibit and their meetings to share with our audience. You guys have been listening live here at the PowerUp Live podcast stage, presented by KeyBank Capital Markets. My name is Nico Johnson, your host, and we are always honored to have you here live in person. Please join us live on Suncast.live if you want to see more of these kinds of conversations. And I just asked for a round of applause for these guys as we close this one out.
No, thank you so much. That was fun. Thank you.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years' experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
Around the world, climate change has touched us all in many ways. Heat waves, wildfires, floods, and hurricanes are no longer the exceptions. They are our new reality. We have the ability to change this reality, but the clock is ticking. Considering half of the carbon in our atmosphere was emitted in the last 30 years, the next decade is crucial.
Hello, welcome everybody. My name is Mary Palmer and I am the Director of Energy Equity and Inclusion for the Smart Electric Power Alliance, better known as SEPA. I'm really excited to be here. The energy is palpable. There's over 40,000 people here and I'm joined by a dynamic speaker. His name is Pranav Mayana. He's the founder and CEO of Amterra Tech. So, Pranav, How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for having me on this.
Of course. Can you please introduce yourself and share with everybody what inspired you to found Amterra?
Yeah. So my name's Pranam Mayana. I'm the CEO and founder of Amterra Tech. I started my company about a year ago after a trip to my ancestral homeland in India. I'm from America, born and raised, but my ancestry traces back to a small village in South India. While I was there, I learned about this tragedy that was caused by the inability of the government and energy providers to bring energy to my people. The main industry there was power loom weaving, which basically is making clothes with machines. So that obviously requires a lot of power to do. But since we didn't have that power, we weren't able to do our jobs. This led to hundreds of deaths within just a few years in my tiny village, and it showed me just how important energy was for everything we do. Some of the people that suffered from those deaths included my family, and it inspired me to dedicate my entire life towards bringing energy equity to everybody.
That's awesome. It's actually like very moving to know that you're driven by seeing, you know, what the impacts of lack of energy and access to energy can have on real people. I'm curious. So when we talk about energy equity and inclusion, generally we're talking about income or race, and we don't really talk about transgenerational equity. You happen to be of Gen Z, which is awesome. Like, I loved it, the fact that you're here. Please tell us why you think it's so critical that we highlight the voices of Gen Z in the clean energy transition.
Yeah, I think it's important because the future is really up to us and the people who are inheriting this world that is so affected by climate change is going to be the Generation Z and Generation Alpha and these younger generations. And it's really important that we are able to take a charge in this industry, which is responsible for the most emissions. Energy is pretty much the foundation from everything we do, from, you know, transportation to storing and cooking food to building businesses. It's the foundation of what our society is built upon. And it's important that the young people, the people who will be affected most by these decisions, are in charge of those decisions.
Yeah. And what are the processes or gaps that you're seeing that are preventing people of your generation from being included in decision making?
Yeah, I think, well, one statistic is that Gen Z will occupy a third of the global workforce by 2030, but when surveyed, most of us said that we wouldn't even apply for energy jobs. And this is really puzzling because energy kind of aligns completely with what our generation is all about, which is equity, social justice, environmental justice. And the way the current, you know, kind of conversations around energy have not been about kind of making an energy transition that's just. It's about, you know, reducing or increasing profit margins, which is important, and it's something that Gen Z entrepreneurs like me will help with. But what also is really important is taking a community-based approach and also taking an approach where you publish statistics that are personable and relatable and make sense. You shouldn't talk about how heat pumps can reduce emissions or how heat pumps can, you know, take X amount of dollars off your bill. You should talk about how taking that X amount of dollars off your energy bill will empower, you know, the single mother to put funds towards her kid's college education. You can talk about how these really actionable results can, lead to more increases in equity and justice in the world. And a huge part and a huge thing that the energy industry really needs to do is be more inclusive with these young people and young voices and take us seriously, because we are the future and we care about the future and we're inheriting this world and we're going to be in charge of it one day, and we really need a more equitable and inclusive kind of industry that allows us to kind of have our voices heard.
Yeah, I think you touched on communication, which you've talked about before, and the importance of communicating in a way that resonates with your audience. What are some of you gave some examples when you're relating to the community, right? But what are some other ways that we could talk about participating in the clean energy industry that would be more effective?
Yeah, so I think a big thing in the clean energy industry is you should talk more about how what you do has a real impact on people, and it should be less talk about these kind of esoteric statistics. It should be more, you know, I saw a video in the Molokai community of Hawaii, and the Solutions Project, which is a great nonprofit that does a lot of renewable energy projects, did a video about how their community solar really empowered them and helped create jobs and helped create economic and social opportunities. And I think that those kinds of things are what matters the most. These seeing people that you can relate to and knowing that they're real and that they're really getting benefited is really important, and it's something that our industry kind of needs to switch to rather than these kind of out there statistics and numbers.
Yeah, because you were, I mean, it is the personal that drove you to start your business, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So tell us why you chose the business approach. Like,
yeah.
You know, there are a lot of people approach the problem from a policy lens or programmatic lens, and you decided to be an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, the policy and programmatic approach is fundamental to everything that we do as a business. Without the IRA, we wouldn't be able to do nearly as much as we can do now. Mm-hmm. But what's really important for me is kind of seeing the concrete change, actually being able to implement technology and actually being able to reduce technology costs. So when I decided to start my company, I did hundreds of customer interviews within just a few weeks and kind of honed in on what I really wanted to do. And to give you a little background, what we do is operate microgrids and build the control systems for microgrids.
I said that's awesome.
Oh, thank you. We build the control systems for microgrids. So we really create the first kind of scalable microgrid solution. So, and a really resilient one that can reduce energy costs. We're able to make energy storage everywhere, even in end-use devices. We're able to make a distributed solution so that even if one component fails, everything else still works. We're able to make a solution that can get energy storage and generation online you can get the time down from months to hours, and we're able to potentially reduce energy costs by over 50%. And that's a lot of work that we don't think we would be able to do if we took a more politics or programmatic lens or programmatic approach, even though that is fundamental. It was really important for us to actually be able to innovate and implement technology and actually see our actions in the real world as quickly and as efficiently and as equitably as possible.
I'm seeing a theme. I'm seeing a theme here. You like to being able to actually see tangible results.
Yeah.
It's very important to you, and also something that you're saying will actually bridge the gap and get more people of Gen Z involved with the climate change. There are a lot of climate change movements happening within Gen Z.
Yeah.
Can you talk about some of them, just in case people aren't familiar?
Yeah, there are some great things happening. One of my friends has a nonprofit called Start Empowerment, and they're hosting a workshop at Climate Week NYC, and if you're there, you should go. And there's also the Sunrise Movement, which I know has been doing incredible work, and Black Girl Environmentalist. The founder is Wawa. She's amazing. And something that's really common within people in Gen Z is this thing called climate anxiety, where we hear so much stuff about how the world is ending, and we kind of get immobilized by that anxiety. But I think a big contributor to that anxiety is the thought that you can't do anything about it. And that's kind of the thing I'm trying to change, is we can get in this industry and we can make change and we can innovate. And it's important to kind of highlight these stories, and it's important to also kind of help facilitate that, because we have really great ideas and we have really great approaches, and we have an unyielding, desire to innovate and implement revolutionary technologies. And that will help alleviate this kind of theme of climate anxiety and help us take a much more kind of dramatic and drastic approach to solve this, or help solve this really big problem of climate change.
Yeah, I mean, I have anxiety, and I'm working with people like you and others to solve the problem. And it just seems to be very looming. So I'm wondering, other than, are there ways that we can approach this that you think would, or communicate maybe, about the importance and the urgency of the crisis that isn't so overwhelming?
Yeah. So I think what's important is kind of giving more voice to the actions that people are taking. I know something that really helps me is this Instagram account called Future Earth. They have Good News Tuesday. I don't know if you guys know about that, but it really helps to kind of highlight these positive impacts and positive steps that people have been taking, and it kind of shows other people that it's possible, and that with enough effort and with enough passion that you can make a change, and kind of amplifying those is really important, because I mean what the current state of affairs, what oil and gas is kind of really scared about, or what they're most passionate about, is kind of thinking that you can't trying to make you think that you can't do anything. But the truth is that we can and we will, and we need to highlight more of these examples of people doing things that are changing the world.
100%. I love that. So, kind of had a blank, sorry. When we were talking about engaging with the communities, when you were trying to figure out different ways to solve their problems, can you kind of talk about the process that you used and how creating economic opportunities has really helped?
Yeah, definitely. So we can't talk about it in detail, but we have a pilot project scheduled for next year. And what was really important for us was to actually visit the community and talk to the people there. Actually talk to the people in the bookstores, visit the community college, learn that they have a podcast in the community college to get more young people involved. Actually going there in person and talking to the members of the community and figuring out their needs and wants, getting the temperature and getting community buy-in of the projects we're doing, and actually talking to the people in government and talking about what we're thinking of doing, and not just going there, forcing a solution down their throats and telling them to do this, this, and this. It's actually about collaboration and how we can work together to accomplish these goals that will be mutually beneficial. So something that's really important is going there in person and really learning their kind of concerns, their problems, and their wants and desires, and collaborating with them on that.
Awesome. And kind of a similar theme, like if someone, say if I'm trying to engage someone from Gen Z to lift them up and really amplify their voice, what are some of the communication methods, that you would suggest,
Yeah, so I think when it comes to people from Gen Z, I think one thing that's really important is kind of not highlighting just that it's not the focus not being on that they're young, the focus being on the work, and then the kind of added inspiration that comes from being young, and the added kind of plus that comes from being young. The focus shouldn't be that it's just a young person. I think the focus should be look at what this person is doing, and wow, they're so young.
Yeah, and what value they can add to the conversation. Yeah. I don't think anybody particularly likes to be only a representative of their group, so that completely makes sense. I think I want to find out, so I like to have actionable steps for people to think about if they want to engage or if they want to actually affect change. And so if someone wanted to actually, other than amplify voices, but hire and recruit, what are some of the tactics that they should take for that?
Yeah, some of the tactics that you should take for hiring young people would definitely be talking more about the impact you have, and also giving concrete kind of examples of what the young person could do in the job. And also a lot of the problems with the job listings lately is they kind of ask for all these things I don't know, Excel proficiency and Microsoft Word proficiency and all these other proficiencies that you don't really need to know. I think there should be more of a kind of emphasis on learning on the job and taking and being able to take in people with less experience, because people with less experience are inclined to be able to learn more and learn quicker, and that's something that companies should understand. And also kind of understanding the kind of giving like Gen Z a place to kind of voice their concerns and talk to the people in the higher up positions and be able to kind of get their message out there and feel like they're really having an impact rather than they're just kind of a marketing ploy.
Awesome. We only have a few more minutes left. So I want to kind of pivot from talking about Gen Z, but talk more about you specifically and what you're excited about with your business and what you're hoping to accomplish. So feel free to share.
Yeah, so something we're really excited about is hiring. Hiring engineers is what we're doing right now, and we're really excited about getting, really talented people on the team who are excited about change and are excited about the same things we're doing. And something else we're really excited about is expanding. Expanding to different kinds of customers, like industrial customers, energy-intensive users like data centers and vertical farms. That's something we're really excited about, and we're really excited about showing other people that change is possible and change is being made, showing other people that they can make a difference in the world, and showing other people what's possible. Awesome.
Where can they find information about your company?
Yeah, so visit our website at amateratech.com, AMATERRA tech.com, and reach out to me on LinkedIn, Pranab Mayana. My name is over there, and hopefully it's on the title of this YouTube.
Awesome. Well, I'm really inspired, and I feel like, I definitely think that inclusion is a very, very big piece of what I believe that will move us forward. The more voices, the more diverse voices that can contribute to ideating and executing these tasks that we need to do is going to make a huge difference. So I thank you for being here and for participating in all things that you've done at RE Plus in the last couple days. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years' experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
Around the world, climate change has touched us all in many ways. Heat waves, wildfires, floods, and hurricanes are no longer the exceptions. They are our new reality. We have the ability to change this reality, but the clock is ticking. Considering half of the carbon in our atmosphere was emitted in the last 30 years, the next decade is crucial for life in 2030, 2040, and 2050. We don't have time for incremental progress. We need bold, ambitious ideas now. At SEPA, our 1,100 members are reimagining our future by accelerating the growth of clean energy. That's why we created the 5x25 initiative, which will focus on 5 areas that will help align all energy stakeholders where we can make the greatest immediate impact together. It starts with resilience. Microgrids and vehicle-to-grid strategies offer incredible possibilities for providing resilient electricity. Transportation is another important area of focus. Bringing clean energy resources together with transportation infrastructure will be critical to realize the potential of carbon-free electric mobility. Storage will be key as we tap into the full potential of wind and solar energy. To make that a reality, we need advancements in battery technology and long-duration storage to deliver clean, reliable energy when, where, and how it's needed. Emerging technologies will need to be studied, identified, piloted, funded, and progressed to scale for the energy we use to truly be carbon-free. But none of this can happen without supportive federal and state regulation and legislation. Governments must work closely with stakeholders across the energy ecosystem, and business models and regulatory frameworks must evolve to embrace innovation. The 5x25 initiative is ambitious, but the urgency of our climate crisis demands nothing less. We invite you to join us in our race against time. We're ready to secure our clean energy future. Are you? Visit sepapower.org to learn more.
All right, welcome back to the PowerUp Live podcast stage presented by KeyBank Capital Markets. My name is Nico Johnson. I'm the host here as well as on the Suncast podcast. But today, we're going to be hosted by someone else who we often have on the Suncast stage, and that is my good friend Scott Wynn. If you are in the residential solar industry, you have to deal with sales on a day-to-day basis. And my guess is that you are experiencing the title of today's talk. Oh shit, my sales are half what they used to be. How to deal with that and how to help you through it are the conversation of the day with my friend Scott from Bodie. He's the CEO of the tech platform Bodie that helps all across the solar landscape. We also have joining Scott, Rachel Fenn, finance specialist at Green Tech Renewables, and Mr. Stan Pipkin, CEO at Lighthouse Solar down in Texas. Scott, I'm going to hand it off to you and get off the stage.
All right, thanks a lot, Nico. So we did a panel like this last year where we were kind of looking forward to what happens post-sale. But of course, the landscape has changed quite a bit. And so what we wanted to do today was really kind of just talk about the elephant in the room, which is, shit, my sales are half of what they used to be. So I want to welcome everyone to today's special panel, Shit, My Sales Are Half What They Used to Be, Strategy to Overcome High Interest Rates and Be Ready to Grow When the Market Does Rebound. And as we wait for anybody else to kind of trickle in, I think those that are aware of the webinars that Bodie puts on, you guys know that I like to start off with a dad joke. So are you guys ready for that? Okay, so what did my dog say when I asked her what 2 minus 2 is? She said nothing.
They don't even have to.
Thanks, Dan.
Nice. You're a killer.
Thanks, Dan.
The sphere is just opening for you, I think.
It is starting. So thanks for joining me. So, all right, let's start. I want to thank everyone for coming to today's event and this panel right now. Like Nico said, I'm Scott Wynn, the founder and CEO of Bodie, a software platform that helps residential solar companies deliver amazing customer experiences with ease. Now, before I begin, I just want to get a quick poll of the audience here. Not quite that many, but how many are in the audience? There are solar installers, residential solar installers out there. Okay, keep your hands up if you have seen your sales numbers fall short of your forecast for 2023. All right, okay. Now, how many of you actually have a solid plan that you're comfortable with to make it through to when the market does rebound? All right, that's 0. Oh, I got half a hand right there. Hey, I'm going to tell Colin about your half hand. All right. So why are we here today? So what we're going to try to do is answer the question, how can we overcome those high interest rates now and really be ready to grow when the market does rebound? Because it's going to happen. This is a solar coaster. And today what we have, as Nico mentioned, we've got two heavyweights in the industry here to answer that question and give us tips on what we can do within our own solar businesses. So we have Rachel Finn, a commercial finance specialist at Green Tech Renewables. So Rachel, for those that are not familiar with Green Tech Renewables finance, I think most people just try to buy panels and other stuff from y'all. Can you give just a quick 30-second explanation of the finance component?
Yeah, absolutely. So we, all of our specialists, we're all Green Tech employees, and so we partner with lenders, and so we will create either like specials, we'll have lower dealer fees, things like that. So it just helps to route the money where it needs to go faster.
Okay, cool. Thank you. And then we also have Stan Pipkin, the CEO. Oh, can you move your mic a little bit closer? All right. We also have Stan Pipkin, who is the CEO of Lighthouse Solar. You guys have been around for how long ago now?
In actual years or solar years?
In dog years.
50, yeah, the dog years to the joke, it's 15 years or so.
15 years in Central Austin. And let everyone know there, Stan put solar on my house back in 2017. And once again...
And we're still talking.
I know, it was great, right? And I think once again in, I don't know, about a year or two ago. All right, so we want to have audience participation. So if you do have any questions, just raise your hand, come out right here in the middle. I'll call on you. And so we'll also save time at the end for Q&A. All right, so let's dive in, and see what kind of the panelists have, insights that they have to offer. I want to first set the stage. We already know what the title is, but if you guys remember last year at this time, there are a lot of folks out there that will argue that we were actually at peak residential growth. Pink Energy Power Home, they declared bankruptcy while we were at the conference last year. That's when interest rates really started to climb. And then since then, this year, it's been tough for a lot of installers across the US. And so I was looking at the Ohm Analytics market report, and I forgot exactly, but they were saying about, so far this year is about a 5 to 10% drop in residential solar once you start to exclude California versus last year. And so let's start, tackle this question right away. I mean, what are you guys seeing, Rachel, with your customers? How are they doing this year relative to last year?
I mean, I would say they are definitely plateauing this year. They were very optimistic last year. They were growing exponentially, but this year I think a lot of our installers they've pulled back on either staffing or, I don't know.
And what do you think is it that, okay, so two questions. First is, what do you think is the root cause of that? And then second, is there any distinction between the types of installers that are facing the most issues?
Let's start with that second part. I would say that the national installers seem to be having the most trouble. Our local installers, our regional installers seem to actually, after a little bit of rockiness, they figured out how to pivot, and then they've actually, I'd say that they're plateauing, but they're optimistic for next year. And I think that there's a lot of kind of things in the works, either financially or just, the IRA, some, policy that I think that they're going to really, I think they'll be fine next year. And they're optimistic.
They're optimistic. So, Stan, you optimistic? Or what's happening in the Central Texas region? I mean, Texas, a year ago, 2 years ago, saw tremendous growth. I think Texas last year had the largest growth in solar across the U.S. This year's been a very different case in the state. What are y'all seeing?
Yeah, actually, what Rachel just described is we are a regional company, and we're situated in Central Texas and really have been. I'd say that's pretty accurate. Like, solar is seasonal in Texas in particular, and this spring, we always expect a slow time as a lag from the winter. It persisted more than, and so there's some tenuous months, but it's actually rebounded much faster and more robustly in ways that we did have to pivot. We started some things, put some things in place that are bearing fruit now, and so we're actually more bullish than we had been.
So can you expand on what that pivot was for your company?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the last couple of days here at the show, like what I look around, there's the basement hall, there's the main hall, and then there's another hall in another building, and they all have kind of a different tone. They have different offerings. It's much more varied than previous years, and that's like that principle, like a varied set of offerings, has been the space that we've been able to move into, which means like it's not just solar plus storage, but we've seen our customers still want to do something. Financing has limited the ease of access to do something very quickly, but if we can offer multiple avenues of how they begin the journey and start a relationship with a company like ours or others, then they become customers, and that's sort of the follow-on sales. That cycle is much faster than we expected, so we're getting repeat customers that are 1 year old. And
1 year old?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're selling solar, and then maybe can you expand on that? What are they doing in that second year?
Yeah, I think folks come with the interest of solar plus storage, the full Monty, and then they say, well, we can't finance this; it's too expensive. Cash maybe we've got a plan for that. You start breaking it apart and say, how do we plan this roadmap? And you can kind of do it selectively. And the access points could be EV charging right now. They could be a small solar system to kind of figure this out. It could be monitoring alone. Those are all very distinct sales opportunities and require a different approach with the sales team. So our sales team has had to become more cross-trained in some of these technologies, but it's allowed those opportunities not to wither or go away. They catalyze something that will mature in the next seasons, we'll say.
And so on that topic of that pivot, Rachel, do you have an example of what some of your companies have done in that pivot?
Yeah, I mean, it starts from either the way that they sell. So maybe they were doing online marketing, mainly phone calls and things like that. And then I've had several installers engage in like farmers markets and things like
Farmers
that.
markets.
Farmers markets.
Okay.
They get a lot
it's
of
not
leads
just
that way.
sun run at Costco. Is that what it was before,
no.
right?
It's a little different, more kombucha.
More kombucha.
Yeah.
Okay, sales tip out there. Brand your own kombucha. Add that with your solar sale.
Great.
According to Rachel Finn.
So I'd say sales, and then maybe they're looking in, I do focus on commercial, but I also cover residential. So maybe they're doing residential solar installation, but, they're moving more meaningfully into commercial or, to help with
Yeah,
sales.
I've heard that. I think that even though for the companies, I think C&I I've heard is actually doing decently this year compared to previous years. Stan, your company has always had a resi component and a commercial component. How do those two play, and how have those varied through the years?
Yeah, we always have had a fairly diverse set of offerings. Residential has been kind of the backbone. I'd say the three legs of the stool for us right now are residential, commercial, and service. So they all have distinctive, kind of sales processes and operational workflows. What we're finding, we have the stack is more weighted towards commercial. It's still not predominant, but it's more intense. And then service has grown kind of radically. And then the other thing that we've noticed is that they're intermingling. So one of the challenges we have internally is, we get an interest, and it is both a residential project and a service lead at the same time.
Could you describe that? Could you explain that a little bit more?
People are. We get a number of customers, not ours, but others that may have been orphaned. And so I think that's distinct in Texas when you speak about the bankruptcies. They come in and say something's not working, and I want to look at batteries or an expansion. And so there's simultaneously, a re-engagement of their system, and then they realize that they need something else altogether. And so we're seeing a lot of commingling of that internally. The same happens between residential and commercial. We focus on small commercial, so there is legitimate overlap from our customer base that way. So that diversity has been a bit of an inoculation to the kind of big, the big change in the interest rates really just cut out not just access to solar, but actually a robust indirect marketing channel for companies like us. So the Powers, the Pink, the others that are very, they're blanketing the landscape, and they're sort of plowing up interest. And that interest doesn't all go to them, it goes to everybody else. And so that was a realization for us that we were drafting on that sort of awareness building campaign that was part of, the marketing of many different companies overlapping.
No, it's true. I think because with solar being so new, I think what we've always heard is that you first have to convince people to go solar, and then the second challenge is convince people to go solar with you, right? And so in that sense, you can actually ride that wave of a big national player coming in.
Yeah, on that front, sorry to piggyback on
for
you,
sure.
Scott, is that I have an installer in Colorado who partnered with the local utility for that sort of thing. Like maybe the solar starts to be installed and then the company goes out of business. And so this particular solar installer will then kind of come in and pick up the pieces and then attract some additional sales.
Yeah, that's right.
And so what you're saying is that you're able to pick up that project, complete that, get some of the revenue from it. But Stan, your replying is that there is a whole nother potential customer value to be gained just from doing that because of all the additional sales opportunities to that customer?
For sure. I mean, we can't sort of predetermine what comes up when it's a latency. So they're there, something happened, something was wrong, and they realize they need something. But we kind of believe that everybody is we're kind of beyond the place where we need to convince people to do solar. Now it's really how do we guide them through this entire energy journey, and so we don't know where they are on that. So the first step is just to present an honest inquiry. And I'd say that's kind of the other big thing we've recognized. Like there's a vacuum of trust in Texas in particular. It's probably in other markets, but we're picking up the pieces from things that just didn't work, and have left a lot of consumers doubting our industry's capacity to deliver on our promise.
Yeah.
And so just doing that alone goes a long way.
Okay. I want to shift the conversation a little bit. One thing we haven't really touched on too much right now is just the high interest rates that are out there for, those traditional loans that are financed, let's say, from the Mosaics, Dividends, Sunlights of the world. The one area that has grown in the past half a year are third-party financing, PPAs, leases. How do y'all see that within y'all's business and kind of the landscape, Rachel? I mean, does third-party financing at all play into the financing options that Green Tech provides?
Absolutely. Yeah, I would say that there are more and more financiers who are bringing on leases as part of their offerings. There is a definite interest, especially in California. Any of the installers that I've talked to recently who are actually growing are utilizing leases right now, or PPAs.
Sure. Yeah.
So yeah, it's definitely helping them grow because it's more of what salespeople are comfortable. It's a bill swap, right? Like you could be spending $200 to the utility or $150 on a lease.
But I'd say I've heard from sales folks that have never sold leases or PPAs before. It is actually a very different sales process, and it's actually kind of hard to try to present it to the consumer, the homeowner, the different options. Like, hey, here's buying your system. Here's a different option. Stan, you guys have a good portion of your business which are cash. You do loans, not just from the big guys, but from some of the credit unions and smaller ones. How do you see those different options as compared to trying out, let's say, one of the new PPAs or lease options that are out there?
Yeah, I mean, our particular set of utility markets, some are, the leases and PPAs are just not available because of the utility regulations. In other places, the rates are so low that the economics are just dodgy. In the areas where the rates can be higher, we found that it's a very difficult conversation, one that you can handle, but many customers aren't ready to understand all the exposures to rate changes in the deregulated market. And a PPA or a lease is kind of a fixed program, and so the offer needs to be very simplified, so that from a execution standpoint, you control the cost and the price. So we're not inside Lighthouse, we're not seeing a huge opportunity. Like that's actually the market in Texas, ERCOT, and the pricing, the way that's working. I think there's a lot of risk for us. We're actually seeing more opportunity to bring the banks and the credit unions into the solar space in a more mature way. I think the financing companies have done good to seed the interest and speak about financing ownership. And credit unions, I think, are picking up that. So it's, in some ways we're trailing that solar has become more bankable. It's a secured asset, even though maybe it's not papered up in the same way that a lease or PPA is. But I think we're pulling institutions off the sidelines, which is exciting.
Yeah. All right. Man, 30 minutes time flies when you're having these conversations. So I want to jump into our third conversation, our third topic. I mean, we know that the market will rebound. We've been through the solar coaster before. What are y'all doing, or what are you seeing, Rachel, with some of the installers that you're working with? What are they doing right now to plan for that future so that when the market does rebound, let's say, hopefully maybe next year, Q2, someone told me that, I don't know. How can they dominate their market? Because right now, companies, there's those that are not doing well, they're falling to the wayside. And so what can they do to be the ones to be on top of that market when that market does rebound?
Yeah, well, kind of going back to what I said earlier about the fact that we've seen regional installers really, they're the ones I think are going to succeed in this market, and especially next year. So I think just leaning into that, like being the expert in your area, so whether that's like creating relationships with the utilities,
the permit office,
like I think really just leaning into being the regional expert. And then I think that's what I've seen most, actually.
Yeah, I would draft that a little bit. I mean, we're our existing customers are our strongest antidote to this fluctuation, and Texas now has 2 seasons, summer and catastrophic freezes. So I think that we're looking at like how does the resiliency system, so solar plus storage, and really understand the customer's experience through those potential events. So it means being far more intentional about communicating to them, both in a kind of a project journey and then a closeout, and then like the functional life of the early life of a system. So someone invests in a very complicated, powerful, high-tech system at their house, and they don't know how to drive it. And we need to make sure they know how to drive it through kind of good times and bad times. And that's our approach to building a customer base that knows us, trusts us, understands what it is, and then can promote it.
And speaking about a customer base that trusts you, you guys actually did something more recently with Enphase and Span, this collaboration, kind of a marketing thing to try to re-engage those customers. Can you tell the audience a little bit about that program and where you're able to get those marketing dollars from?
Yeah, so I think it's not a novel idea, but it sounded like it was unprecedented in the solar space. So I've heard now there's MDF, co-op dollars. It's essentially pulling the manufacturers and the distributors into market creation rather than just serving the market. And it's still brand forward, so it's Lighthouse's event, but it's kind of bringing our ecosystem to bear to say we're all doing this together. We're not just, it's not transactional. Our success is dependent on a supplier making good choices upstream. And presenting that to the customers. And some of these were customers that have, they were 12 years. They've been with us. And I was shocked. It was a small event, but it was promising to say that these folks, we haven't heard from them, we haven't talked to them necessarily, but they're paying attention. And so I think it goes back to the case that we don't know what people out there are really thinking. And my hunch is, and what we're starting to validate, is that they're thinking they're aligned with us. It's just getting surfacing that is the challenge.
Do we have questions from the audience that y'all want to pose to either Rachel or Stan? Any questions whatsoever? Adam.
Question.
Hey, Adam, could you introduce yourself as well when you're able to? Maybe I'll introduce Adam while what's happening here.
Does that sound?
That sounds
Beautiful.
great, yeah.
Awesome. My question's on the sales side of, I find it's often triggered by some event from the customer's user experience where it's the big three that we started off with is I'm looking for a new roof or I just put on a new roof. How does solar, that's what's making them start to think about solar. Getting an EV or getting a heat pump. Those were the big three that we would do targeted marketing as. I think we've added 4 and 5 in terms of this is the biggest bill I've ever gotten in my life is one, and then I've had a power outage, and now I'm interested in backup. Can you guys add 6, 7, 8 of any other triggering events that you see of the customers aren't thinking about solar just because solar. We all love solar on this show, but the customers are thinking about it in terms of that trigger event and how does solar blend with that and from their unique user experience. So can you guys expand on any other trigger events that you think of from their perspective?
Do you want to start, or I can?
You start.
So I think that's actually a pretty good list. I would start to qualify the trigger. There are acute triggers, which are, it's event-based. Doesn't have to be the biggest bill. It's actually any bill. And if it's, I think there's also environmental. So if it's been hot in our part of the world for 100 straight days, over 100. There's fatigue, and they just say, I can't do this anymore. And that starts to overlap with the outage. So we're seeing fewer singular triggers, but there's kind of combined environmental, there's a feeling. Yeah. So I actually think your list is actually pretty good. There are others that are probably kind of nuanced. Just moving into a house is a big one. They're looking at kind of the whole picture. So the first bill in a new house is also a real trigger, kind of the unexpected.
Yeah, Rachel, do you have anything to add there?
Just personally, we always get these emails from ERCOT right now, can we conserve energy from 5 until 9 every night? But now we're starting to get these, we're at critical level 2 of potentially rolling blackouts. Yeah, so that's a huge one.
Yeah.
That hits me very personally.
All right, we only got a couple of minutes left, so if you do have questions, I think the panelists will be here afterwards as well, but I want to just have a little bit of an outro. Real quick, rapid fire. 2024 will be...
rebounding and difficult.
2024 will be...
stabilizing.
That's official words from Rachel Finn and Stan Pipkin. I want to thank everyone sitting out there and all those listening in on the live broadcast and on the Suncast podcast to thank you for joining us. And we'll be around. Bodhi's got a booth up on the top in, I think, 30 minutes. We're going to have the durian experience. For those who are not familiar with durian, please stop by booth 2374 for something that you probably will remember for a long time.
Well,
I smell success. It's coming.
I know. Thank you, Stan. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, RE Plus. Thank you, Nico and Suncast, for allowing us to do this.
Cool. Thank you, Scott.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're TerraPro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years' experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. TerraPro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
Around the world, climate change has touched us all in many ways. Heat waves, wildfires, floods, and hurricanes are no longer the exceptions. They are our new reality. We have the ability to change this reality, but the clock is ticking. Considering half of the carbon in our atmosphere was emitted in the last 30 years, the next decade is crucial for life in 2030, 2040, and 2050. We don't have time for incremental progress. We need bold, ambitious ideas now. At SEPA,
So I am just
Got it.
Just that.
Welcome back. We are live once again at the PowerUp Live podcast stage, presented by KeyBank Capital Markets in participation with Suncast Media. My name is Nico Johnson, the host here on the stage, but I'm going to be handing the hosting duties off to my dear friend, Abby Hopper. I am really excited to announce this panel because it's one that I think the industry at large really has, there's just a lot of conversation going on about it, and that is workforce development. So Abby is going to have a conversation with Troy Ochoa from Mastech about workforce development in the solar and storage industry, and I'm going to let Abby run with it.
Awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't know how we do that with this thing on. So hello, everyone. How are you? Good. All right. Well, it's good to see you all here in the room, and it's good to see you all virtually who are listening to us and will listen to us. But I am so honored that Nico entrusted me with hosting duties. This is like a dream come true, my friend. This is a dream come true. And so usually Nico interviews me, and now I get to interview you, Troy.
Beautiful. Love it.
So for those of you that have not met Troy, Troy Ochoa is the Senior Vice President at Mastech, a SIA board member, correct, and a veteran solar and storage expert.
Yep.
Is that all true?
That is all true. I'll take it.
Awesome. Awesome. So we wanted to talk a little bit today about the workforce, right? And Troy, do you want to just talk a little bit first about Mastech and kind of what the company does, what kind of projects they focus on, and then we'll dive into the workforce challenges?
Yeah, absolutely. So MasTec is a Fortune 500 company, about $13 billion in revenue. Operates in multiple segments across, but we'll focus on primarily on the renewable segment. Recently acquired IEA and is #1 in the renewable space. So for power generation, has a large segment on the transmission side as well. Very diverse organization that is going all in on renewable.
That's pretty amazing. That's pretty amazing, and it's why I chose Troy to be here with me today, right? I don't know about you, Troy, but as I've been walking the show floor and I visit with companies all over the country, #1 thing they say in terms of like day-to-day challenge, right? We can talk about policy challenge, but sort of day-to-day on the ground is, where am I going to get all these people to build all of these incredible projects? Has that been true for you?
Yeah, absolutely. So you can feel the energy in this building, the energy from last year. It just continues to grow. And with all this growth comes one challenge after another, but one that continues to be there is the people. And how are we going to build this? There's talk about AI, there's talk about all of these other things that maybe just aren't there yet. But the common thread is, where are we going to get the people, the talent, the resources to go out there and build all of this renewable energy that's coming? The wave is coming, and the excitement around that, we got to make sure that the workforce is there and ready to take on that wave.
So how many people, you said it earlier, but I want you to say it again. How many people are you employing in the renewable sector at MasTec?
So MasTec as a whole has 36,000 employees. In the renewable sector, anywhere from 5,000 to 7,000 employees at any given time across the country.
So that's here in September of 2023. If you look out in 24, 25, 26, like the good executive that you are, and you're anticipating need, what are you thinking in terms of the amount of workforce you need?
30 to 40% growth year over year is what we're looking at.
30 to 40% growth year over year.
Mm-hmm.
So
in a workforce that's already tapped out, right? In a workforce that's already tapped out. So I'm really excited today to talk about some of the things that we're doing to bring in new people into our workforce, underrepresented people in the workforce, and train and develop the others, and create that excitement that's in this building. Get that to expand out to other industries, get them wanting to come to renewables and be a part of what we're doing.
Absolutely. So let's talk a little bit first about what kind of jobs are we talking about, right? What kind of folks are you employing at MasTec? And do you anticipate that 30 to 40% growth? Is it going to be consistent across your spectrum of jobs, or are there areas where you see kind of more incremental growth?
Yeah, so it will be consistent. That growth, each project is going to need X percentage of general laborers, operators, electricians. It's going to need the same percentage growth. But where we really want to focus on is, how do we take those general laborers, the entry level, and how do we quickly get them to journeymen? How do we get them to a point where not only are they contributing more to their family, they're contributing more to the industry. So they're operating equipment, they're terminating, they're doing electrical work, the skilled craftsmen that can earn an honest living for their family.
That's interesting. So tell us a little bit. I know that you have done some interesting things at MasTec to really plan for and address this imbalance and this anticipated need you have. Why don't you tell us about that?
Yeah, so there is no silver bullet. If there was, we wouldn't be up here talking about it. So
we would have done it already, right?
We would have done it already, and our competition wouldn't. And we're all in this together. So I look at it, when I talk about safety and quality, there are no secrets, right? We all need to make sure safety is getting better, quality is getting better. I look at the same thing with workforce. What are we doing across the industry to bring that expertise up a notch, to reach out to people that aren't in our industry and promote the renewable industry? So no silver bullets, but I'll just share some of the things that we're doing that we're really proud of. We're reaching out into underrepresented, whether it's female, whether it's low economic areas, and we're providing an opportunity to come and improve their lives, to enrich their lives and give them an opportunity to travel the country, to earn an honest living, to make good wages, to get trained, to advance in their career, and those are the ones that I'm really proud of. Of course, we have the college, going to recruit college graduates. Of course, we have the recruiters that are looking for all of the other people in the industry. But the one I'm most proud of, that craft, that worker, that entry-level worker, we have an opportunity to improve their life. We bring them in. Sometimes we bring them in as spotters. and we quickly provide training so they can become an operator. Or if they have an interest in a trade, we teach them how to do terminations. And we just try to bring the entire industry up. And if all of us across the country are doing the same thing, we can meet those needs.
So Troy, as you think about 5,000 to 7,000 people in your workforce today, 30 to 40% annual growth over the next few years, how do you train them? You talked a little bit about, you bring them in and you train them. What does that look like? How has MasTec thought about investing in that kind of internal workforce development? And do you look for partners in that as well?
Yeah, we absolutely do look for partners, and SIA has been a great partner with that, with just some of the research, going out and finding out where are these individuals that could use additional resources or underrepresented, and helping us find those communities where people, when we go into a community, our priority is getting involved in the community and providing good paying jobs. We like to hire local. We set fairly high percentage of local hires. We want to bring them in, we want to train them, and if they are willing to travel, we take them to our next job. One other program, I'll go back just a question, that I'm really proud of, is reaching out to, in the communities that we work at, finding foster children. And when they age out at 18 years old, they have nowhere to go. And those individuals in those programs, we are trying to reach out to them, and we've been meeting with them across the country and trying to find ways that we can bridge that gap. So at 18, when they're no longer government funded, they have a job to go to. We provide them training, we provide them additional support to help them be successful. So that's one of the programs. Again, there's no silver bullet. There's lots of different things going on across MasTec's $13 billion revenue companies. We're doing lots of different things in that nature.
That's fascinating. That is a particularly vulnerable group of young people. So I appreciate you mentioning what SIA is doing. We have also identified this as an opportunity, if you will, certainly an area in which our companies need some additional expertise. So we have hired a Vice President of Equity and Workforce. She's here in the audience today, Erica Simmons. Yay, Erica. We have Becky Long, who is on our team. We have a new person coming. I don't think I can say her name yet. But we are investing in this workforce and tying it with equity, as you said, right? Sort of centering equity in this work. Apprenticeship programs, right? We all know that that is a essential part of getting the entirety, 30% of the investment tax credit. And so Becky in particular has been doing a lot of work on identifying apprenticeship programs so that companies like yours and other EPCs can make that match, right? And utilize the full amount of the investment tax credit. What have you learned from some of your competitors? What's the word we use?
Collaborators?
Collaborators, competitors, depending on the day?
Yeah, so the word competitor, there is so much work in the industry right now that we almost don't have to compete. We can collaborate on the best way to attack the industry to move the renewable industry forward. So I love where we're at. It's not a cutthroat industry. It's everybody we all have the same problems and we're trying to find solutions. SIA has been a great platform or foundation for all of us to come together and talk about lessons learned, what we're doing to improve, where we're focused at. So I'll share. So we have an approved program. We have somebody that's focused on this full time. We have an approved Department of Education apprenticeship program. We've been running people through that program. We've got mentors. We have been getting ready for that tidal wave that I talked about. We're preparing. We've been preparing for well over a year now to make sure that when the guidance comes, we're ready. We have a general understanding of what it's going to look like. Is it perfect? No. But we feel like getting ready, we can pivot whatever direction the guidance tells us to.
So you made an internal decision to invest those workforce development resources inside of your company.
That's correct.
Right? That's interesting. I've heard of several companies that have done that and several other companies that have gone sort of the partnership route. As you said, I don't think there's any silver bullet, but I do think the magic is that you're anticipating it, right? And you're planning for it. I want to talk a little bit more about you talked a lot about reaching communities that have not historically been a part of this clean energy transition. And you made an interesting point, which is that our current workforce is sort of tapped out, right? So I'm going to ask you to elaborate on that a little bit, and then we'll get to sort of some of the steps you're taking to reach new audiences.
Sure. Yeah, so there are major challenges across the country right now, and some of the traditional California, Florida, Texas, they're doing a lot better because they have mature labor markets. But as we continue to grow and solar goes into untapped territories, if you will, we're seeing those challenges because there's not a local workforce who is experienced in installing modules, if you will, or any of that. So getting into communities, providing training, getting in ahead of time. Otherwise, we're bringing people into those communities, and while that works and it's great, we prefer to educate the community and have skin in the game, if you will, from the people from that area.
So one of the things I want to highlight is the work SIA is doing around understanding our current workforce, right? You talked a little bit about some communities being more mature in terms of the sophistication of their labor market, others being newer to our industry. We launched on Monday night, a workforce experience survey. And you might say, Abby, what in the world is a workforce experience survey? Well, it is a survey for every person in our industry to share what it's like to work here, what it is like in terms of your mission, in terms of your view about your professional development, whether you feel like you're getting adequate training, whether you think that your company listens to you and to your perspective, if you're a woman, whether you think that informs your experience, if you're a person of color, if you're a veteran, sort of how we show up in the workforce and what our experience is. Because one thing we haven't, you referred to it, but we didn't really talk about it, is the retention piece, right? We can bring in all of these incredible future colleagues, all of these folks, spend all of our company resources training them, and if we cannot retain them, A, we're out workers, and B, we're out money, right? And so the retention piece is really critical. So understanding how people are experiencing working in the solar and storage industry is really important. So if anyone's interested, please come up to the SIA booth and ask us, but we would encourage you to push that out to all of your employees. But what do you think, as you look at how we get more communities that have not historically been part of this, what are some of the tactics? You talked a lot about being in communities. Are there partnerships that you have found particularly helpful with that regard?
Yeah, so again, no silver bullet. We go and we work with all of the different local community workforce development programs. We reach out early. We do advertising. We promote good jobs. There's some challenges with solar. You're not going to leave a job you've been at it for 10 years to go build a project that's going to last 6 months and then be looked. So there are some challenges with that, but what we try to do is offer a different way of life. Come out here. We'll educate you. We'll train you. We'll give you a new skill set that you can grow in this industry. And that's the advice I give to a lot of people. This industry is not going anywhere but up. And you can continue to grow in your career and provide for your family if you get in. And now is a great time to get in. Get experience under your belt, work really hard, and the sky's the limit on where you can go in this industry. So that's what we do. We get in, we put billboards up, we reach out to the local colleges. If there's a junior college or a state college, we go to the college, try to talk to their workforce development, and just be an active member of it. The other thing we do that's maybe not necessarily seen as recruiting, but as branding, is we go in and we find local charities that we can work with. We do donations, just like everybody does, to be a part of the community. But in our industry, as you well know, we all need to represent the renewable industry in the right way and be great stewards of the community in which we work.
That's interesting. So I'm curious, we hear a lot in the press about sort of the changing dynamics of younger generations and, Generation Y in particular and what they want in their experience. How is that playing out in this craft? The craft workforce that you're seeing. Are you noticing any changes over your tenure?
So I love when I hear, they're just not what they used to be. And I say, you know what? My parents said that about me. And guess what? Your parents said that about you. I don't buy into that. I believe everybody wants to provide for their family. Everybody wants to provide for themselves. They want to work hard. Now, are there some individuals that maybe aren't in that? There are. But if you provide a good, honest job. I call it, give me an honest day's work for an honest day's pay.
Yep.
And have that conversation with people and provide leadership. People want to work. People don't come to work just to sit there and do nothing. You've got to inspire, and you've got to get people that want to, but you also have to provide that opportunity for people and show them where we're going.
Yeah.
If it's just install 200 modules today, and there's no future, that's what you're gonna get. And you need to inspire them to think differently and outside of the box and what their future could look like.
Yeah. One of the things we have found, both in our own evaluation of our colleagues as well as sort of industry-wide, is that mission is so important. And that's what I hear you talking about, right? People want to be tied to a mission. They want to understand why the work they're doing matters. And obviously, we have a great story to tell, right? It is incredibly exciting to be part of this industry. Tell me about your journey.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah, I'd like to share just two really quick stories out in the field and back to that generation and what. I'm out on a job site in Maine, and there's a young man.
There's
he's like
solar in Maine, Troy?
Solar in Maine on the side of a mountain, right?
What?
80 megawatts. But this employee said, "I'm the GOAT," and I'm the GOAT. And if, for those you don't know, the greatest of all time, and he was a solar installer. And I just looked at his crew and I said, "Guys, is he the GOAT?" And they said, "Man, that guy," you know. And so I pulled him aside and I said, "Hey, I love it that you're proud of what you do and that you want to call yourself the GOAT. I love it. But you have to be the GOAT. You have to put in the work. You can't just call yourself the GOAT. You got a great opportunity in this industry to continue to provide for your family, all right? But you got to put the work in. And when your peers are calling you the GOAT, that's when you know you're winning, right? So this guy was the GOAT of module installers in his own mind, right? So that's an example of, you know, holding people. There's another gentleman who was on that same project, and he said, "Hey, come here, Mr. Ochoa." I said, "What's up?" He said, You see that farm over there?" And I said, "Yeah." He said, "That farm's 100 years old, and somebody came out here and cut all those trees down, and they said, 'You're crazy. You're building a farm on the side of a mountain.'" And he said, "Now look at behind you and all these solar panels. Like, people think we're crazy for building solar in Maine." And he said, 100 years from now, they're going to look back and say, we were revolutionary in what we're doing. We were pioneers is the word he used. So, right? So we are pioneers in what we're doing. And it's really fun to go all over the country and see people that are just really proud to get behind what we're doing.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So how'd you get into solar?
Okay, so solar. So I am from the oil and gas industry with this gentleman who just sat down, right? So I spent the first decade plus of my career in the oil and gas industry. Thought I was going to spend my entire career there. I took an opportunity to go back to school full time, and I went back and got my master's, and I had a choice. I can go back to the industry, back to it, be home with my family every night, or I can go try this solar. And this was in 2013. I said, I can go out here and try this solar out, and I really liked it, and I enjoyed it, and I thought, this is the future. And I said that in 2013, right? And I made a career change. I had just got married. I had just had my fourth child, and there was this change that happened, but I truly believed that our future was changing, and power generation was changing. I had built combined cycle power plants. I had built, thousands of feet of gas pipelines. I've done all of that, but solar was the future. And I got into that industry, and it was the absolute best thing, not only for myself, but for my family. And I'm here today because of that decision to go that direction.
That's cool.
And couldn't be more proud of what I do. Right, and I share that with my kids, and when we drive by solar plants, they're like, "Another solar plant, Dad." But look, that's a fixed foundation, and they're over it. But I can be proud of what we are all doing in this industry.
That's interesting. My journey was not as dramatic as yours, or it was a little bit more random. Yours sounds a little bit more thoughtful than mine. But mine actually, I entered the solar industry, I entered the energy industry because someone took a risk on me. Someone took a risk on me, and every job I've ever had, if you looked at the piece of paper, I wasn't qualified for. Never, once. Like, am I a solar expert when I got this job? No. Was I an oil and gas expert when I got the oil and gas regulator job? Absolutely not, right? Like there was just a series of jobs that I had, and it's not because I'm either a really good bullshitter or the people don't know what they're doing, but because people were willing to take a risk, right? They recognize talent and they take a risk. And so I try to pay that forward, right? But not my own hiring, but also as I think about how do we expand this industry, we don't limit ourselves, right, to only oil and gas workers or only renewable energy workers. We take risks. We take risks on kids coming out of foster care. We take risks on people coming out of incarceration. We take risks on people who have not historically been in this industry. And that is a whole different mindset, right? That is a whole different mindset, and it opens up entire communities that we might never have considered.
Yeah, so I'll share it with the audience. So Abby and I had a conversation earlier. I pulled her off to the side, and I said, Abby, I am so impressed with your staff. The diversification, did I not?
You did.
I pulled it off and said the diversification of your staff, you bring them from different industries, and just kudos to you for putting an organization together that truly is making a difference. Truly making a difference, and you kind of pulled them from different industries from and underrepresented groups, and that's what we all need. And I would just encourage what Abby just said. I believe it, and I've seen it. I wouldn't be here today if this gentleman in front didn't give me a chance 13 years ago. He said, come help me with my company in the oil and gas space, right? He took a chance on me, and there's people out there, and I'm going to say challenge, but really it's just an ask. Find somebody and give them a chance, whatever that is. Find somebody and give them a chance to expand their career, and amazing things will happen. And they'll be on stage someday thinking about that time when you gave them that. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to turn to the audience, and bye, Becky. I want to turn to the audience and see if we have any questions from our audience members. I think there's a microphone. Yes. Do you have a microphone? Uh-oh.
Don't want to stand in front of the microphone and give feedback. A question. Great discussions about how you engage with kind of industry when you go into new projects. What we have certainly found is you have to start younger. So if you go into a community and say, people out of the community college, come work for me, they already say, well, I did 8 years of whatever, I'm not going to you because I got skills in other areas. What are you doing to engage, or recommendations on engaging at the K through 12 level, so that people can decide to go into apprenticeship programs, go into community college, go into university, or go directly into the workforce to enter our workforce, but know that they want to do that, as compared to finding it out on a billboard, which is maybe fine now, but in 3 years is going to be too late because we're going to need another 200,000 people to be able to do it.
Yeah, so there is no doubt, and I wish I had a good answer for you. I don't. It's a resource thing, and we have not put the resources to that 3-year out plan to do exactly what you're talking about. Our industry, all trade industries, have taken a hit in our education system. There used to be wood shop, metal shop, the auto shop. There used to be all of those. Funding has stopped those in many areas, and we have not backfilled those. So we're getting young men and women right out of high school with very little skill sets, and we're having to train them from there. That is an area that I believe we can make a difference, providing programs, but I also believe we can make a difference making it cool to be in the blue collar industry. In fact, I've changed my my Instagram to Blue Collar Champion, because what blue collar has done for me, in spite of the fact that I have a degree and a master's degree, I consider myself a blue collar champion. And if it wasn't for the blue collar industry, I wouldn't be where I'm at today. Right, so going out there and making it cool to put on boots and a hard hat.
Excellent. Other questions? Yeah, go ahead.
So we've done a lot of studies from the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. We've done a fair amount of studies of people coming out of apprenticeship programs and university. And what they tell us is they train up for renewables. They want to go into renewables, but they can't find jobs, or the jobs that they find don't pay compared to oil and natural gas. And therefore, we train up 30 people, and 20 of them go to another industry because renewables is not, it's sexy, they want to do it, but it doesn't pay. So could you guys comment on your thinking about, as we go into the future, how that might change so we get all 30 of them to come into our industry instead of going someplace else?
Would you like to take that, Abby?
Sure. I think one of the pretty transformational aspects of the Inflation Reduction Act is the prevailing wage requirement that has been embedded into the predicate 30% investment tax credit. I think that will have a pretty significant impact in terms of leveling off between different sectors and different regions. I know you're thinking about how you're going to, if you don't already, and I don't know, I apologize, but how you're going to incorporate that into your pay structure. I think that's one of the ways. I think the mission that we talked about, right? There is a mission element. I know that mission does not pay the rent. Trust me, I have a mortgage too, but there is an element of it that I think is critically important. We've done some research. I mean, you're from the National Lab, so you've done more than we have, but certainly done some research both on the unionization levels in the solar industry, which are actually higher than the construction industry writ large, and on pay. And I think sort of, except for some of the beginning entry level, there's some pay equity. One of the things we're really looking at in that workplace experience study is issues around pay and around experience of pay, right? Whether folks feel like they're being fairly compensated for their efforts.
So the only thing I would add to that, I agree with everything Abby just said. The only thing I would add to that is I wouldn't look at those individuals that went into other industries as a loss. They'll come back. And as a whole, let's just continue to educate, let's continue to train and bring people into the construction industry. The jobs, right, the LCOE will drive where those individuals go. I agree with Abby on the IRA and equalizing some of that pay, but keep pouring into to those young professionals. It will help the industry as a whole.
Well, I am getting the look,
I got one.
but we have one more. Our risk taker in the front row. Just stand up and we'll repeat it. Oh.
Yeah, I own a construction company, as Troy was talking about. And we're talking about oil and gas wages and a harvest business in California. We're in Central California, but most of our work in the renewable side is prevailing wage. Almost all of it in California is. So what we're telling the story is around, yeah, oil and gas is great, but renewables is even better going forward because, you know, we're focused in California primarily. Ton of work there. More than half of our revenue is going to come from there this next year, a third this year. So, you know, it's a good story to tell.
Excellent. Thank you for that, Craig.
So it is time for us to close out. Any last words, Troy?
Hey, thank you. Keep plugging away. We've got an uphill battle, right? But we've got a big wave behind us, and we just need to continue bringing people and we are champions of our industry. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Troy. It was so fun.
All right.
Thanks, all.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years' experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
Bringing clean energy resources together with transportation infrastructure will be critical to realize the potential of carbon-free electric mobility. Storage will be key as we tap into the full potential of wind and solar energy. To make that a reality, we need advancements in battery technology and long-duration storage to deliver clean, reliable energy when, where, and how it's needed. Emerging technologies will need to be studied, identified, piloted, funded, and progress to scale for the energy we use to truly be carbon-free. But none of this can happen without supportive federal and state regulation and legislation. Governments must work closely with stakeholders across the energy ecosystem, and business models and regulatory frameworks must evolve to embrace innovation. The 5x25 initiative is ambitious, but the urgency of our climate crisis demands nothing less. We invite you to join us in our race against time. We're ready to secure our clean energy future. Are you? Visit sepapower.org to learn more.
I'm here because, one, I want to know more about the renewable energy sector and help, show people what we have to offer and yeah, just see what's happening to the future for sustainability.
Estoy súper feliz de participar en este evento tan profesional y creo que es una gran oportunidad para conocer a gente del sector y ampliar mi red profesional y sobre todo para encontrar nuevos partnerships para CV North America.
I'm here to network. I work for a development company and, we're looking to expand our network and meet new people in the industry, also to learn more about the industry and solar and renewable energy, and hopefully one day save the planet.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years' experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
Around the world, climate change has touched us all in many ways. Heat waves, wildfires, floods, and hurricanes are no longer the exceptions. They are our new reality. We have the ability to change this reality, but the clock is ticking. Considering half of the carbon in our atmosphere was emitted in the last 30 years, the next decade is crucial for life in 2030, 2040, and 2050. We don't have time for incremental progress. We need bold, ambitious ideas now. At SEPA, our 1,100 members are reimagining our future by accelerating the growth of clean energy. That's why we created the 5x25 initiative, which will focus on 5 areas that will help align all energy stakeholders where we can make the greatest immediate impact together. It starts with resilience. Microgrids and vehicle-to-grid strategies offer incredible possibilities for providing resilient electricity. Transportation is another important area of focus. Bringing clean energy resources together with transportation infrastructure will be critical to realize the potential of carbon-free electric mobility. Storage will be key as we tap into the full potential of wind and solar energy. To make that a reality, we need advancements in battery technology and long-duration storage to deliver clean, reliable energy when, where, and how it's needed. Emerging technologies will need to be studied, identified, piloted, funded, and progressed to scale for the energy we use to truly be carbon-free. But none of this can happen without supportive federal and state regulation and legislation. Governments must work closely with stakeholders across the energy ecosystem, and business models and regulatory frameworks must evolve to embrace innovation. The 5x25 initiative is ambitious, but the urgency of our climate crisis demands nothing less. We invite you to join us in our race against time. We're ready to secure our clean energy future. Are you? Visit sepapower.org to learn more.
I'm here because, one, I want to know more about the renewable energy sector and help, show people what we have to offer and yeah, just see what's happening to the future for sustainability.
Estoy súper feliz de participar en este evento tan profesional y creo que es una gran oportunidad para conocer a gente del sector y ampliar mi red profesional y sobre todo para encontrar nuevos partnerships para CV North America.
I'm here to network. I work for a development company, and we're looking to expand our network and meet new people in the industry. Also to learn more about the industry and solar and renewable energy, and hopefully one day save the planet.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years' experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the U.S. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
Welcome, everybody. This is a great turnout. I'm really happy to be with you guys today. My name is Mary Palmer. I'm the Director of Energy Equity and Inclusion for the Smart Electric Power Alliance, better known as SEPA. And I am joined today with two amazing people that I've had such an honor of really getting to know over the last week. And I'll go ahead and let you guys introduce yourselves to the listeners.
Oh, Mary, the pleasure and the honor is all ours. Thank you for having us.
Of course.
My name is Sherry Smith. I'm the founder, president, and CEO of the Alliance for Tribal Clean Energy. Honored to be here with you all today.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Dave Harper. I'm a member of the Colorado River Indian Tribes. I'm a Mojave Indian, and I am head of tribal engagement for the Alliance for Clean Energy, Tribal Clean Energy.
And I'm a descendant of the Mi'kmaq Nation of northern Maine and the Canadian Maritimes.
Thank you so much for your time. So today we're here to talk about what energy equity and inclusion looks like in the tribal context. And when I think about energy equity and inclusion, I think of legacy, like what we've inherited and what we'll leave behind. So I'll start with David actually and ask, what is it about legacy, past and future, that motivates you to do what you do?
Well, there's many things. I think being Native American, living on a reservation and seeing the world like today out here in Vegas, it really puts you on the map of looking at the perspectives of energy and how it impacts us a lot. I was telling a story earlier yesterday in regards to energy, is that as a child, you know, we weren't very rich. We were pretty much dirt poor. And so one day during Christmas, the power people came to our house and they were going to turn our power off. And we had a choice to have a Christmas tree and lights or have the power turned off. And as a child, of course, we wanted the Christmas tree, but you know, my mom just didn't have it, and so she said, "Just turn the power off." And we sat there and thought about it, and then the power guy came and he asked my mother. He said, "Can you come up with anything?" And she said, "No. Just turn it off." And he said, "Well, I'm going to wait till Monday." And so Monday came and we waited for the power to turn off, and it turned out that the power utility guy paid our power bill. And if we didn't have that, who knows? And actually, in our tribal communities, we tend to victimize and villainize the power company because we just see that as a negativity. We don't see that as, the utility company having to continue of service. But, stuff like that happens in Indian country. I'm sure I wasn't the only one, but those things are milestones in our lives. So when we grow up and we become able to make change in our community and make change in young children's children, I would say 7 generations, it really gives you a motive to do what you can within your power.
That's a powerful story. And having to make those types of choices, people today are still fighting to do that. Sherry, what motivated you to start this foundation?
The Northern Cheyenne tribe in southeastern Montana actually was my motivation for founding the predecessor organization to the Alliance and witnessing energy poverty as a thing. And we refer to energy poverty in two ways. Energy poverty meaning the lack of access to electricity, which is the case for 14% of all Native Americans in our country today do not have electricity at all. That's 35,000 individuals on the Navajo reservation alone.
Wow.
And energy poverty meaning poverty that is induced by the high costs of energy that are charged to Native people by unscrupulous utilities and cooperatives that aren't closely monitored. Our friends at FERC were working closely to change that, but as it stands and as it has been since the dawn of electricity in our country, tribes and tribal members are sometimes charged double or more what non-Native people are charged, down the same lines for the same electrons.
Wow.
And that causes hardship to the point where in places of extreme weather, bitter cold in the northern plains, blazing heat in the southwest, where people are forced to make decisions to heat or eat, or cool or eat. And when they run out of money to pay these electric bills that are $800, $1,000 a month, these utilities and co-ops, they turn the power off. And these folks don't have money to pay the $1,000 reconnect fee. And so they're left with choices, like to burn things indoors to keep warm in winter, which has implications for health and safety. And when they run out of things to burn indoors, folks die of exposure to cold in their own homes and in exposure to heat at the other end of the spectrum. And this is happening right now in the United States in the 21st century. This is not history. This is now. And that was my motivation.
Wow. So very strong motivation from both of you to be doing the work, the necessary work that needs to be done in the communities to fix these problems. I'm wondering, so many of us, we haven't had the privilege of visiting tribal lands or getting to know the communities. Can you paint us a picture of these communities and the challenges they're facing?
Well, the tribes vary because of socioeconomic abilities of the tribes. Some are very wealthy tribes. Some tribal people get per capita, and some of them get a healthy amount of per capita, $50,000, $60,000, $80,000 a month. Some get up to $120,000 a month because of the economics and where they're at in their location. But the misconception is that we all get casino money, and that's not true. We all get, we do get free health care, but it's subpar healthcare. It's the third least costly. But that was done by treaty, by as long as the river flows and the grass is green, well, something's wrong with the river right now because of the drought, right? And so who would think that at some time that river would run dry? And so the tribe has to create economic benefits for themselves. And part of that is energizing the tribe. There is a movement in tribal government that we want to be self-sustaining. We want to be able to have our own equity to move forward in our own prosperous ways. But we want to pave that way. We don't want to take handouts from the government. We want to be self-sustaining. We want to be able to have that same right you have. You have a right to energy. You have a right to prosper. You have a right to be able to be economically sustainable for yourself. Well, we want that too. And some of us strive to that, and we have that right. But we also have an inherited right to maintain our culture and our diversity and our sustainability of who we are and how we are tied to the land. And that's the issue in regards to energy, is how do we balance energy and development with our cultural ways of life? How do we create that so we both have that ability to have both worlds and have our children's children understand that our sustainability and survival can be made upon the energizing of our tribal communities. And that's what we come here, and that's why we work in our Alliance for Tribal Clean Energy, is we see that. We see that hope. We see that spark and glimmer that can affect tribal communities. We see that young children can become engineers, that we see that they can become empowered to see some of these tribal programs that educate and create careers for our children. And we want that same right. And we feel that through our alliance, we can provide that. We can give that guide and direction, but at the tribe's pace, when the tribe is ready. Because a lot of times people come into the reservation and think this is what you need versus this is what we would like and would want. And so I think that, the diversity in our tribe is very important. But we have goals and we have thoughts but we also have ties to our land, and we want to make sure we maintain that integrity and respect of where we came from.
Awesome. It's that concept that you were talking about. Can you explain the word? I don't want to mess it up.
So what Mary's referring to is, my people were colonized really early. The hereditary chief that I descend from was baptized Catholic in 1605. In the Canadian Maritimes. Wow. So I don't have the lived experience that Dave does, having grown up on a reservation. And what I have privilege that comes with being a white-bodied person that's partially indigenous, right? Mm-hmm. And what I witnessed when I finally spent time in and among Native people living on reservations was a resiliency and a strength and a vibrancy that is it's not going away no matter what the government does, no matter how much we're oppressed. So what Mary's referring to is a word that my ancestors coined Eduaptamunk. And Eduaptamunk literally translated from Mi'kmaq to English means two-eyed seeing. And seeing the benefits of colonialism and Western knowledge and technology, but the equal importance of indigenous knowledge and wisdom and blending the two. And what Dave and I and our whole team at the Alliance are about is recognizing that climate change is urgent, that Native people are suffering. A lot of people on this earth are suffering, and we don't have time to build the capacity of each individual group to do this alone. We have to do it together, and we have to merge both to break us out of this situation that we're in. Wow. And energy represents an opportunity to lift up communities and be self-reliant and have self-determination in a way that is in line with Native ethos of protecting and preserving the earth.
I love that. And actually, it's a perfect segue because, David, you were saying yesterday, we were talking that we can't change history, but we can change the outcome of history. And so how can the clean energy transition be a lever to creating that change?
Well, you got to remember, in the times of Geronimo, Chief Joseph, Sitting Bull, that was about land acquisition. That was about taking minerals, taking from Mother Earth. And I think that the new perspective is sitting down with the tribe and engaging as partners. What we've done and what we've seen is where tribes come in and they want to be partners. They want to be full-fledged partners. That means the developer coming into the tribe and asking them, if you were to site a solar facility, where would you see it as? Where do you think is most impacted? Is it a Brownsfield? Is it a place where uranium was mined? Is it an area where the land is fallowed and resting? Maybe you want to put solar there. So that's coming to the tribe and listening to the tribe of what is the best impacted area where it's not going to harm the cultural sensitivity of what we see sacred lands, where we see sacred landscapes that we have in our creation story or in our beliefs, in our traditions, and in our ways of life. If you come to the tribe will tell you, well, maybe it's not a fit, or maybe we don't have the space, or maybe let's talk in a partnership and sit down and let's work together to create the balance, because you're going to preserve the sacredness of our Mother Earth, but you're going to be able to walk in the development world.
All right, thank you very much. I have one last question. I wish we had another hour or two to have this conversation, because this could go on forever. I love this. But I want to say, like, for the Alliance and its future, if you were to look 5 years from now, how will you have known you made a difference?
Well, I think there's a couple of things. One is that we have siting that is appropriate and meaningful to the tribe. Second one is economic benefits that benefits the tribe, not just in the development of the 3 months or the 3 year, but actually we look at the constructed PPA of the buying, because the land is being used for the next 30, 35 years. The tribe has to be conscientious and smart to know what the PPA is, because that's going to be better than the casino. That's going to have longevity for sustainability of economics for the tribe. And when you see that, and the tribe is able to be educated and be able to make conscious decisions about financing and the economic finance planning, the tribe is then going to be sustained for the next 30, 35 years of that lease. And that's going to propel the tribe to the next level of economic sovereignty and economic ability to look at themselves and be proud to know that scholarships are established, better housing, better health care, but they've done it by forethought, by foreseeing what that PPA can create for the betterment, because as we say, we have inherited rights. We have an inherited right in our community to belong to our land, to be self-preservation, to be self-sustaining. And that is our responsibility to our children, that we teach that process so we know in the next 100 years our footprint is well meshed and not removed, that we will continue to sustain.
My vision for 5 years from now is that every tribe that wants to be energy independent can be energy independent, because as sovereign nations, how can you be sovereign when you're dependent on outsiders for your energy, right? So I would like to see every tribe that wants to be have its own utility, be completely self-sufficient, tribal members employed building and managing and planning and engineering these systems, and that this beautiful this systems change that needs to happen is well underway.
That's amazing. Unfortunately, we're out of time, but thank you both very, very, very much for being here and for sharing, for giving such personal and valuable insights. And thank you all for coming, and we'll be with you later.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're TerraPro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. TerraPro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
Around the world, climate change has touched us all in many ways. Heat waves, wildfires, floods, and hurricanes are no longer the exceptions. They are our new reality. We have the ability to change this reality, but the clock is ticking. Considering half of the carbon in our atmosphere was emitted in the last 30 years, the next decade is crucial for life in 2030, 2040, and 2050. We don't have time for incremental progress. We need bold, ambitious ideas now. At SEPA, our 1,100 members are reimagining our future by accelerating the growth of clean energy. That's why we created the 5x25 initiative, which will focus on 5 areas that will help align all energy stakeholders where we can make the greatest immediate impact together. It starts with resilience. Microgrids and vehicle-to-grid strategies offer incredible possibilities for providing resilient electricity. Transportation is another important area of focus. Bringing clean energy resources together with transportation infrastructure will be critical to realize the potential of carbon-free electric mobility. Storage will be key as we tap into the full potential of wind and solar energy. To make that a reality, we need advancements in battery technology and long-duration storage to deliver clean, reliable energy when, where, and how it's needed. Emerging technologies will need to be studied, identified, piloted, funded, and progressed to scale for the energy we use to truly be carbon-free. But none of this can happen without supportive federal and state regulation and legislation. Governments must work closely with stakeholders across the energy ecosystem, and business models and regulatory frameworks must evolve to embrace innovation. The 5x25 initiative is ambitious, but the urgency of our climate crisis demands nothing less. We invite you to join us in our race against time. We're ready to secure our clean energy future. Are you? Visit sepapower.org to learn more.
I'm here because, one, I want to know more about the renewable energy sector and help, show people what we have to offer and yeah, just see what's happening to the future for sustainability.
Estoy súper feliz de participar en este evento tan profesional y creo que es una gran oportunidad para conocer a gente del sector y ampliar mi red profesional y sobre todo para encontrar nuevos partnerships para CV North America.
I'm here to network. I work for a development company, and we're looking to expand our network and meet new people in the industry. Also to learn more about the industry and solar and renewable energy, and hopefully one day save the planet.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is of course to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels, that means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years' experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
Around the world, climate change has touched us all in many ways. Heat waves, wildfires, floods, and hurricanes are no longer the exceptions. They are our new reality. We have the ability to change this reality, but the clock is ticking. Considering half of the carbon in our atmosphere was emitted in the last 30 years, the next decade is crucial for life in 2030, 2040, and 2050. We don't have time for incremental progress. We need bold, ambitious ideas now. At SEPA, our 1,100 members are reimagining our future by accelerating the growth of clean energy. That's why we created the 5x25 initiative, which will focus on 5 areas that will help align all energy stakeholders where we can make the greatest immediate impact together. It starts with resilience. Microgrids and vehicle-to-grid strategies offer incredible possibilities for providing resilient electricity. Transportation is another important area of focus. Bringing clean energy resources together with transportation infrastructure will be critical to realize the potential of carbon-free electric mobility. Storage will be key as we tap into the full potential of wind and solar energy. To make that a reality, we need advancements in battery technology and long-duration storage to deliver clean, reliable energy when, where, and how it's needed. Emerging technologies will need to be studied, identified, piloted, funded, and progressed to scale for the energy we use to truly be carbon-free. But none of this can happen without supportive federal and state regulation and legislation. Governments must work closely with stakeholders across the energy ecosystem, and business models and regulatory frameworks must evolve to embrace innovation. The 5x25 initiative is ambitious, but the urgency of our climate crisis demands nothing less. We invite you to join us in our race against time. We're ready to secure our clean energy future. Are you? Visit sepapower.org to learn more.
I'm here because, one, I want to know more about the renewable energy sector and help, show people what we have to offer and yeah, just see what's happening to the future for sustainability.
Estoy súper feliz de participar en este evento tan profesional y creo que es una gran oportunidad para conocer a gente del sector y ampliar mi red profesional y sobre todo para encontrar nuevos partnerships para CV North America.
I'm here to network. I work for a development company, and we're looking to expand our network and meet new people in the industry. Also to learn more about the industry and solar and renewable energy, and hopefully one day save the planet.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years' experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the U.S. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
Around the world, climate change has touched us all in many ways. Heat waves, wildfires, floods, and hurricanes are no longer the exceptions. They are our new reality. We have the ability to change this reality, but the clock is ticking. Considering half of the carbon in our atmosphere was emitted in the last 30 years, the next decade is crucial for life in 2030, 2040, and 2050. We don't have time for incremental progress. We need bold, ambitious ideas now. At SEPA, our 1,100 members are reimagining our future by accelerating the growth of clean energy. That's why we created the 5x25 initiative, which will focus on 5 areas that will help align all energy stakeholders where we can make the greatest immediate impact together. It starts with resilience. Microgrids and vehicle-to-grid strategies offer incredible possibilities for providing resilient electricity. Transportation is another important area of focus. Bringing clean energy resources together with transportation infrastructure will be critical to realize the potential of carbon-free electric mobility. Storage will be key as we tap into the full potential of wind and solar energy. To make that a reality, we need advancements in battery technology and long-duration storage to deliver clean, reliable energy when, where, and how it's needed. Emerging technologies will need to be studied, identified, piloted, funded, and progressed to scale for the energy we use to truly be carbon-free. But none of this can happen without supportive federal and state regulation and legislation. Governments must work closely with stakeholders across the energy ecosystem, and business models and regulatory frameworks must evolve to embrace innovation. The 5x25 initiative is ambitious, but the urgency of our climate crisis demands nothing less. We invite you to join us in our race against time. We're ready to secure our clean energy future. Are you? Visit sepapower.org to learn more.
I'm here because, one, I want to know more about the renewable energy sector and help, show people what we have to offer, and yeah, just see what's happening to the future for sustainability.
Estoy súper feliz de participar en este evento tan profesional y creo que es una gran oportunidad para conocer a gente del sector y ampliar mi red profesional y sobre todo para encontrar nuevos partnerships para CV North America.
You know, I'm here to network. I work for a development company, and we're looking to expand our network and meet new people in the industry. Also to learn more about the industry and solar and renewable energy, and hopefully one day save the planet.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
Around the world, climate change has touched us all in many ways. Heat waves, wildfires, floods, and hurricanes are no longer the exceptions. They are our new reality. We have the ability to change this reality, but the clock is ticking. Considering half of the carbon in our atmosphere was emitted in the last 30 years, the next decade is crucial for life in 2030, 2040, and 2050. We don't have time for incremental progress. We need bold, ambitious ideas now. At SEPA, our 1,100 members are reimagining our future by accelerating the growth of clean energy. That's why we created the 5x25 initiative, which will focus on 5 areas that will help align all energy stakeholders where we can make the greatest immediate impact together. It starts with resilience. Microgrids and vehicle-to-grid strategies offer incredible possibilities for providing resilient electricity. Transportation is another important area of focus. Bringing clean energy resources together with transportation infrastructure will be critical to realize the potential of carbon-free electric mobility. Storage will be key as we tap into the full potential of wind and solar energy. To make that a reality, we need advancements in battery technology and long-duration storage to deliver clean, reliable energy when, where, and how it's needed. Emerging technologies will need to be studied, identified, piloted, funded, and progressed to scale for the energy we use to truly be carbon-free. But none of this can happen without supportive federal and state regulation and legislation. Governments must work closely with stakeholders across the energy ecosystem, and business models and regulatory frameworks must evolve to embrace innovation. The 5x25 initiative is ambitious, but the urgency of our climate crisis demands nothing less. We invite you to join us in our race against time. We're ready to secure our clean energy future. Are you? Visit sepapower.org to learn more.
I'm here because, one, I want to know more about the renewable energy sector and help, show people what we have to offer and yeah, just see what's happening to the future for sustainability.
Estoy súper feliz de participar en este evento tan profesional y creo que es una gran oportunidad para conocer a gente del sector y ampliar mi red profesional y sobre todo para encontrar nuevos partnerships para CV North America.
I'm here to network. I work for a development company, and we're looking to expand our network and meet new people in the industry. Also to learn more about the industry and solar and renewable energy, and hopefully one day save the planet.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more
Welcome, 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 welcome to the 14th annual Social Views and Brews, formerly known as the Tweet Up. This has been a real treat for me, and every year we gather here from our social networks to actually see each other in person. And I love seeing you all here at least once a year, maybe another conference every now and then. So my name is Tor Valenza, but a lot of people in the solar industry know me as Solar Fred for my Twitter handle. Why I'm called Solar Fred is a long story, but that's not the story that I want to tell you today. Today I want to tell you a probably true solar story. So what's a probably true solar story? It's quite simply a story that is fictional, that always involves solar. It's not too difficult. Why solar fiction? People ask me that all the time. And I say to them, why the hell not? I mean, why lawyer stories? Why doctor stories? Why dragon stories? Dragons aren't even real, and we've got 265,000 solar workers, give or take. And we've got 4.5 million or 4 million solar installations in the US alone today. And yet solar is pretty much invisible in film and TV and pop culture today. And that sucks. And so I decided to fix that with a solar fiction podcast called Probably True Solar Stories. So what's the difference between a true story and a probably true solar story? I mean, I see true stories in the news all the time. I'm a PR person, so, I get people in the news and I read other people's news. And with all due respect to you and to my clients, those stories are not very exciting or dramatic. But when it's a probably true solar story, you get to make things up. And that's where the fun is. So with that in mind, I'm going to read you a new story that I wrote specifically for RE+. It's very loosely, and I mean very loosely, based on the true story of when I officiated the wedding of two solar friends in Vegas here in 2016. And Nico, or you guys, I know there are some people in the audience that were actually there at that wedding, and you can ask, there's one right there. We can all discuss the differences between this version and the true story later. The other thing that I want to say about this before I start is that, this is a story about love and community and solar love and solar community. And it's also a story about how sometimes the solar industry fails to communicate to the general public. So, with that in mind, I'd like to now read Let's Get Married at RE+. I'd like to read Let's Get Married at RE+ in Vegas, written by me, Tor Solar Fred Valenza. All right, here we go. Wait, officer. You can't arrest me. I mean, you can, but you're making a big mistake. Let me explain. Before you put on those cable ties, which, by the way, are very good quality, and I know cable ties because I'm in the solar industry. And officer, that's kind of the point. All of the people at this allegedly illegal rooftop party are solar people. And I'm telling you, we did not steal anything from the convention center. It's more like we had permission to borrow these things. Yes, including that pickup truck. But we needed it to get all of this equipment here to the garage's rooftop. Oh, wow. Look who just arrived at the wedding party, officer. It's the head of SIA, Abby Hopper. Hey there, Abby. Hey, Abby, I'm having a little problem here, but I'll handle it, I think. What's that, officer? Oh, SIA stands for Solar Energy Industries Association? You know nothing about the solar industry, do you, officer? Well, let me give you some context if I start from the beginning. you'll see this is all of a misunderstanding. And I mean, things happen here at RE+. Am I right, officer? RE+? Yeah, that's the convention downstairs where we borrowed all of this. Would you like a beer, officer? Yeah, we borrowed those kegs too. And the cappuccino machine. And the bowl of candy. I know we can't give the M&Ms and the beer back, but officer, it's a convention. I mean, the whole point is to give these things away in exchange for a business card or getting our badges zapped. And we would have gladly zapped our badges if it weren't for the blackout. And as you know, that's where we are today. Looters? No, sir. Officer, we're solar lovers, not solar looters. Look, can I give you some context? It all started with my two very good friends, Matt and Molly. They met each other at the Shoals party at the 2016 Vegas SPI. Yeah, sorry for all the acronyms. SPI stands for Solar Power International. That's the old name for RE+. Point is, my good friends Matt and Molly interconnected at the Shoals party. That's a big annual party that started by this guy, Dean Solon. He's the guy over there in the Hawaiian shirt and shorts. Dean here? He didn't make it. Back then, Shoals was just made BOS parts. Yeah, there I go again with the acronyms. BOS stands for Balance of Systems. It's pretty much anything that's not a solar panel, inverters, or racking. Anywho, the point is that my good friends Molly, the engineer, and Matt, the solar procurement guy, seriously interconnected with love and solar. I mean, instead of poetry and songs, they read the NEC to each other at night. The NEC, yeah, that's the National Electric Code. It'll put you to sleep. But those two are solar geeks, so it sparked joy. Anyway, this year, Matt and Molly decided to go back to the scene of the crime, just an expression, to get married here in Vegas at RE+. Now, officer, they handled this wedding like solar pros. I mean, instead of a wedding planner, they got themselves a solar wedding developer. Get it? Oh, well, a solar developer is like this orchestra conductor of a solar project. Developers get stuff done. They plan it all and they execute. And that's what Molly and Matt and their friends did. So the whole wedding was going to happen downstairs at the convention, and we were going to combine it with my annual tweet up, now known as Social Views and Brews. See, we are all big on energy Twitter, so Matt and Molly asked me to officiate here at RE+. Yes, it's going to be a legal marriage. I'm a minister. All it took was an internet search and $35. And now I am the Right Reverend Solar Fred, ordained by the Church of the Big Lebowskis. I wear the robe. Namaste, officer. Anyway, everything was set for the ceremony. And then, as you know, we had this blackout. Why did the blackout happen? Got me. It wasn't else. I mean, don't quote me, officer, but I'm thinking this September heat wave made all of Vegas set their air conditioners to chill, and that was too much power for the grid. Y'all could use some load flexibility and demand response. Too complicated to explain that now. Let's just get to the alleged grand larceny. See, when the lights went out, Matt and Molly were devastated. I mean, they wanted to get married today. People had flown in from everywhere and were leaving Vegas tomorrow. So we all looked at each other. I mean, we're the renewable energy industry, damn it. We're at RE+. There are solar panels, inverters, and solar trackers and batteries all over the convention floor, not to mention an F-150 Lightning electric truck with 131 kilowatt hours of rolling battery storage. So hell, you could throw a Tootsie Roll in any direction and hit an EPC to put it all together. Yeah, EPC. That stands for Engineering, Procurement, and Construction. Moving on. The point is that we had everyone and everything that we needed to have Matt and Molly's wedding on the top floor of the Venetian's Convention Center garage. So we spread the word, and everybody chipped in. And that's where I think we have this misunderstanding, officer. This was not looting per se. I mean, in the RE Plus lingo, we call this procurement of an off-grid solar microgrid system. No, officer, we definitely don't want to call this just a microgrid. It's an off-grid microgrid because we did not hook anything up to the grid. Legally, that would take months, and don't get me started about interconnection queues. Tell you about that later. In any case, my friends took out our solar design software, and in no time, we had a NABCEP installer design a very safe off-grid system. Oh boy, NABCEP. That stands for North American Board of Certified Energy Practitioners. Y'all knew that, right? They're a solar skills training and certification org. The point is, our designers knew what they were doing, and they got everyone, and then even Molly herself put on her PE stamp. PE? Seriously, officer, everyone knows that PE stands for professional engineer. That's like MDs, except for solar. Moving on. Now, as for your allegation that we do not have permits for this off-grid wedding party, officer, I beg to differ. This garage rooftop party is filled with requirements and permitting experts, and not one of them could find an AHJ, that's an authority having jurisdiction, that had any requirements for having a temporary 5 or 6 hour wedding party on a rooftop garage. I mean, maybe the city fire and construction departments have jurisdiction, but with the blackout, they're all offline. And we had 5 hours of daylight with 20 kW of solar to fill up some decent kWh for the batteries. Huh? Oh, officer, have you never read your electric bill? KW stands for kilowatts. KWH stands for kilowatt hours. I can explain the difference, but we got a wedding to put on. So that's the story, officer. I swear it's true, so help me, dude. There was no looting or truck jacking here of that Ford 150 at Lightning. No, sir. We just borrowed it to transfer it all. And assuming the karaoke machine doesn't drain the F-150's batteries, we should have plenty of charge left to transfer everything back to the convention center when the lights go on again. Thing is, we're almost done here, officer. So if you just let me complete the wedding vows, we can fire up the DJ and start the wedding party. Thank you, officer. Yes, I can help you get a solar quote. Yes, I can help you get a solar quote later. For now, let us complete our ceremony with Matt and Molly. Would you all rise? All right, here we go. Renewable energy brothers and sisters and non-binary identifying folks, we are gathered here at RE Plus to complete the interconnection of Matt and Molly. They have met all known permitting requirements for love, for faith, and affection. And now, by the spirit of the 38,000 people here attending RE Plus, please repeat after me. We, the solar community, do hereby witness the commitment of Matt and Molly to ride the solar coaster's ups and downs, to promote the growth of renewable energy love, with or without any investment tax credits for love, with or without any net metering for love, for as long as the sun and the stars shine on. And now, by the power vested in me by the Church of the Big Lebowskis, in communion with the entire Solar Storage and Plus community, I now pronounce Matt and Molly husband and wife. Namaste. That's it. All right. So raise your hand if you were actually at the real one. We had Nico, we got Ravi. Anybody else was at the real one? Okay. So my memory of it was that it went very, very smoothly. but it was filled with a lot of solar PV jargon. And instead of a ring that they exchanged, they had an MC4 connector that they brought together at the ceremony. It was off-grid, and that was fun in the sense that it was outside of the old convention center over there. And other than that, it was just filled with a lot of PV puns that mostly Pan and Marvin wrote, and I did a little editing, but it was a lot of fun. The thing that really, because it was one of these kind of things that we all put together the month before, sadly, nobody thought about having a photographer, and we thought, well, it's the tweet up. People will be taking pictures all over the place with their iPhones, and they didn't. So we don't have that many pictures of it. We have some very unfocused ones, but that's the case. Any other questions about the real wedding compared to my fake wedding? All right. Well, thank you for all coming and enjoying this. And if you want to share it with friends, then listen to the Probably True Solar Stories podcast. I believe it's also going to be rebroadcast eventually on Nico's Suncast broadcast. And yeah, yes, Nico is saying that is true. And I believe it's probably true. There's also a video version of this, I believe, that's being live streamed. So, yeah, we're going to have it on live. So thank you all for coming again to another Tweet Up. Let's do it again next year in Anaheim. All right. Thank you.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
Around the world, climate change has touched us all in many ways. Heat waves, wildfires, floods, and hurricanes are no longer the exceptions. They are our new reality. We have the ability to change this reality, but the clock is ticking. Considering half of the carbon in our atmosphere was emitted in the last 30 years, the next decade is crucial for life in 2030, 2040, and 2050. We don't have time for incremental progress. We need bold, ambitious ideas now. At SEPA, our 1,100 members are reimagining our future by accelerating the growth of clean energy. That's why we created the 5x25 initiative, which will focus on 5 areas that will help align all energy stakeholders where we can make the greatest immediate impact together. It starts with resilience. Microgrids and vehicle-to-grid strategies offer incredible possibilities for providing resilient electricity. Transportation is another important area of focus. Bringing clean energy resources together with transportation infrastructure will be critical to realize the potential of carbon-free electric mobility. Storage will be key as we tap into the full potential of wind and solar energy. To make that a reality, we need advancements in battery technology and long-duration storage to deliver clean, reliable energy when, where, and how it's needed. Emerging technologies will need to be studied, identified, piloted, funded, and progressed to scale for the energy we use to truly be carbon-free. But none of this can happen without supportive federal and state regulation and legislation. Governments must work closely with stakeholders across the energy ecosystem, and business models and regulatory frameworks must evolve to embrace innovation. The 5x25 initiative is ambitious, but the urgency of our climate crisis demands nothing less. We invite you to join us in our race against time. We're ready to secure our clean energy future. Are you? Visit sepapower.org to learn more.
I'm here because, one, I want to know more about the renewable energy sector and help, show people what we have to offer and yeah, just see what's happening to the future for sustainability.
Estoy súper feliz de participar en este evento tan profesional y creo que es una gran oportunidad para conocer a gente del sector y ampliar mi red profesional y sobre todo para encontrar nuevos partnerships para CV North America.
I'm here to network. I work for a development company, and we're looking to expand our network and meet new people in the industry. Also to learn more about the industry and solar and renewable energy, and hopefully one day save the planet.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
Around the world, climate change has touched us all in many ways. Heat waves, wildfires, floods, and hurricanes are no longer the exceptions. They are our new reality. We have the ability to change this reality, but the clock is ticking. Considering half of the carbon in our atmosphere was emitted in the last 30 years, the next decade is crucial for life in 2030, 2040, and 2050. We don't have time for incremental progress. We need bold, ambitious ideas now. At SEPA, our 1,100 members are reimagining our future by accelerating the growth of clean energy. That's why we created the 5x25 initiative, which will focus on 5 areas that will help align all energy stakeholders where we can make the greatest immediate impact together. It starts with resilience. Microgrids and vehicle-to-grid strategies offer incredible possibilities for providing resilient electricity. Transportation is another important area of focus. Bringing clean energy resources together with transportation infrastructure will be critical to realize the potential of carbon-free electric mobility. Storage will be key as we tap into the full potential of wind and solar energy. To make that a reality, we need advancements in battery technology and long-duration storage to deliver clean, reliable energy when, where, and how it's needed. Emerging technologies will need to be studied, identified, piloted, funded, and progressed to scale for the energy we use to truly be carbon-free. But none of this can happen without supportive federal and state regulation and legislation. Governments must work closely with stakeholders across the energy ecosystem, and business models and regulatory frameworks must evolve to embrace innovation. The 5x25 initiative is ambitious, but the urgency of our climate crisis demands nothing less. We invite you to join us in our race against time. We're ready to secure our clean energy future. Are you? Visit sepapower.org to learn more.
I'm here because, one, I want to know more about the renewable energy sector and help, show people what we have to offer and yeah, just see what's happening to the future for sustainability.
Estoy súper feliz de participar en este evento tan profesional y creo que es una gran oportunidad para conocer a gente del sector y ampliar mi red profesional y sobre todo para encontrar nuevos partnerships para CV North America.
I'm here to network. I work for a development company, and we're looking to expand our network and meet new people in the industry. Also to learn more about the industry and solar and renewable energy, and hopefully one day save the planet.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
Around the world, climate change has touched us all in many ways. Heat waves, wildfires, floods, and hurricanes are no longer the exceptions. They are our new reality. We have the ability to change this reality, but the clock is ticking. Considering half of the carbon in our atmosphere was emitted in the last 30 years, the next decade is crucial for life in 2030, 2040, and 2050. We don't have time for incremental progress. We need bold, ambitious ideas now. At SEPA, our 1,100 members are reimagining our future by accelerating the growth of clean energy. That's why we created the 5x25 initiative, which will focus on 5 areas that will help align all energy stakeholders where we can make the greatest immediate impact together. It starts with resilience. Microgrids and vehicle-to-grid strategies offer incredible possibilities for providing resilient electricity. Transportation is another important area of focus. Bringing clean energy resources together with transportation infrastructure will be critical to realize the potential of carbon-free electric mobility. Storage will be key as we tap into the full potential of wind and solar energy. To make that a reality, we need advancements in battery technology and long-duration storage to deliver clean, reliable energy when, where, and how it's needed. Emerging technologies will need to be studied, identified, piloted, funded, and progressed to scale for the energy we use to truly be carbon-free. But none of this can happen without supportive federal and state regulation and legislation. Governments must work closely with stakeholders across the energy ecosystem, and business models and regulatory frameworks must evolve to embrace innovation. The 5x25 initiative is ambitious, but the urgency of our climate crisis demands nothing less. We invite you to join us in our race against time. We're ready to secure our clean energy future. Are you? Visit sepapower.org to learn more.
I'm here because, one, I want to know more about the renewable energy sector and help, show people what we have to offer and yeah, just see what's happening to the future for sustainability.
Estoy súper feliz de participar en este evento tan profesional y creo que es una gran oportunidad para conocer a gente del sector y ampliar mi red profesional y sobre todo para encontrar nuevos partnerships para CV North America.
I'm here to network. I work for a development company, and we're looking to expand our network and meet new people in the industry. Also to learn more about the industry and solar and renewable energy, and hopefully one day save the planet.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years' experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the U.S. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
Around the world, climate change has touched us all in many ways. Heat waves, wildfires, floods, and hurricanes are no longer the exceptions. They are our new reality. We have the ability to change this reality, but the clock is ticking. Considering half of the carbon in our atmosphere was emitted in the last 30 years, the next decade is crucial for life in 2030, 2040, and 2050. We don't have time for incremental progress. We need bold, ambitious ideas now. At SEPA, our 1,100 members are reimagining our future by accelerating the growth of clean energy. That's why we created the 5x25 initiative, which will focus on 5 areas that will help align all energy stakeholders where we can make the greatest immediate impact together. It starts with resilience. Microgrids and vehicle-to-grid strategies offer incredible possibilities for providing resilient electricity. Transportation is another important area of focus. Bringing clean energy resources together with transportation infrastructure will be critical to realize the potential of carbon-free electric mobility. Storage will be key as we tap into the full potential of wind and solar energy. To make that a reality, we need advancements in battery technology and long-duration storage to deliver clean, reliable energy when, where, and how it's needed. Emerging technologies will need to be studied, identified, piloted, funded, and progressed to scale for the energy we use to truly be carbon-free. But none of this can happen without supportive federal and state regulation and legislation. Governments must work closely with stakeholders across the energy ecosystem, and business models and regulatory frameworks must evolve to embrace innovation. The 5x25 initiative is ambitious, but the urgency of our climate crisis demands nothing less. We invite you to join us in our race against time. We're ready to secure our clean energy future. Are you? Visit sepapower.org to learn more.
I'm here because, one, I want to know more about the renewable energy sector and help, show people what we have to offer, and yeah, just see what's happening to the future for sustainability.
Estoy súper feliz de participar en este evento tan profesional y creo que es una gran oportunidad para conocer a gente del sector y ampliar mi red profesional y sobre todo para encontrar nuevos partnerships para CV North America.
You know, I'm here to network. I work for a development company, and we're looking to expand our network and meet new people in the industry. Also, to learn more about the industry and solar and renewable energy, and hopefully one day save the planet.
All right, we are live once again at the PowerUp Live podcast stage, presented by KeyBank Capital Markets. My name is Nico Johnson, and if it sounds like I've been podcasting for 2 days, well, it's because I've been podcasting for 2 days. I am joined on stage for our daily roundup show, something that started as kind of a joke in 2019 as a way to sort of wrap the day, knowing that we wouldn't have an audience. And my illustrious co-host Josh Porter has joined me for all of our daily roundups. This year's daily roundup is presented by Modern Energy. Modern invests development equity in early stage developers and provides operational services to accelerate growth. We're going to talk a lot more about what that actually means to the folks in the marketplace and why you should care in a few moments. But first, I wanted to say aloha to Josh Porter, my illustrious co-host. Good to see you.
Great to see you, my friend. Great to see you. You know, it's funny you bring up those early days of the media zone, the PowerUp media zone. It was kind of a quieter affair. There's a lot more going on here today. So, you know, congratulations to the Suncast team for doing some amazing stuff, really.
Man. And
that's pretty awesome.
Who'd you drag out of the audience?
Who did I drag out of the audience? Oh, this guy right here? I don't know this guy. Who are you?
I am here to raise the level of podcasting prowess, and I want it noted that you gentlemen use the past tense on joke. So you're telling yourself you stop being a joke. Oh, all right. Well,
Mike Casey of TigerCom. It's good to see you, man.
How many people recognize Mike Casey from TigerCom, Scaling Clean? All right, Mike actually has a legitimate podcast, which has birthed an illegitimate news show.
And Nico Johnson's still butthurt that we were ragging on him on the last episode. If you see the resentment, that's why you're getting it, because we were harsh on poor old Nico.
I don't mind. You guys are doing a great job. And truthfully, you should be tuning in. Renewable Energy World is partnered with TigerCom on producing a weekly show, John Engel and Mike, that sums up what's happening in clean tech. And I can tell you that it is truly, like, several people have tried to do this, and John and Mike have nailed it. So I got to give you credit, my friend. You really,
thank you, man.
You really did. Like, I've been texting him secretly, and this probably will surprise you. I've been texting Mike secretly, like, who did the countdown timer? What are you hosting this on? Like, he continues to be a mentor to me, and my hat's off to you, truthfully.
Thanks,
you're one of the industry storytellers. You're one of the folks that stand in the gap and tell the truth. And there are painfully few truth seekers and truth tellers in this space right now. So I love the work that you're doing.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate it.
It's been, I want to sort of get a pulse on how everybody's been feeling walking around the show. I had someone describe, I'm going to take one sip. Gulp. I had someone describe the show floor quite eloquently. This year's show feels like if a casino and IKEA had a baby.
There you go.
Outstanding.
Right? Because casinos sort of feel like they're designed to distort and confuse. And IKEA wants you to get to the destination, but not before you've walked by every fucking thing else. So I've had fun having conversations with folks that are trying to find the PowerUp Live stage and navigating this, what has become like such a mega complex.
Yeah.
You know, like when we think back to my first SPI was 2006 in San Jose. Literally would fit in this lower floor, less than this lower floor. So it's amazing to see what our industry's gotten to, where it feels like CES or PAC, you know, one of these like 50, 100,000 plus things. And what's interesting to me is not that people are complaining about the chaos, it's that they just aren't used to big trade shows, right? And it's indicative that this is growing pains for us. How have you experienced it?
I mean, to be completely candid, I just made it to level 2 today for like a little bit. So, you know, I couldn't really, I mean, we did it purposely because Jason was like, hey, you better go look at something, man.
Yeah.
So, you know, we've been doing speaking sessions on different things today. We had an amazing opportunity to talk about the Maui wildfires, about the grid, about the processes forward. So we were really digging into that whole world. And you know, and it's really was amazing to do that with Doug McLeod, former Maui Energy Commissioner, and Jennifer Potter, former Public Utilities Commissioner. So that's kind of where my brain has been. But I did get a chance to peek at some of the wonderful kit out there, and it was just, you know, I felt so good right away. I felt so stoked. I would walk past something and I got that like jazz right away. I get jazz and I'm like, yeah, I love it. So the booth stuff, we did get a chance to get up to Solar Edge. I knew I needed to. Jay's like, what do you got to see? And I'm like, I got to see the bidirectional V2H. You kidding me? Like that's like we made a beeline for the V2H, and then I'd already, you know,
Peak alert.
Yeah, we're gonna, yeah.
Peak
so
alert.
you can just hook me whenever you're done hearing it. Unbelievable technology. I'll stop there. Click.
Senator Porter, that's the shortest filibuster I've ever heard from you in 2 years of podcaster roundtables. All right, quiz. How many people know how many people are here? Who knows? How many? 41,000 people.
Ooh. Wow.
And Stephen Miner, who runs this show, told me there are now only 4 cities in America that can take a show this big.
Oh, wow. You've outgrown all the other cities.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Like, it's just to be here with 41,000 of your best friends. It's like...
Well, one of the other reasons that we wanted to have you up, Mike, is that you're always talking to super important people. What have you learned today that might be informative and helpful for us?
You know, we had... on This Week in Clean Tech with John Angle, we had Mark Chediak of Bloomberg News, and he came on the show, and it's a 15-minute, 5 stories you need to know in 15 minutes, and we do the 5 stories, then we bring a reporter on who did one of the 5. And Mark Chediak came here because he's taken over the solar beat. He's the main guy for Bloomberg right now. And I said, what drew you to the show? And he said, I had to learn about this, so I had to come here. And I'll say, I think industries are not their trade shows, but the trade shows are a leading indicator of industry health. And you know, he set aside the challenges with the organization of the floor and documentation, but it's really hard to get around the sense when you come here that this is an industry that is its own economic vector. Like it is actually a big thing. And Dan Sugar, one of our clients, he was doing an event on Monday where he opened up a line, the 15th, I think, or 16th line, steel production line. And he's going to take a line that employs 100 people right now and turn it into a 300-person line. And he said something interesting. He said, for the last 16 months, all these pundits are saying, we're going to go into a recession. So where's the recession? It hasn't happened yet. And part of why it hasn't happened are the people here, the companies here, because they're driving economic growth and an economic renewal, and it's this wonderful marriage of like private sector execution and really good policy. And how many times in our lives have we seen that? I don't know, once, twice? I mean, it's just amazing. So that's been my take.
Oh man,
that was perfect. I couldn't have scripted it better because also driving economic growth are those that are actually driving projects to completion in the marketplace and helping entrepreneurs get their projects out of their heads and out of their spreadsheets and into the field. One such company is Modern Energy, and I'd like to invite Christine Larson up. She's the head of operations for Modern. Christine, you're gonna take the seat by Mike. There you go. And while Christine puts her headset on and gets situated, Jigger was here today, and we were chatting about that we're all in the VPP industry now, not in the solar industry. And if you didn't know that, you'll hear Jigger say that about 7,500 times over X and LinkedIn in the next 2 days.
A Jiggerism is born.
Yes.
He has these Jigger produces Jigger sayings.
Yeah, that's right. So he said this actually, Mike, and you'll love this. And I talked to his head of comms right after, and I said, was that practice rehearsed novel? And she goes, he's never said that before, which is great. So this is straight from the horse's mouth. He said, guys, you got to realize that we are not selling vitamins here. We're selling pain medicine. And that's like, ponder that.
That's badass.
Ponder that.
Badass.
And I say that on the heels of saying we are an industry in the throes of growing pains. But we're also no longer in competition or combat with the utilities, but we're trying to figure out what the birthing pains are going to produce between these two sectors that have to cooperate. Because what Modern is helping enable, what Onidian is helping enable, is an infrastructure that is altogether mind-boggling for the utility executive of 5 or 10 years ago.
Absolutely.
And it's challenging for the utility executive that's been coming to RE Plus for the last 3-4 years to figure out exactly what Bloomberg is figuring out, right?
Yeah, and I'll tell you, I just, side note, I think we need to give a shout out to Jigger Shaw. I mean, that guy, first off, I told him one time, Jigger, you're the most successful person who has the thinnest membrane between your mind and your mouth. But like he always is coming up, he's like, the profundity that just comes out of this guy is amazing. And now, and I flew out here with him, and we were talking, and he said, I said, how's it going to run the loan guarantee program? And he said, yeah, I feel like I'm kind of built for this job. And he totally is. Like, if you're going to computer generate a guy to run the loan guarantee program, it's him. So I just want to give that a shout out. He's a friend of mine, but he's kicking butt for the sector.
It's true. Christine, how you doing?
Doing good. It was interesting. You were talking about growing pains, and to me, that spoke to all of our conversations today, right? Our team talked to green hydrogen, wind, solar, nuclear, and the commonality across all of them is growing pains. And it's growing pains not just in the capital sector, and how do you find capital that is fit for early stage development in a sector that is built for VC, private equity, but doesn't really fit that early stage need, but also how do you build businesses, right? Every developer we talk to today doesn't just want money. They want to do something better, they want to do something faster, and they know that's the differentiator in the market. And for us, that's what we love, right? That's why we built Modern Energy, to bring more and more development companies to market and help entrepreneurs build better businesses. And that's exciting. The growing pains are the opportunity, right? And they're the exciting work.
Good view. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, we shared yesterday with Ben, the partner in Modern, a little bit more about sort of the ethos of Modern. But I would love it if, for those who are unfamiliar, if you could enunciate the core message of really what Modern exists to do, because we'll talk a little bit about why that matters.
Yeah, absolutely. So we like to say Modern Energy partners with early stage energy asset developers with capital, capabilities, and culture. And what that means is we're not just capital, although we are, and we're capital that's particularly well suited for early stage developers, but we also bring a huge capabilities team to make you get to market faster and better, because we know that's what matters, right? It isn't just taking assets to market, it's doing it in a way that is more successful and that not only moves the energy transition forward, but moves your business forward faster. That's what drives financial returns and impact.
Christina, I have a question for you. This sounds a lot like a much fuller incubation of portfolio companies. Like you're not just going, here's your check, here's your CEO, see you in a year. You're actually more fully incubating. Is that accurate?
Yeah, we discuss it as, it's a true partnership, right? It's thought partnership, and we stand side by side with you. And the great thing about Modern, and Ben and Nico talked about this yesterday, is we come from a background of building development companies. Modern was built off of 2 development companies that started up, and all the learnings that we had from doing that and all the commonalities that we see between energy asset development companies, and how can we go do that repeated over and over again and learn and help other entrepreneurs go more quickly. And so yeah, you're right. It is nice. It is every day. You'll hear from Industrial Sun later how frequently we talk to them and how closely we all work together, because it's a true partnership.
Do you see what you're doing as part of a trend in the investment community to more fully incubate portfolio companies? I've heard it talked about. You're the first person I've met who's actually doing it.
I'd like to say it's not a trend, because I'd like to be asked to be differentiated doing it, but I think it's the way it has to go, right? The reality is that energy development is hard. It's hard, and it takes a lot of hard work and figuring out how to adjust to the changing marketplace, adjust to changing regulatory environments. That takes expertise. It's a high risk business. Early stage entrepreneurship in any industry is high risk, and in energy development, where there's huge amounts of capital at stake, even more so. So we find that only by bringing all minds to the table and experts in everything that they do can you be as successful as you possibly can be. We've seen great success in it. I'd like to believe nobody else is going to come do it also, but we see that as a trend.
All right. Well, why don't we talk with Wade and get a sense of the other side of the coin. Wade Gungle is the CEO of Industrial Sun. Do you want to stay? You can stick around if you like.
About it.
Yeah.
Round table.
Here we go. I think Wade's on 3.
Check.
There we go.
All right.
Nice. Little round table. Wade, good to see you.
Hey, great to see you as well. Thanks for having me.
Industrial Sun is, what's interesting is, I didn't realize until I asked you the following question how perfectly named the company was. But can you explain why you call your company Industrial Sun?
We are very literal. At Industrial Sun, we are a utility scale solar company that delivers a solar solution specifically to heavy industrial end users.
Yeah.
And by heavy industrials, I'm talking about the petrochemical segment, manufacturing, oil and gas, and the like, really heavy loads. And we're focused exclusively on the ERCOT marketplace with what we're doing.
It's good that you're literal, and I just a tip: when you're talking to them, speak slowly so they can understand you. They're a little bit slow.
Slow in the uptake.
They're wonderful guys. They're slow.
10-4. Got it.
Actually, right when you introduced yourself, I said, "Oh, you're in the C&I space." Or, no, I'm in the utility space.
That's right.
Right.
That's right.
So,
it's utility scale projects. Our average project is probably 100 megawatts, and. To Christine's earlier points, I think we are kind of the example of the modern energy ethos in action. We're up to 15 folks, staffed an elite level development organization. We've got 30+ thousand acres of site control, 3.5 gigawatt pipeline, and it's.
And we're less than 2 years from company launch.
That's right. We closed our funding round in November of 21, so it's been a rocket ship.
So how much of that do you owe to Christine?
A good amount. A good amount. No, she's great.
Awkward moment here.
No, not at all. No.
All right.
No, what she said was accurate. I couldn't vouch for this team enough. They really are, their approach as a capital partner is as a collaborative thought partner. They really do collaborate with you. And it's not an onerous kind of circumstance. So it's been phenomenal.
And we talked about this with Ben yesterday, do a lot of the heavy lifting that you not only may not be gifted at, but frankly don't want to have the time for.
That's right.
Which is like the templated stuff that can be applied to portfolio companies at a higher level sort of back office.
Oh, totally.
Right?
You think
it allows
about
you to be more efficient.
Think about accounting, marketing, HR, payroll, all of that.
It's
was
like,
handled at day one, and so that allows us to focus on running the business and just really take off very quickly, and we have. It's been exciting.
Yeah, and you talked about, we were noting, we went from 2 people to 12 people at Industrial Sun in 6 months, right? And that takes recruiting your team and retaining your team, and you guys have amazing retention. It's one of the most important things you can do in an early stage business, and where you're trying to move quickly and you have a small team. And our team, is experts in doing that and has a repeatable process so that every entrepreneur knows that hiring your team is one of the most important things you can do, but it's number 10 on the most important things you have to do that day. And so having a team that you can say, I know you know how to do this, and you're really side by side with me, unlike a recruiter partner, but you are my talent team that's going to go out there and get me the best people and get me the people that are going to stay.
Yeah, it's a massive efficiency.
When you said the points that you actually help with, I felt it viscerally, because those are the things that I remember being like, I'm never going to get to that.
Right.
I am terrible at that.
Yep.
I just felt like, oh my goodness, it must be so wonderful.
It's a lot, and I think a lot of entrepreneurs don't realize how much of a time suck and resource drain all of that back office stuff can be. And so to have a partner that does that for you is Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, we like to say nobody starts a company because they want to run payroll late at night. Right.
Unless
You
you're
start a
payroll.
company because you want to talk to landowners.
That's right.
There you
And
go.
talk to
Yes,
customers.
absolutely.
And sell a unique solution.
Absolutely.
So Wade, you guys are, I had some misconceptions about not only the market you serve, but the types of projects you're developing. What drew mine and many others' attention to the way that you're leaning out into your marketplace was the announcement of the Earthos deal, right?
Sure.
So you're clearly comfortable with new technology.
For sure.
And you're leaning into a niche that is novel. Not a lot of folks are doing it.
Right.
So how do you think about the way that you're integrating not just solar, but hydrogen and heavy industrials into a solar portfolio? And then I want you to explain kind of how you see a show like this giving you a little more insider leverage.
Yeah. No, great question, or questions. First, with respect to the Earthos dealer, I think our friends are somewhere over there.
They're just over here.
Okay, there. And that's an example of a novel application of an existing technology, and it allows us, as a developer that focuses on areas that are often site constrained.
Yeah.
As you imagine, we're serving industrials. A lot of times, you're just in very heavily congested areas full of infrastructure, right? And so maximizing the generation you get from a limited amount of space is important.
Yeah.
And that's just kind of a tool in the toolbox that we can use. More broadly about this conference, I joke, this is, I think, my 7th time here at RE Plus / SPI. And this, I call it the Catalina wine mixer of our industry.
Catalina wine mixer.
Yeah,
Nice.
and it's certainly living up to the billing. I mean, I've never seen such an amazing environment. I mean, it's massive to see.
Yeah.
The attendance, the interest, and it's just a very exciting time.
Do you come in looking for like one or two things, or do you have just meetings as wide as you can go?
Sure. Well, we have our whole, subject matter expert team here. So, they're having meetings with vendors, suppliers, and, personally, I'm visiting with, banks and investors as we're putting together our first portfolio of assets that we're going to be bringing to market in Q1 of next year.
Yeah.
And a nice little hat tip to our friends at KeyBank. We've retained them to, support us in that asset sales process. So
what serendipity?
Yes, exactly. Yes, no doubt. So
well, it's really insightful and helpful to see from the perspective of folks that aren't necessarily developing and sort of building equipment or buying equipment directly in many cases, from the perspective of modern, how the project development side of the business thinks about walking a show that's this massive. So I appreciate that insight. And I really am grateful for Modern Energy partnering with us on the Daily Roundup. We've got one more segment before we bring the Roundup to a close.
All right.
So we'll bid adieu to you guys. Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you for having us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Appreciate it.
Thank
Great
you.
to see you. Stuff, super impressive.
So while I was mistaken about the Industrial Sun folks being focused on C&I, the next folks are absolutely focused on helping the C&I market. Why don't you guys come on up? Mark Liffman from Omnidian, the CEO of Omnidian, and Lisa Yops, the Director of Client Success at Omnidian, are going to join us to talk a bit about how they're experiencing the show. Mark is by no means new to RE+.
I am. My first RE+ was 2004, and in a little ballroom in San Francisco with 30 booths.
Oh my goodness!
So we've grown a lot since then, and it's super exciting to hear you say that we are moving the economy.
Yeah.
I feel like the only thing that's keeping us out of recession is Taylor Swift, Beyonce, and clean energy.
Yeah.
We have a booming economy for 3 things, and we're one, and we're in good company.
That's great. Yeah.
2004 SPI makes him an original clean techer. We can call him an OC.
I think so.
Absolutely.
I think so. Lisa, how many RE+ have you attended?
I've been coming since 2012.
Wow!
Dallas.
Look at Omnidian team rolling deep with industry OGs. That's great. Mark, for those who are unfamiliar, could you give us a sense of how Omnidian has evolved over the last year? And we had a great conversation with you guys last year, and you were talking about how Omnidian is serving and empowering the residential sector with our friends from Bodie. Could you give us a sense of the last year?
Yeah, so we've really expanded. We're doubling in size every year right now, and serving. We're at gigawatt scale, keeping track of and maintaining those assets and ensuring the performance of those assets across both residential and commercial.
Yeah.
And we've seen just a vast growth in the industry, and really a change in the industry, even year to year. If I think back a few SPIs. People were like, develop, and we'll go figure out what happens post PTO later.
That's right.
And then, a few years ago, they're like, we need some O&M.
Right.
And then, now they're realizing
no moving parts, right?
Yeah, exactly. Now they're realizing we don't need O&M. We needed an integrated third-party partner who is integrating with us pre-PTO, ensuring that system gets built correctly and then works for the next 20 years and works, both performs and works safely. And that's been the thing that's driven our business across both residential and commercial, is to make sure we're integrated with those partners and we're helping that system work for that next 20, 25, 30 years.
We think a lot about C&I and the commercial space in Hawaii in terms of like the hotels and that kind of environment. I wonder what some of the biggest concerns are when they're trying to go solar in the C&I space.
Yeah, Lisa will talk a little bit about this. The number one concern on C&I is safety. Absolutely number one. It dwarfs anything else. So we need to put safe systems on rooftops, and we need to ensure that they stay safe. So that is the absolute number one concern. After that, it's performance. It's paying. Am I going to get what I paid for out of this asset? I paid for kilowatt hours to come out. Are those kilowatt hours going to come out, or is this going to be just this thing that hangs out on my rooftop?
Yeah, you used a term that I haven't heard until obviously you introduced it to the industry, but post-PTO. Most people are racing to get to PTO, and then they sort of leave and let the customer deal with what happens after. Lisa, you're dealing directly with these clients. What could you tell me about this post-PTO experience and how it's evolving?
Yeah, absolutely. The post-PTO experience, as Mark described, one of the leading factors there is, as soon as you completed the system, you've now got it on your roof, or ground, wherever it is, and you've been told it's supposed to produce. Now we come in and we guarantee that produces.
Yeah.
We provide reporting on that it's continuing to produce. We provide all of the services around supporting that production. And one of the things we're seeing driving both our clients and the industry around that is coalescing around that concept of safety. And how do we ensure that? And QA/QC is an interesting role there because it's about building transparency. So it's not about a punch list. It's not punitive. It's about building a relationship around the transparency and the visibility behind that.
Yeah. One of the things we don't see a whole lot of on the show floor yet is conversation around O&M, right? You were saying how we're in this post-PTO experience already, and so I just think out loud, like, when will we see the O&M section the way we started to see batteries? There was like 6 stalls for batteries, and now it's a whole quadrant of the show.
Well, I mean, I think one thing I noticed about the show is it has spilled out beyond the show floor.
Yeah, that's right.
There is a fantastic show floor here, and the show extends like all the way down to the Cosmo, which is about a half mile away.
Yeah.
But for regular people, that is 17 miles in Las Vegas.
In Las Vegas, yeah.
But this show has really expanded through every restaurant and bar here is taken up with meeting spaces and receptions. But that goes all the way down the strip. So this is a show that we're seeing some of that O&M discussion. But one day we're going to have the big booth, and we will anchor the what we call the performance assurance section.
I love it. Well, when that day comes, we'll be here talking about it on the Daily Roundup, that's for sure. Mark Liffman and Lisa, thank you so much for joining us on Daily Roundup. It's been a pleasure, as always, to hear how you guys are experiencing the show. Any last? I don't know if you had anything to say. Step in there on there, Casey.
No, I'm struck by the afterthought quality that the sector has given to operations.
Yeah.
And it's not appropriate. It's kind of like energy efficiency. It's not an afterthought. It's actually like really essential. It's so cool to hear what you're doing.
Yeah.
And man, my gosh, is it needed. So anyway, hats off to what you're doing.
We got to keep those customers happy and safe.
Yeah. Well,
great.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm wondering if you guys have already your tally sheet for what you're going to check off tomorrow. A lot of folks would say, oh, Thursday, I'm going home. But yet, there's still at least a half a day on the show floor. Don't go home. There are loads of vendors that will be ready to offload their swag, if not their ideas. And there is much less traffic for you to talk to them. What do you guys got on your checklist for tomorrow?
I'm going to check out energy storage in greater detail. We're seeing that coming out of our customers. They're bringing energy storage to us. They're starting to think about asset management from an O&M standpoint for storage as well as solar, much like, we got into a lot of things in 2011, 12.
Yeah.
Later, we thought about how we need to maintain those assets. So it's great to see these conversations moving up the chain towards that idea of O&M sooner. So talking about O&M for batteries tomorrow.
And gratefully, you've got a whole section dedicated to it.
Nico, you weren't supposed to ask me that question.
I know.
I am sneaking out tomorrow morning. I was supposed to stay for the day because my wife got Beyonce tickets.
Whoa.
So I have to go
You're
home
contributing to the economy markets. Okay.
in time to take care of the kids so she can go to Beyonce.
Fantastic.
But
He's doing his duty to the American economy.
That's
let's
right.
respect what he's doing. I think it's important.
In at least two areas.
Absolutely.
Mike, you sticking around?
I am until 1:15.
Yeah, that's fair.
Absolutely.
That's fair.
How about yourself there, buddy?
We've got the morning show tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. I'll be co-hosting with...
Where's my invite?
It'll be broadcast live up on the Jumbotron and at Suncast.live. Lauren Glickman from Encore Renewables will be co-hosting with me as my co-host Lisa Ann Pinkerton also has a 6 a.m. flight and is bouncing out. So sorry, Lisa. Lauren is gonna bring the heat. We've got a special announcement tomorrow, actually, that's near and dear to a lot of our hearts. So anyone who that captures your attention, you should definitely tune in to the morning show to see what that might be. But I promise that it's at least a sensitive subject and certainly a tearjerker for some. Porter?
Yeah. We got some plans for tomorrow. We're going to take it easy and just kind of do a little Jay and Josh show down at, in our booth area. But I'll tell you this, I heard someone say that it was 41,000. That was you, right, Mike? 41,000 attendees. And when I heard that, I thought to myself, I've covered CES for a handful of years, and that was when I would talk to the different hoteliers, they would say, this is the largest thing that happens in Vegas. Yeah. And I thought, we're not far off of that. Every year, it's the largest thing that happens in Vegas. What if, a couple years down the road, this is the largest thing that happens in Vegas? That struck me. It's possible.
Piece of context. Our Uber driver last night, going to a reception, he gives tours. He's a professional tour guide. How many conventions do you think this city hosts a year? If you had to guess. Josh. Nico, what do you guess?
Slightest idea. 600.
25,000.
What?
Oh, wow.
How's that?
25,000. And he claimed that produces a visitor total of 6 million people.
6 million.
6 million
That's
people.
amazing. That's 68 concurrent events a day.
Yeah.
That's insane.
It's pretty crazy.
Now, just to be fair, my cab driver on the way over told me that to light up the sphere, it takes 15 terawatts.
Oh my God.
He used the word terawatt? That's pretty great.
He did use the word terawatt. Now, considering the entire electrical capacity of the United States is 1 terawatt, they're a little bit more. I'm not sure it was accurate.
Mark's up here giving shade on my Uber driver. He's more
Your Uber driver is probably better than my cab driver.
He can't defend himself. Mark, this is a drive-by.
As they digress and devolve, we're going to bring the Daily Roundup to a close. I'm so grateful for everyone who joined us here live at the podcast stage. Thanks to KeyBank Capital Markets. Thanks to Modern Energy for helping bring this wonderful content to you guys and bring smiles to my face and all of those out in the crowd.
All right.
We'll see you
Thank you, guys.
Hey, let's give a shout out to these two guys for doing the hard work of this podcast, right?
All right.
Some good stuff you guys do. Love it.